commercially. It told a great story, popularized the episodic release strategy, rejuvenated the story-based graphic adventure genre, and it came out at the height of the Walking Dead franchise's popularity, which definitely helped things out. Everything was in this game's favor. Telltale really had The Walking Dead to thank for its mainstream success, and also eventual demise. They just picked up too many projects and pumped out too many games in such short periods of time. Yet ever since 2012, their games never really improved since The Walking Dead. They really didn't evolve along with the industry and instead just kept doing what worked back in 2012. Episodic story-based adventure games based on popular media franchises. They would generally have 3 series running at the same time each and every year, which was just a bit much for most to keep up with. The formula was showing fatigue and oversaturation, and in late 2018 it was announced that Telltale would be closing down, right when they were in the middle of releasing the final season of The Walking Dead and had a fair amount of upcoming projects in the works. At least Skybound Games came in to finish up the final season of The Walking Dead, but it's still sad to see Telltale gone. The closure really came out of nowhere for me. I wasn't expecting it at all, but when I actually thought about it for a second, it made too much sense. Like, I remember everybody playing The Walking Dead when that came out, and a few of their other games after that were pretty big, but by 2018, I just didn't hear anybody really talking about Telltale's games. They truly made some great stuff, but when it was obvious that they had to change things to keep up with the industry, it was too late. However, I'd make the argument that one of the most famous downfalls of a company was
a new era for the LCS.
And it never felt this good to be bad. Evil Geniuses are your LCS champions.
When I think THQ, I think licensed games for the GameCube. Some good, some bad, most completely mediocre, but still a worthwhile presence in the industry. When it came to the original franchises, they had Saints Row, Destroy All Humans, The Blob, Darksiders. Good stuff definitely, just not the biggest names. But they did have licenses for Pixar and Nickelodeon games for a while, so that kinda made up for the lack of notoriety. Like I said, the GameCube era was really when THQ was firing at all cylinders. Licensed kids games were pretty popular back then. During the Xbox 360, PS3, and Wii era though, that's when they started to struggle, and that was partially because THQ said, you know what Nintendo's gonna do in 2 years? Yeah, let's fail before they do. The U-Draw tablet, released in 2010, it was a drawing tablet for the Wii. A pretty solid idea overall, but I think THQ really poured too much into this one. They could have gone away with just the tablet and the drawing software bundled in. But no, they made a bunch of games that required this thing. I never really thought the U-Draw tablet was worthy of being an accessory that should be mandatory for certain games. Like, that's something Nintendo does for their own console with stuff like the Wii Balance Board or Motion Plus. franchise. You really think THQ was able to do that themselves? U-Draw games were mostly licensed kids titles, and I feel like a lot of parents that just wanted to give their kids some Kung Fu Panda 2 action on the Wii were disappointed when they realized, oh, we need this third-party drawing tablet from some failing company. But really, the U-Draw problem started coming in at full force when THQ decided to release it for the PS3 and Xbox 360, yikes. Put this sign up anywhere, you'll scare somebody. While the U-Draw tablet on the Wii did okay, the other consoles flopped hard. U-Draw wasn't a big enough success in my opinion to warrant spreading it to other consoles that primarily attracted an entirely different audience compared to the Wii. This tablet was one of the biggest contributions to THQ's bankruptcy, but other factors were definitely still at play here. Licensed kids games were starting to become less and less of a thing, like just think about how many there were on previous consoles compared to the Xbox 360 onwards. Especially a few years ago on modern platforms, like without Acclaim and THQ pumping out movie tie-in games, it made Activision releasing some garbage Ghostbusters game really stick out. If I had to guess why licensed games aren't as prevalent now, it may be due to development costs being pretty expensive for HD consoles. But we have been seeing more tie-in games recently, and oh my god, I think they found a way to avoid high development costs, and it's to not have development costs. It's genius. But licensed games were THQ's bread and butter, so when those weren't doing well, they tried to buckle down and focus on more mature hardcore titles. It didn't really work out because most of their games were just pretty average. Sure, stuff like Darksiders and Saints Row have their fans, but when they were mainly banking on the game Homefront to save them from shutting down, I think that shows THQ without the tie-in games wasn't really much at all. They filed for bankruptcy in early 2013, auctioning off their assets. Games in development like South Park: The Stick of Truth were bought up by Ubisoft, and franchises like the WWE series were bought by 2K. Currently though, THQ is back in some form. Nordic Games originally bought up the majority of THQ's original franchises, and later in 2016 bought the THQ name and now operate under THQ Nordic just because the name THQ is still pretty iconic, especially compared to the name Nordic Games. Their entire game plan seems to be to acquire every single B-tier game franchise ever conceived. THQ Nordic will probably acquire the state of Nevada soon. When a game company goes under, it blows. Tons of people lose their job, games may be canceled, franchises are in limbo. It's never a good thing when a solid studio goes out of business. At least there's potential that franchises will be bought out by other better companies, employees will get new better jobs incredibly quickly, or the studio will be merged with a bigger one and nothing really changes outside of the studio's name. While everything happens for a reason, a game company shutting down is always one of the sadder things to read in the news. And there you go. Listen to me talk for 13 minutes was step 1 of our 9-step plan. We only have 8 more to go until this bankruptcy meter goes even further down. I can't go through with this. We need to make money quick. We're selling soup now. It always works. Hey y'all, Scott here. I've rediscovered one of my core talents, owning a Sharpie. Should have patented this when I had the chance. Portable video games, allowing you to play games in inappropriate situations. They make loitering a whole lot less obvious and give you something to do at funerals. Thank God for their existence. What would I do on the bus without them, human? No, they didn't make Wario Land 4 for me to talk to people, I have to play it. Portable gaming seems like it was only a possibility long after gaming in general started to gain traction, but in reality, while video games started to become a consumer product in the late 60s, early 70s, portable electronic game devices started appearing by the mid-70s with stuff like Mattel Auto Race. Every timeline starts with Mattel Auto Race. Ever since, the idea of playing video games on the go has been just as prevalent as playing video games in general. Portability definitely forces graphical capabilities to take a hit, but that doesn't make handheld gaming any less amazing. These devices let me not talk to people. And the company most known for portable gaming is without a doubt Nintendo. Did you think I was gonna say Folgers? The Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, Nintendo 3DS, Nintendo Switch all have been leaders of the dedicated handheld market and have cemented Nintendo as the portable game company for the past 3 decades. Whenever a new company enters the ring, all they say is, that's cute. They strike a balance between affordability and horsepower they deem as good enough. They may not put out the most technologically advanced systems, but they more than make up for it with their library of games and asking price alone. It's weird to think Nintendo's best successes come from their portable business, but whenever they dangle nostalgia in front of our faces, it's mostly for their home console stuff. You don't see them talk about Super Mario Land 2 as much as Super Mario Bros. 2, even when Land 2 was actually more successful. I assume it's because home console games age better than handheld ones. I just find it odd because when you look at their history, Nintendo's bread and butter has always been portable games, evidenced by the fact that their first big success in the video game market was just that. The Game & Watch wasn't Nintendo's first foray into video games, but it was their first major success in video games, and it all started back in 1980. Humanity must have been really board before that. Game & Watch was a series of handheld games produced by Nintendo, but you already know that. What was my last paragraph about? Prior to the mid-60s, Nintendo was primarily into playing cards it is. Starting out as a playing card company, then moving on to taxis justifiably, Nintendo dipped their toes into various markets until settling on toys due to the ingenious of one of their employees, Gunpei Yokoi. He designed the Ultra Hand, a toy where the fun lies with what you can grab with it. This toy's success led Nintendo to focusing mostly on fun and games from 1966 onward, and with the inception of video games being a thing, they obviously had to take a whack at it. In 1975, they released EVR Race into arcades. Have spit games more iconic than that. Well, EVR Race might not have lit the world on fire, but that's okay. Nintendo followed it up with Shooting Trainer. We're overdue at this point. That's where Skyhawk comes into the picture. I would tell you the impact it left, but I got a letter from everybody. Best way to put it, Nintendo's video game ventures in the 1970s weren't all failures. Some of them did pretty well. For example, the color TV game systems were released, fundamentally dedicated Pong machine, selling a couple million units combined. Some arcade games did pretty well, but at the end of the day, none of them were really runaway successes, and nothing left much of an impact. But Gunpei Yokoi struck again, as one day he noticed a businessman fiddling around with a calculator on the train out of sheer boredom. Surely more could be done than just spelling words on a display like this. Because of this very moment, Yokoi devised a pocket-sized device that could play a game while also being useful in other ways, like acting as a clock. And with that, he would design the next video game product of Nintendo's. Its name? I only know what Nintendo would name bread now. The first Game & Watch unit hit store shelves on April 28th, 1980, titled Ball in Japan, but here in North America it was labeled as Toss Up. In fact, the initial North American release wasn't called Game & Watch at all. This was before Nintendo had much of a presence outside of Japan, so they worked with a distributor who labeled the units as Timeout games. See, I give this name but at least it's upfront about what you're getting. What kid wants to play a Timeout? Ball is a pretty basic game and set the standard for what you could expect out of a typical Game & Watch release. First off, the build quality is phenomenal. This thing feels like a fine piece of jewelry, like an antique pocket watch. There's this feeling of elegance with them, and I'm not really hyperbolizing here. They never felt cheap or just like little games to keep the kids busy. You can tell they designed these with that businessman on the train in mind. These don't look out of place in a grown man's hand comparative to a child's. Game & Watch games were truly made for everybody. A couple watch batteries later and we're in business. We have Game A and Game B to choose from. Game A is all about juggling two balls at once. This is lame hell. Game B is much faster with one ball thrown in the picture. This is neat hell. It's pretty obvious Game B is way more fun. Now, fun enough to never turn off? That's tricky. These games don't have an on and off switch. They last quite a long time. You could go anywhere from 6 months to a year on just one set of batteries from light to heavy use. This is obviously because of the watch portion of the unit. You don't really turn off clocks, but just because I can see this game in standby mode all the time, I feel like I'm doing something wrong by not turning it off. It's just puzzling. They went, the battery life is great and it has a clock. We don't need an off switch. We can set the time. There it is. I'm done. Surprisingly, there's not much to a video game made out of a calculator screen. Pretty much all Game & Watch games were simple high-score based ROMs. These were games of endurance, see how long you can go for. I, for one, find it interesting how much they can get out of such simple technology. There's only so much you can do with these LCD screens in terms of making interactive video game experiences, but they truly thought outside the box with these games and made very enjoyable time killers. Now, Nintendo kept releasing new Game & Watch units consistently for the next few years and would regularly release them in new waves and series. The first series was the Silver Series. The games inside were all different, but the shell containing them looked pretty similar across all of them. Some may have had different control layouts, but they were all pretty much the same shtick as the game Ball. The next series to follow was the Gold Series. Guess what the difference was? After the Gold Series was the Widescreen Series. Again, take a shot in the dark. All of the games produced under the first three series had nearly identical builds though. They were all rectangles with rectangles in the rectangles. That wasn't until the next series, the Multi-Screen Series. Alright, first one to answer wins. What does this remind you of? A clam! It's pretty obvious the multi-screen Game & Watch units were the inspiration for what would become the Nintendo DS, not only because of the dual screens, but the clamshell design. On top of that, these units were the first time Nintendo utilized their traditional D-pad to move a character in one of 8 directions. And if we want to extend these plagiarism allegations even further, various DS games utilize the system on its side like a book, and what do we have here? You son of a bitch plagiarist, what if they notice? A revised widescreen lineup was released later, and tabletop Game & Watches were the hot new thing in 1983. These were obviously responses to Coleco's tabletop line of mini arcades, and to me, they sort of missed the point of the original Game & Watch units. They're so bulky and not nearly as classy as the other ones. You whip this out at a funeral, you're gonna be the life of the party. Well, at this point, Nintendo was trying to innovate with the Game & Watch brand, and with each new series, they were trying to one-up the last, evident by the Panorama series. It uses a mirror to project color overlays onto the LCD graphics, so you get more detailed visuals. The Super Color series followed and had just straight-up color visuals. The Micro Versus series were multiplayer Game & Watch units with 2 detachable controllers. The Crystal Screen series had a see-through transparent screen. If the Game & Watch kept going after this, I'm sure we would have seen one that told us we were pretty. Yeah, there were a lot more types of Game & Watch than I initially thought, but the older series would still get new releases even when new series were announced. I mean, the final original Game & Watch release in 1991, Mario the Juggler, was a part of the new widescreen series, which got its start in 1982. Watching these games being played doesn't do them justice because this looks really lame. You really have to get these in your hands to fully appreciate them. I have a couple of them in my collection and they're great. Once Nintendo actually started releasing character-based video games that were hits, they were sure to release Game & Watch units starring those same characters. Of course, we got some Donkey Kong ones. Here I have Donkey Kong 2. What? This is the only game called Donkey Kong 2. Of course, the sequel to the original Donkey Kong was Donkey Kong Jr., and then they moved right on over to Donkey Kong 3. The Game & Watch game decided to cut the bullshit because this is by all accounts heavily inspired by Donkey Kong Jr. in the arcades. This is pretty much just a renamed version of Donkey Kong Jr. But they already made a Donkey Kong Jr. Game & Watch before this. What the hell is this thing? You know I had to own at least one multi-screen unit, and yeah, the resemblance is uncanny. It has this soft lock lid to it that stops the screen from flopping out at random, I guess, which does remind me of the official Game Boy cartridge cases. I never knew there were so many different ways to rip yourself off. And finally, boxing, one of the Micro Versus units. This is cool. It comes in a chunky box and you can play by yourself or another player by extracting the control pads. Come on, this is amazing. Now this was re-released as Punch-Out in North America after the NES title experienced tons of success, but boxing and Punch-Out Game & Watches are the exact same outside of the title being changed. Nintendo released roughly 60 unique Game & Watch games from 1980 to 1991, and while they vary in terms of themes and gameplay, they all have that Game & Watch feel to them. There were a ton of LCD games throughout the years from companies like Mattel and Tiger, and on the surface, there's not much different between a Game & Watch game and any other LCD game, but it's the replayability and, weirdly enough, the graphical style of these things that make them stand out. I know some might be asking, what graphical style? There's something oddly charming about the graphics here. They have such a distinct style to them. You barely see any detail on these characters, but their expressions, the way they move, and how they would convey so much in such little graphics, It honestly impresses me how much character Nintendo was able to inject into single-screen games that have more in common with a calculator than anything else. Nintendo created a lot of Game & Watch games with generic names and setups. The themes and style remind me a lot of animation from the 1920s and 30s. Fire, bounce the people from the burning building to safety. Manhole, cover up the holes for people to walk over. Greenhouse, exterminate the bugs before they get to your plants. Many of these games have the same shtick. You have to juggle multiple things at once until you screw up. But they're still kind of addictive. Once you start playing a Game & Watch game, I mean, yeah, you're not gonna play it for hours on end, but I guarantee you'll keep playing until you lose. Nintendo repurposed many of their IPs that were successful throughout the 80s as Game & Watch units. Donkey Kong, Mario, Zelda, and they got the license to do games based on Disney properties, Snoopy, Popeye. They pretty much did everything they could with this brand back then. Over 43 million combined were sold. It's obvious to say the Game & Watch did pretty well. But of course, when was the last Game & Watch released? That's right, not yesterday, so why did they stop making them? I always hated that thing. It didn't have Snoopy Tennis. While these did well, they obviously had their limitations. There's only so much you can do with this type of screen. Pretty much all the graphics that could possibly be displayed needed to fit on this one screen. You couldn't make different types of games outside of endurance rounds. Nintendo released the Game Boy in 1989. That used different game cartridges and weren't limited to this. They were full video game experiences. The screen could scroll! The Game & Watch didn't serve much of a purpose with the Game Boy taking off. Sure, buying one was cheaper than a Game Boy, but it was obvious the Game Boy was the better investment. Now, other companies, specifically Tiger Electronics, carried on the LCD game legacy throughout the 90s. These were terrible. Nintendo knew what LCD games were capable of, and for sure what they weren't. They never really tried to make Game & Watch games something they weren't. They tailor-made them to be fun even with the limitations of this screen. Tiger just kind of barfed out whatever they could. There wasn't as much love or attention put into these things. Most of their games consisted of defeat this enemy until you get bored. Game & Watch games were made with so much more care and so much more love, and you can tell that with how much Nintendo cares about its legacy. In 1997, Nintendo released Game & Watch Gallery on the Game Boy, starting a series of 4 titles. Each one contained multiple remakes of Game & Watch games, both in their original forms, just remade on a Game Boy screen, and in modern forms, this time utilizing Mario characters and some new mechanics here and there. These modern versions do a great job contextualizing what the originals were trying to convey. Even if most were fairly understandable, some games you just said, alright. Whatever you say, Nintendo. The gallery games are great, and I recommend them to anybody who wants to try these things out. I think the modern remakes make it easier to appreciate how they were able to do these exact games with such garbage hardware. Some Game & Watch games were later re-released as mini keychain games in 1998, the Nintendo Mini Classics. Yeah, these are Game & Watch games. Mr. Game & Watch has been a staple of the Super Smash Bros. Series ever since Melee in 2001, and each of his moves reference an old-school Game & Watch title. The game Manhole was released as a card for the Game Boy Advance's e-reader. Just swipe the card to play Manhole. 2 volumes of Game & Watch collection for the Nintendo DS were released through the Club Nintendo loyalty program and included some of the multi-screen games. Not remade like in the gallery titles, just the originals. Kinda lame, but whatever. Various standard games were made available on the Nintendo DSi shop, and let's not even get into all the references Nintendo crams into their games. So much of Nintendo's core modern DNA is derived from the Game & Watch. The D-pad, dual screens, the kickstand, instant 2-player multiplayer, and weirdly enough, when you sit down and play these old Game & Watch games, you can get a whiff of that Nintendo charm, taking a simple concept and turning it into a fun and charming experience. Of course, with that being said, I don't think anybody nowadays would answer the question of, hey, do you want to play a Nintendo game with yeah, Donkey Kong 2? Hey y'all! Hey y'all! Hey y'all! Hey y'all, Scott here, quick. What's the first thing you think of when you think mysterious?
I died! I was supposed to get robbed tomorrow!
No manners, no subtlety. Alright, I'll go inside just this once to try this thing out. After that, never again.
I hate change. I've had the same feet for years, thank you.
I interrupt your regularly scheduled me with an emergency report by me.
Take it, you son of a bitch.
Hey y'all, Scott here. E3 2018, you say? Never heard of him. I'm more so interested in demonstrating the potential of hardware. Let's see if this iron passes the durability test. Gonna put that down as a TBA. Tech demos, demonstrations of hardware potential that most of the time have no business being real games. Whenever new hardware is revealed, saying it has 4 gallons of teraflops lodged in it means nothing if we can't see it getting put to good use. Developers have to cobble together something that people can look at and instantly understand just how good games can look, sound, feel, play, all that. These are some of the most interesting parts of a new console generation. These are what could be, rather than what is most of the time. I think it's fair to say the vast majority of tech demos never amount to anything and don't become full-fledged video games. They're just here to visualize a hardware's tech specs. But that's not to say they can't become full games or elements from them can't be used on other games. However, developers just have a hankering to tease and decide to make tech demos that look like games people have been begging for, which can be just absolutely cruel if that game isn't actually in development. Take, for example, a Zelda tech demo for the GameCube showcasing a sword fight between Link and Ganondorf. Who's gonna win? A Zelda game for babies, that's who! We know now that The Wind Waker is a fantastic Zelda game, but back then people were expecting Zelda on the GameCube to look mature, epic, a bit dark, and they got this. People were upset because Nintendo showed them this thing they really wanted and didn't give it to them. At first. Tech demos can be pretty cool, but sometimes they end up just disappointing fans. So I will pose the question, what makes a good tech demo? Well, let's take a look at various tech demos from the past and see if we can figure that out for ourselves. Now we can't just talk tech demos and end it there. Today I am introducing the Tech Demometer, patent pending. Each tech demo we look at will be ranked on a scale of 1 to 3 based on completely inconsistent judgment. Don't overthink the ratings, let's just do it. Oh my god, are they remaking Final Fantasy VII in HD? I think they're remaking Final Fantasy VII in HD! They're remaking Final Fantasy VII in HD! This tech demo was shown off at E3 2005 as a showcase for the PlayStation 3 hardware and is a remake of the opening section of Final Fantasy VII. It's just a short clip and honestly doesn't seem that much better than something from the PlayStation 2 or Xbox at the time. Actually, let me rephrase that. Stuff like character models and overall detail in the world is definitely early PS3 quality, but nothing here screams, oh yeah, this shows the power of the PlayStation 3. It felt like a PS2 era cutscene running in real time. Impressive, but not jaw-dropping. All this did was make fans sit there and ask, so when's the Final Fantasy VII remake coming out? Tech demos don't have to become a game that actually releases commercially, but look at this and tell me, oh yeah, just a tech demo, has no business being a real game. The fact that this wasn't linked to any potential remake kinda makes me ask the question, what was the point in making this if all it did was end up disappointing fans? Sure, it makes sense to take something people are familiar with and enhance it this much to show the leap in graphical capabilities, but the way this looks and the way it's presented heavily implies this can be and should be more than a tech demo. Well, 10 years after the tech demo, a Final Fantasy VII remake was officially announced for the PlayStation 4. And just like the tech demo, nothing has happened since. It just seems like this thing has been crab walking in development hell. This tech demo did its job to excite people, but for all the wrong reasons. I don't think it got people excited for the power of the PlayStation 3, it got people excited over a game that didn't exist. Hey, Mario Kart XXL, I see this was in the era where they were naming tech demos after TV dinners. This wasn't a demo created by Nintendo, instead by Danaris Entertainment Software. somebody's favorite developer. This was an unauthorized prototype showing how the GBA could render 2 background layers at once, plus also utilizing fully rendered 3D characters. I gotta be honest, this looks pretty impressive for the Game Boy Advance. I don't think anybody knows if this was actually pitched to Nintendo at any point, but regardless, never became a game. Still cool though, and really seems to utilize the GBA hardware well. This is an interesting one. When the PS4 was initially revealed, this demo of an old man's face was shown, but it was at E3 2013 that a full tech demo showcasing the old man was revealed, entitled The Dark Sorcerer, developed by Quantic Dream, who developed this downer of an experience, so it's surprising to see them make this tech demo that is completely self-aware and is more of a comedy. I gotta be honest, this is one of the most fun tech demos ever made. It has fun with itself and doesn't come off as teasing fans or unimpressive. It's interesting on its own, but doesn't need to be a full game. It's both a short film and a tech demo. Give this one the full points it deserves. Back when the Kinect was introduced as Project Natal, an infamous tech demo was shown alongside it, presented by Peter Molyneux himself. Project Milo, a demo that involved artificial intelligence so intelligent it was artificial. Basically, you could talk to a video game character and he'd talk right back effortlessly. Maybe a little too effortlessly.
You've got to put these goggles on.
Goggles?
Put them on like this.
Notice what she did. This wasn't acted. She felt the need to reach down.
That's because it's acted. I always had a feeling this was a bit faked. Like, have you ever used a Kinect on the Xbox 360 before? The thing had a hard time figuring out if I had a body. You're expecting me to think it could have a realistic conversation with me? Also, look how fast the Kinect scans in this piece of paper. Like, no. No, that can't be. Listen, this was and still is conceptually really cool, and the fact is there that the original concept of Kinect was much more technologically advanced than the retail product. But this is the only instance where we saw Project Milo in action, so it's hard to believe that it was really that immersive and expansive. But I'll give it 2 points for being pretty cool in the grand scheme of things, and being some pretty cool use of the hardware. Back when the Game Boy Advance was coming out, Nintendo created this demo that is a remake of Yoshi's Story on the Nintendo 64. A Nintendo 64 game running on a Game Boy Advance? Not really. Like I said, it's obviously a remake of the game that runs on the Game Boy Advance. The presentation has been downgraded a fair amount, but I gotta be honest, this is still pretty impressive. It's like how Nintendo remade Super Mario 64 on the Nintendo DS just to prove that the system can do 3D. The problem is that game is tart, while this one never came out and is just as, if not more impressive than 64 DS, just because, hey, it's basically playing a Nintendo 64 game on the hardware that preceded the DS. That's pretty cool. This never became a real-life thing, but unlike the Final Fantasy VII tech demo, this demo wasn't this big extravaganza that was a complete overhaul of how the original game was. This was just proving that the Game Boy Advance was more powerful than many may have assumed, and I think it did its job fairly well. Back when Nintendo was desperately trying to prove the Wii U gamepad's worth, E3 2014 brought with it 2 Wii U tech demos focusing on the 2-screen dynamic. One was Project Guard, a tower defense game where you had to swap between certain camera angles to stop enemies from harming your base. The other was Project Giant Robot, where you're a Project Giant Robot and you're doing specific missions in a city. Guard was turned into the game Star Fox Guard, where it was basically the same but with a Star Fox theme, and Giant Robot was never officially turned into a full game. However, it's speculated that the Nintendo Labo Robot Kit is what became of the project. I thought Guard was kind of a cute use of the gamepad, but Giant Robot always looked like a clunk fest. They worked pretty well as tech demos, but here's the problem. They came out 2 years after the console released. That definitely takes away a lot of the oomph out of a tech demo. Oh, Conquer the Squirrel. Definitely at the top of everybody's top 10 alcoholic video game squirrels list is of course the star of the cult classic Nintendo 64 game Conker's Bad Fur Day. After Microsoft purchased the developer Rare, the Conker franchise hasn't been touched all too much. A remake of Bad Fur Day was thrown onto the original Xbox, but other than that, the series has remained relatively dormant. And then, yeah, Young Conker was a tech demo created to demonstrate the tech behind Microsoft HoloLens. Using augmented reality, the thing is actually quite impressive. Other than that, it's a bit of a spit in the face to Conker fans. It's one of the few representations the series has had in the past decade, and it's not at all how fans want to see this character or play something he's in. They could have built this demo around any other character or series, a series that has had more releases or support as of late. But no, make it a cult classic that fans desperately want to see return and make it an augmented reality demo. Neat. And while we're on the topic of Rare IP tech demos, what the hell was this? Taking Banjo-Kazooie and making it a motion-controlled experience? I don't know what you would call this. Mario tech demos. Let's take a look at these bad boys. Well, Mario 128 seems to be the most well-known. Made to show the power of the GameCube, the title alludes to this being a sequel to Mario 64, but after further inspection, yeah, no. Cool tech for back in the day, though. Peach's Castle was a demo, again for the GameCube, and was just a large tour of the castle. Neat. Luigi's Mansion was once used for tech demo purposes before initially being revealed as a game. You could play with Mario and Wario's face on the DS when it was initially shown. New Super Mario Bros. Me, God, I thought these tech demos were gonna be way more interesting than they turned out. Holy look at all the ping pong balls! Now I gotta get an original Xbox. What better hardware to try to prove the worth of than the Sega 32X, the 32-bit add-on for the Sega Genesis. Here's some rad 90s graphics that Sega threw out there to show just how powerful the 32X is, and whoa, this is literally just a bunch of primitive 3D junk flying at us. This demo knows how to rivet. Now you may have noticed that most of these never reach a solid 3 in the tech demometer, probably because tech demos are never meant to be perfect. They're interesting parts of history, and when new hardware is unveiled, it's cool to see what it's capable of. But it's all about the games that are, you know, actually real. After all this, what does make a good tech demo? And I think the simple answer is something that showcases the hardware's potential without toying with fans' hearts. Most of the time, tech demos aren't representative of any final product, so they can mainly be seen as harmless. They aren't like a yearbook quote which is stuck with you for life. Of course, when I was in the room with the yearbook committee, they took the last thing that I said as my yearbook quote, and when you're in a room full of weirdos, that's how you get a quote that becomes, "Stop licking my neck!" Hey y'all, Scott here. Online personality test. I have no idea who I am, so just let Google tell me. You have to shout to make a point properly. Yeah. Did you eat anything today? Tylenol. Do you just want to plug and play games? Do I have a face? I won! So you have a video game console, right? Welcome to the club. And you have to plug it into the wall, then plug it into the TV, then plug in a controller, then play it. This isn't plug and play technology. Have you been keeping track of the plugs at play here? I just want to plug something in once, and I'm done, and it has a nose. I wasn't expecting an answer this soon. Plug and play games were the sole reason some bin in my living room's corner had purpose. If you didn't own at least one of these from 02 to 09, did you even exist? These things were the thing back in the 2000s. They came in these big fat boxes and proudly proclaimed, plug it in and play. See, no power adapter or extra controllers were necessary. All you had to do was pop in a couple of batteries and plug this directly into your TV with the yellow and white cables. Or I don't know, they could be forks, I'm colorblind. These things could be anything. Composite cables, one for video and one for sound. And if you're good enough, another one for sound. Once you were done with the setup, you'd flick the switch on the controller and boom! Look at this, no power adapter necessary. It plugs directly into the TV. This is magical. Plug and plays were always charming little distractions, and they were easy gift ideas for kids. They were only like 20 bucks a pop, and you didn't have to think about what game console your kid had. All you had to know was, oh, my son likes circles, this'll do. But many times these plug and play games feel like an excuse to sell subpar games inside of a colorful container. Like, I don't want to play this, I want to eat it. The core plug and play brand I remember was by Jack's Pacific, but they weren't the first of their kind. The TV Boy from the 90s was the first plug and play many will point towards. It repurposed Atari 2600 games and included over 100 of them in an oval. Technology was evolving and fast. This was more of a bootleg console though. Pretty much all of the games included weren't properly licensed and had their names changed. But what the TV Boy did was not only obtain a cease and desist, but also set the standard for plug and play games in the future. Power them with batteries and utilize older technology. And one of the first ones to do this, legally, was the Activision 10-in-1 byte Toymax in the year 2000. While not 100% confirmed, many do believe this was the first of the modern plug-and-plays. You have the cables, the logo, the legality, it has it all. This device features 10 Activision classics from the Atari 2600, so you know what that means, it looks like this. Yes, this is the controller you'd associate with the games included on this plug-and-play, and then this is the plug-and-play you wouldn't be able to identify in the street. So the on and off switch and reset buttons are on the shoulders, cool, and we have two D-pads, cool, with one acting as the buttons, cool, and the game selection. Cool, this one isn't too great. The design's not ideal, and surprisingly the games aren't much better. But you gotta give this plug-and-play credit where credit's due. It started a revolution. Jakks Pacific started up their line of plug-and-play consoles shortly afterwards and truly popularized this kind of stuff, and soon everybody was making them. These were the ones I owned back in the day. You see, I may have had a GameCube and Game Boy Advance, but that didn't mean I wasn't interested in playing worse games. The Atari Plug and Play is modeled directly after the original Atari 2600 joystick, and quite well at that. Everything feels exactly how it should here, and that means it doesn't feel great. But they did a fantastic job recreating the experience of the Atari 2600, and it was my first and best experience with the console's catalog. Technically speaking, these are recreations of the games, not 100% the same as the original 2600 versions, though they were made to be as close as possible. I played a lot of Breakout and Pong and Centipede and tried to understand the context of Yar's Revenge as a kid. These games, while nothing crazy, were fun enough to warrant untangling this thing from time to time. This device may have been one of the first stepping stones to me liking games nobody gives a shit about anymore. Of course, I brought up previously how it was strange I had so many of these things when I had perfectly working game consoles at hand, but the Atari Plug and Play offered something those consoles didn't: the unique controller. You could have just bought an Atari compilation on the Xbox, but are you really playing Atari with this thing? So that's one thing the Plug and Plays had over traditional game systems. The controllers could be whatever they felt like. Oh, we'll get to this one. The Pac-Man Plug and Played by Jakks Pacific. Everybody had this one. Me, Scott, everybody. 5 Namco classics at play here: Pac-Man, Galaxian, Rally X, Dig Dug, and Bosconian. Back in the day, I called this list Pac-Man, Galaxian, Rally X, Dig Dug, and what? This is an alright collection. These games aren't one-to-one with their arcade originals, but they're better than playing the old NES versions, and also better than a bunch of the compilation discs on consoles, because here, we have a joystick. Of course, using this now doesn't feel as good as I remember. It feels a little clunky, the stick doesn't feel substantial enough, the unit isn't big enough to really fully use the stick like I would on a real arcade machine, but it was a decent joystick at the time, and all these games are factually more fun with a joystick. Of course, they followed this up with a Ms. Pac-Man Plug and Play featuring different and better games: Ms. Pac-Man, Galaga, Xevious, Mappy, and Pole Position. I got so much mileage out of both of these Plug and Plays, and this was where my love for the Namco arcade games began. What's interesting about the Ms. Pac-Man unit is Pole Position is controlled by twisting the head of the joystick. I didn't know that as a kid, and when I tried playing the game, the car would never move. Now, how did I never know that, considering there are multiple signs showing that this is how you control pole position?
Oh, hey, it's my friend. I don't know how I didn't realize I had to twist the joystick in pole position. I was just a kid, leave me alone.
I hate my parents.
These two were my most played plug and plays, but of course, it's impossible to ignore for much longer. My fourth plug and play was the Etch-a-Sketch Plug and Play. It never worked. It came with a cartridge. Why? Like, the cart came in the box with the Plug and Play, and it was the only cart released for the Plug and Play, so why make a cartridge slot on the Plug and Play if there's only one cartridge for it and you could just build the elements of the cartridge on the inside of the Plug and Play? What the f***? Etch-a-Sketch? I don't have this one anymore, so I'll throw the concept of it to the side and make way for my true final Plug and Play I owned as a kid: corroded batteries. Wish I would have known about that before making that pact. The SpongeBob SquarePants Plug and Play. It, of course, isn't a collection of old games, but it kind of is. It features 5 games made specifically for this unit, and each of them is incredibly similar to another retro classic. I wouldn't consider these to be full-on rip-offs, rather friendly plagiarism. This game's similar to Breakout, this one's Life Force, this one's Missile Command, this one's Zelda, and this one's Donkey Kong. But strangely, these are all pretty fun time wasters. The controls feel really solid, and I honestly think Bubble Pop in this game is better than Breakout on the Atari Plug and Play. And the stick itself is great. I mean, come on, somebody thought of this. There's a fact for you. But while playing, the stick broke and doesn't register the direction of down. This broke right before playing the Donkey Kong ripoff. It's all the way down there. I can't access it anymore, and all I can possibly do with this Plug and Play now is play Bubble Pop. I'm okay with this. So these were the main ones I owned. Wait, actually, I did have an Intellivision one, because all 9-year-olds love Intellivision. That was alright, though I remember the controller feeling really cheap and generic. I mean, this is what an Intellivision controller is, so let's play Spot the Difference. It seems like various plug and plays reused old assets, whether it was games, game design, graphics, sound effects, menus, or even the controller shell itself. Where's the evidence? Well, look no further than RCA TV Joypad console. So this uses the same controller design as my old Intellivision one, and just makes me ask, why is there a joystick and a D-pad, and how is this a D-pad? It's more hubcap than D-pad. I would ask why this is necessary for Intellivision games, but who knows, maybe this controller design was tailor-made for RCA TV Joypad console. You know, I always associate RCA with TV remotes, so they're one of my top 7,000 candidates for making a good game console.
Top 8,000.
So I think we covered pretty much the 3 types of plug and plays: the official old school throwbacks, the licensed kids games that usually ripped off other games gracefully, and then RCA TV Joypad console. This is a collection of cheap, low quality games that have been spread around to various other generic consoles like this. But hey, I mean, if you want to play Roadstar, don't. There's also Go Bang Animal Pool. That's not a sentence, it was a list. Well, that was my collection of plug and plays as a kid. Kinda. You know, these were frequently played by me, which is weird to think about. I mean, pretty much all of these had outdated and subpar graphics, and I always had better quality stuff playable on my actual game consoles. But most of the games included on these things were addictive, high-score-based titles. Games you could just pop in, play for a bit, and pop out. These were solid games to have on these things because when you wanted to play them, you just plug it and play. You didn't have to worry about making room on the power outlet or anything. Of course, being battery powered meant more times than not when I'd want to play one of these things, I'd pull it out of storage and go, oh shit, I left this thing on for a month. It kept things simple though. Now, why do all of them require a screwdriver to access the batteries? I don't know, this is a bit of a pain. But hey, there were tons more plug and play, specifically by Jack Specific. There was Spider-Man, Pinball, Poker, Mortal Kombat, Fantastic Four, Scooby-Doo, Batman, Star Wars, Capcom, Superman, 1 vs. 100, WWE, DreamWorks, I'm forgetting thousands more. But here are just a few more I've picked up recently. Atari's back, and this time with a knob! The Atari Paddle Plug and Play, similar to the joystick, but this time we're replicating the original paddle controller, which allows for smooth as butter movement in games like Pong and Breakout. Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. See, Wheel of Fortune has an actual wheel. What did you do today? This is a good one, even if it didn't accept my answer for what a slogan might be. The elephant attacks that. It was curiously strong mint. The wheel feels great, and Wheel of Fortune makes a ton of sense as a plug and play. Now Jeopardy, if you play with 3 people, you can buzz in as others. It's great. The Disney Plug and Play features a couple of games based on various Disney characters. This is most similar to the SpongeBob one. Each game is of a different style. The first one, you have to change the direction of the bridges to make a clear-cut path. So I constantly failed at the first level, but afterwards I swept the floor with Timon to the rescue. We have a Lilo and Stitch platformer, Duck Golf. No, that can't work. Aladdin's another platformer that feels a bit similar to Aladdin on the Super Nintendo. It might just be because you can throw apples in this one too, but it ends with a very basic puzzle game based on The Lion King. You know, that's 2 Lion King based games in one whole thing. I don't like how the Disney logo is slanted because I keep thinking that's the top of the device and I accidentally point the joystick in the wrong direction. But hey, these plug and plays always have such fun designs. At least the joystick looks like a circle. Well, to quote me at the end of this sentence, there's always an EA Sports one. Yeah, the EA Sports plug and play, shaped like a Sega Genesis controller. It comes with Madden 95, NHL 95, and fingers crossed Timon to the rescue. Damn it. See, I enjoyed the fact this exists, but my god. 2 sports games from the 90s that stores would pay you to take from them, included in a Sega Genesis controller you plug directly into your TV. I like when these plug and plays offer unique-ish games or games with controllers you couldn't get on regular game consoles. This one's a bit too worthless for my liking, but it's kind of neat. But hey, at least it's fairly G-rated. Sure, you can combine the letters from the title screen to spell ass rat, but I'm sure the kids wouldn't notice. So what about a plug and play for the adults? Well, here's World Poker Tour, rated M. Actually, the M rating is a sticker, and peeling it off reveals the original rating was E. Well, it's a good thing they reconsidered. Can you imagine kids playing this? I can't. I don't want to imagine the world burning the down. There's an LCD screen on this unit, and it comes with a bonus DVD. Well, don't mind if I do. The game itself, oh man, it reminds me of a song. I can't remember. Poker! The final Jack-specific plug and play I have is a Nicktoons one, focused on various Nickelodeon cartoons. It just came in the mail, so let's cut it open and take a... Alright, they can't all be winners. For some reason, Jack shipped this unit with the wires pre-cut. That's unfortunate. It's lame because I actually had an accessory for this specific unit too. A game key. That should show you how popular these devices were. They actually got accessories like this released for them. Game keys were made for specific plug and plays that had cartridge slots. You could buy these and expand the game selection on these things. It's really weird because I thought the entire point of these things was that they were way simpler than game consoles. You didn't have to worry about what game system your kid had. You could just buy them a plug and play and know for a fact they will be able to play it. But then you start releasing game cartridges that work with specific plug and plays, and all this one says is that it works with Nickelodeon controllers. I wouldn't be surprised if some moms bought their kids a game key because they had a Nickelodeon plug and play that didn't have a game key slot. Here's a power adapter for Jack specific plug and plays. My god, with the game key and this is starting to become a lot more than just plug and play. Jack specific really rolled with the plug and play success for a while, which meant they made some really dumb stuff, but they weren't the only company to not give a Various others made their own plug and plays. For example, Toymax. They were bought by Jack Specific. RCA. They stunk. But here we have a Tetris plug and play by Radica. It's your basic Tetris. You have a few different modes, the traditional Tetris theme, solid visuals, 2 players right out of the box. You can just attach the second controller included. This is hell. This controller is a abysmal. All they had to do was put a D-pad and a button, but no, they had to make it unique. So you move this block as a joystick to move your piece and twist it to rotate. Not only is this control scheme really lousy for Tetris, the control stick itself is wildly stiff. I don't know why they felt the need to make it like this when they could have easily saved money by using a traditional controller. Hell, even the RCA controller would have been better. How about Crayola electronic coloring book? I don't know why I'm disappointed. TV Wild Adventure Mini Golf. There better not be any ducks or I'm gonna lose it. So this is interesting. It's a motion control golf game. You adjust your shot like this and wave the golf club over the sensor. Problem is, waving anything will register it as a hit, so as long as you keep the sensor covered, your character will constantly putt. Here's another gimmicky one, American Idol Dance Showdown. American Idol, you know, the competition show about singing, here's a dancing game. It's a blatant clone of Dance Dance Revolution. You get a mat, you lay it out, and step on the right arrows at the right time. See, it's fine, but I personally feel that plug and plays work best when they supplement what you can do on a home console with unique controllers instead of just offering a version of DDR that a dollar store can sell. So that should give you a pretty good idea as to what the plug and plays were back in the mid-2000s, but that doesn't mean they aren't still readily available today, though I have no idea who's still buying them.
Hello, adventurer! I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw you from afar.
Would you rather have eternal happiness for the rest of your life or die?
Modern plug and play, so most of the ones I see look like this. Big box, white joystick, white buttons, cheap fonts. This company MSI is responsible for a lot of these, and their website features Mario fan art. They have never worked with Nintendo. So these are blatantly incredibly cheap. Many of them reuse the same joysticks that already don't feel great to begin with. But for some reason they decided to swap the placements of the joystick and buttons for a few of them. Most of these are just one NES game inside a joystick, and they all stink. They work, but they aren't a great way to play these games, as so much about this doesn't make any sense. So you wanted to make a plug and play for people who were nostalgic over Mega Man 2 on the NES? So you put it in a controller absolutely nobody played this game with? Like seriously, why a joystick? Why not something that at least resembles an NES controller? Plus, like I said, a lot of these only contain one game. This Space Invaders one, like seriously, is just Space Invaders. There have been so many other Space Invaders plug and plays before this with multiple games. This one, just Space Invaders. And it's not even that accurate to the arcade version. It's the Famicom version. Who played the Famicom version? Double Dragon. I mean, I will give this the benefit of the doubt. The batteries might be in here a bit wobbly. See, that's a problem with a lot of these units. Graphical problems if the batteries aren't fully in or are starting to go. But God, this looks bad. And it's just Double Dragon 1 on the NES. If you have the joystick, why not have the arcade version instead or include it alongside this? WrestleMania, yeah, just the NES game in the same joystick. Why don't I hear anybody talk about how garbage this company is? But I found this Pac-Man one at Walmart recently. It's actually pretty good. The design may not be the most comfortable, and sure, having the wires contained at the bottom with a lid may sound like a good idea, but just ends up making it more complicated to put away because now I have to cram all the wires back in and not lose the lid. But the stick and buttons feel pretty alright, and the game selection is pretty solid. It even includes the final level of Pac-Man where it's a full-on unbeatable glitch. It's sort of completely useless, but it's neat to be able to play it, as I'm sure most of us haven't gotten 256 levels into Pac-Man. I'm not a fan of having to do a combination of button presses to go back to the menu. I would have just preferred a menu button or something. But this is a solid newer plug and play. Of course, there are these Games products, the Blast units. They're wireless controllers connecting to HDMI dongles. A lot of people give Games what for since their quality isn't the greatest, but man, this is so much better than MSI. Who the hell wakes up and says, I'm okay with these existing? Plug and plays were a product of the mid-2000s, and while they're still around, I don't necessarily ever seeing them become nearly as big. They somewhat had a resurgence after Nintendo kickstarted the mini classic console craze. Some people call these little systems plug and play. I retaliate with, look at all these plugs. See, on the surface, these things may seem nothing more than cheap toys with extremely basic games for children. That sentence was finished long ago. I do have a lot of great memories with these things though, and none of them were groundbreaking or anything, but they were fun, quick pick-me-ups. Even if the games were incredibly basic, many were actually designed quite well, and basing the gameplay off of old school arcade games or just offering old school arcade games to play, I think that gave a lot of young kids a greater appreciation of classic games. Of course, none of these I desperately want to go back to, and bring them back today doesn't work. I mean, these worked so well back in the mid-2000s because most TVs had composite inputs on the front. Now with HD TVs, if they even have composite inputs, they're on the back. And even then, plug and plays, most of the time, way more. Hey all, Scott here. Why didn't you tell me about pencils? This is great. Consider me a newborn fan. I'm sold. I don't even have to think about the next pencil I buy because I already pre-bought all of them. I should have waited for reviews. New product? Oh, don't mind if I do. If it comes from a company, I love it. You don't need to wait for first impressions or reviews. You can just order something the moment it's announced. It's one of our 2 rights. Now, does that mean you'll get it the day it releases? You'd think so. Pre-orders, the act of pre-ordering. You'd mostly do this to ensure you get this product the moment it comes out, or at the very least, a copy is reserved for you. Pre-ordering something doesn't always mean you'll get it on launch day. Sometimes shipment delays happen. Rather, it ensures you will in fact get it at some point in your life. Pre-ordering is more for the consumer that just can't wait to buy a product, but they can wait to use it. And in the video game industry, pre-orders are a way of life. This is something that's so frequently done with games. Every single one is up for pre-order, and so many people feel the need to hit that button. Other entertainment fields don't feel nearly as inclined to do this. I mean, you can pre-order a digital movie, but are you really human if you do that? With games, pre-orders are constantly pushed, more so than anything else. Oh, if you're interested in this game, you should pre-order it. If you do, you'll get to add something to a landfill. Listen, I rarely pre-order games. I personally feel like it overcomplicates things rather than simplifies them. Most video games are mass-produced. You're not gonna have a hard time finding New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe on launch day, so if you pre-ordered it, get over there. If that game wasn't available at Best Buy at launch, the simulation's crumbling. Plus, with pretty much every major game being released day of digitally, sometimes even before the physical release, there's no worries about stock problems. If you really wanted to play a game at launch and there are no more copies available, you have options. I've just had more problems with pre-orders than I haven't. It all started with my first pre-order ever, Wii Sports Resort, because I couldn't wait to play Wii Sports Bowling on a new disc. So I was at a GameStop and decided I have $20 and can put this towards my own copy of Wii Sports Resort. That's coming out soon. They'll reserve one just for me, and I'll only have to spend $30 more when the game releases. After the launch date passed, the next time I went to a GameStop, I asked if I could pick up my copy of Wii Sports Resort. They said no, because it was at a different GameStop. I don't think it was too far-fetched to believe these stores could communicate with each other. One pre-order at one GameStop was good at another. So I could have just went to the other GameStop to pick up my pre-order. No, I wanted the game really bad, so I spent all my money on it at the GameStop I was at. And thus, I had to then figure out how to cancel my pre-order at the GameStop I pre-ordered at. Hey, don't blame me, I was young and dumb. It was 2018. You know, I should have just paid for the pre-order in full after buying the game at the other GameStop, so then I wouldn't have been embarrassed in the slightest. I wouldn't have had to walk away from the one without a game, and wouldn't have had to cancel my pre-order at the other. I know what you're saying. No man should own that many copies of Wii Sports Resort.
So 2?
Ever since that day, pre-orders have left a bad taste in my mouth. It's like buying something with extra steps. Like I went to Best Buy to buy a laptop. They didn't have the specific one I wanted, but said a nearby store had it in stock. So they said I could purchase the laptop at this Best Buy, then show up to the other Best Buy, tell them what I did, show them my information, and pick it up. No, that's just asking for trouble. Like I could do that. Or I could just show up to the other Best Buy and tell them I want that specific laptop and pay for it all right there. They would need to scour their records, find out, oh god, did he buy this at a different store? I don't want to keep my receipts, payment records, and birth certificate around just to pick up Go Vacation on launch day when I can walk into the store and find 50 copies on the shelf. Plus, who wants to tell a cashier, hi, I pre-ordered Go Vacation? Oh, you really care, don't you? Okay, but what about online pre-orders? Pre-order the game on Amazon, you'll get it delivered to you day of.
Sure, let's go with that.
Don't you want the game the minute it's available? That's why you pre-ordered it? Well, pre-ordering online, you'll get it the day it releases, but UPS usually gets to your house around 4 p.m. if they're quick about it. And then sometimes your order gets delayed a day or 2 or 5, and your order isn't even a game that's a limited edition or anything. How did my copy of Animal Crossing come late? You can build a country out of copies available. But it's all about the worry in your heart. What if you show up to the store and there's no more copies left? You know what the last game I experienced that with? Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz HD. Hey, do you have any copies left? If you didn't pre-order, sorry, no. Really? To be fair, I mean, I don't really like walking in a store to pre-order something. It just feels weird to go all the way there for something you can't tangibly leave with.
What did I accomplish today?
I only pre-order things when it's almost absolutely necessary, when there's actual reason to believe it won't be in stock at launch if you don't pre-order. I've probably pre-ordered more digital titles because you know what happens at midnight when you pre-order games? You can play them. I'd rather wait till 4. Limited editions, brand new game consoles, these make sense to pre-order. At launch, they're first come, first serve. So why did I pre-order Assassin's Creed 4?
I needed a new football.
The pre-order bonus. What better way to get you to spend $60 early than to promise something worth $5? Oh man, if I spend my money now, I'll get bull and dog. Yeah, companies like their pre-orders because they give a good idea as to how many people are actually interested in the game. Plus, if they follow through with the order, that's paying full price for a game at launch opposed to waiting for a price drop later down the line. But how do you get people to actually pre-order?
I got some socks in the car.
Let me go through everything I remember pre-ordering and what I got for doing so. Firstly, of course, there was Wii Sports Resort. What did I get for pre-ordering that? Dignity. Next up, what, like some Amazon purchases? Nothing with these. I tried to pre-order Smash Brothers for Wii U at GameStop, the big collector's box with the GameCube controller and adapter, and they said we don't have that version, but we do have pre-orders for the regular game and a third-party GameCube looking controller that only those without hands would use. Yeah, I passed and pre-ordered on Amazon. Guess when I got it?
After the shipping delay, right now.
I did finally fulfill 2014 Scott's wishes and found a new copy of the Smash Wii U collector's box. Finally. I really wanted to stick it to that GameStop that said, ooh, sorry, no more pre-orders for that, though. If you want, we have plenty of Little Big Planet 3 pre-orders left.
Okay.
I'm Austin Show, and this is Name Your Prize. Oh my gosh, I've had it with that.
You're gonna want this gong, I'm telling you.
I don't want the.
How else are we gonna brand the show?
how about this? Splatoon for Wii U launched in May of 2015. I pre-ordered at GameStop because you got a DLC code for Inkling costumes for the Mii Fighters and Smash Brothers for Wii U when picking the game up. That was such a fun incentive, I had to do it! Did I use the costumes? What do I look like, somebody who does that? Come on, these costumes were valued at 75 cents. I could've passed this deal up. Now, if you pre-ordered Splatoon at Target, you got a water gun. Good thing you didn't have to specifically pre-order to buy them. They were selling them separately at the store as well. Thank God I was out of cups. Honestly, this thing was pretty cheap, but for $5 extra at Target or just straight up given away for free with Splatoon, that's kinda cool. It does look like the splatter shot from the game with some very cheap stickers that are bound to wear off since there's gonna be water all over this thing. But this wasn't the only pre-order bonus Target did with Wii U games in 2015. No, we got the Super Mario Maker Puzzle Cube, also available separately for roughly $5. Jesus, how did they up a Rubik's Cube? This is using like the cheapest plastic imaginable. Each turn feels like I'm grinding against the rest of the plastic. I can commend them for doing something cute like this, but I'm sure the people in charge said, we have just enough funds to kinda do a Rubik's Cube. If you can only kinda do a Rubik's Cube, you probably just shouldn't do a Rubik's Cube. Now, I personally pre-ordered my copy of Mario Maker over at GameStop because they were giving out this poster celebrating the 30th anniversary of Super Mario Brothers. I don't know, I don't really put up posters outside of a few key examples, but this one just looked neat, so I thought, I'll pre-order to get that. How about with Twilight Princess HD? At GameStop, I got the soundtrack on CD. Or some of it, sound selection, so not everything. It's also in this dinky-ass cardboard case, so not the full soundtrack, and the case isn't anything to write home about. But to be fair, this is the best pre-order bonus I've gotten so far, and in terms of excitement, I'm brimming. Of course, I pre-ordered the Nintendo Switch when that launched, but I had to wait about a month and a half later to get some plastic bullshit with a pre-order because at Target they did the damn Rubik's Cube again. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Rubik's Cube. They also did some air fresheners. To be honest, I don't think these Target trinkets count as pre-order bonuses, more like purchase bonuses, since you could just buy them at Target for super cheap around the game's launch. But hey, they stink, so that ought to count for something. Ever since, I've been fairly selective with my pre-orders. I got Mario Odyssey at Best Buy, where I got this poster and a collectible coin, the Smash Ultimate Controller Bundle, which also came with a collectible coin. Man, I mean, these are quality little trinkets, but at least with the Rubik's Cubes, I got a good few years out of looking at those complaining. These, there's just not much to them. They're nice little coins. So cool, but like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with these. I haven't personally truly experienced a crazy good pre-order bonus. I think the one everybody points to that was undoubtedly the best of all time was the Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker's pre-order bonus. You got Ocarina of Time plus the all-new Master Quest version of the game as a GameCube disc. So you pretty much got an extra game for free by pre-ordering this game. Pretty sweet deal. Pre-order copies of Mario Kart Double Dash contain the fabled bonus disc featuring game demos. They were seriously putting work into their pre-order bonuses back then. So, how did pre-order bonuses look a decade later? A free football for pre-ordering Assassin's Creed 4 at Best Buy. Well, I was gonna buy a football at Best Buy anyways. I needed a new Assassin's Creed 4. This is perfect timing. A flashlight for pre-ordering Shadow of the Tomb Raider at GameStop. Yes, the inside of the game case is so dark I can't find the game without it. A banana-shaped Wii Remote holder for pre-ordering Donkey Kong Country Returns at GameStop. This Wii Remote is really pissing me off. It's not in something else. Good thing I pre-ordered. 25 extra lives for pre-ordering Sonic Lost World from Amazon. Yeah, that's what got me to pre-order. More lives. Free condoms with infamous Second Son at GameStop Italy. They'll work or your money back. You got exclusive special moves to perform in Remember Me based on Street Fighter by pre-ordering from Amazon, Best Buy, or Steam. Why lock stuff like that behind pre-orders? Why lock cool gameplay incentives? Well, it's easier than supplying quality merchandise. Gears of War 2's pre-order bonus was an RC car tank. For free. You know, Target couldn't even get a Rubik's Cube right. Yeah, think if they tried to give you an RC car instead. That's why we got Thumb War merch for Super Street Fighter 4. Lots of these bonuses feel like they're trying to offload excess stuff they have in a warehouse off to consumers. You ever try to leave a GameStop without a pre-order bonus? I have yet to hear somebody who has. I blacked out and woke up owning a keychain. Deus Ex Mankind Divided decided to revolutionize the pre-order experience by offering tiers of pre-orders. You could pick this tier, but you'd have to choose which pre-order bonus you'd want, or you could pick this higher one, but you'd have to choose which bonus you'd want, or you could pay a huge premium to play the game early. But the only way higher tiers would be unlocked was if they got enough pre-order sales. So you had to bug people to pre-order a game, so you had the potential to pay more for your pre-order to potentially get one pre-order bonus or another, but not both. I'll just take the football. This plan was canceled after negative feedback. I mean, it's just straight up confusing. I mean, sure, I think getting dinky little keychains is sort of lame as a pre-order bonus, but it's harmless. It just doesn't do much to incentivize me to actually pre-order. Rather, they are what the name implies, a bonus, not really an incentive. And sometimes these bonuses can be legitimately cool. Art pieces, CDs, posters, of course, they rarely can get amazing, like with the Master Quest, but I doubt we'll ever see a pre-order bonus that great ever again. But if anything, some of these modern pre-order bonuses really hit home what I was trying to convey a bit ago. Don't pre-order Like, why? The only reason to actually pre-order something is if you get a benefit from it. Like, if it'll be scarce and you want to make sure you get it. But pre-ordering Watch Dogs? Why? If it's for a pre-order bonus, I guarantee you that pre-order bonus will be available on eBay in moments for pennies. If everybody gets it for free with a pre-order, then there's absolutely no reason to spend full price on the game that you wouldn't normally spend full price on just to get the pre-order bonus that's worth mere dollars. And then there's the fact that with most games, you don't need to pre-order. They'll be readily available at launch. Pre-ordering the game just adds so many unnecessary steps. You have to show up to GameStop, pre-buy the game, then go away, then come back on launch day, tell them, hey, I pre-ordered the game, show all your info, then pick up the game, compared to just showing up to GameStop on launch day and buying the game. But I have time to kill, so I'm gonna pre-order a pre-order of a game. That's where I get to stand in line to find out where I'll stand in line when it comes to pre-ordering the game, because I'll get this pre-order bonus of this exclusive poster. Hey y'all, Scott here. I'm on life support now. No reason, just felt like it. I've been told the machine I'm hooked up to is doing some pretty great stuff. It's efficient, it's useful, it's made by Mad Cats. I should probably start proofreading my will. Did you know hands can hold garbage and garbage? Game controllers are fairly understated in the grand scheme of things. I mean, as long as you can reach all the buttons at once, that shouldn't be an issue, right? They are ridiculously important to the gaming experience, but that importance comes at a price. As the years have gone on, official game controllers have risen in cost significantly. We go from the GameCube controller retailing for $19.99 to my scheduled laugh at the Switch Pro controller's price point. Ha! The prices of game controllers can be absolutely ridiculous, sometimes costing nearly as much as a new game, sometimes costing as much as a new game, more than a new game. $70, man, I found a mattress for that much. I will admit, stuff like the Nintendo Switch Pro controller and DualShock 4 have a lot of random junk thrown into them, and at least kind of explains why the prices are so much higher than controllers in the past. But then the Xbox One controller is pretty much identical to the Xbox 360 controller in terms of features, and it's $65. Did all the money go into giving the thumbsticks tire tracks? Controllers can be expensive. Sure, you can probably make it by with just the one that came bundled with your console, but what if you want to play a local multiplayer game, or what if your controller breaks for some reason? You're gonna need an extra controller, and the official ones, those can be pricey, but you always have other options. They give these away with car stereos. Third-party controllers. Controllers not made by the company who makes the console. You never know what you're gonna get with these things. Since they're made by a company that had nothing to do with the actual console, they don't have to abide by any rules, designs, or legal restrictions, nothing.
Our story began in Waterdeep, the city of splendors, with a group of scoundrels.
You'll be completely safe with me.
I really do love you, but that was absolutely disgusting.
Now, why would you get a third-party controller instead of a first-party one? Well, I can think of a few reasons, but most of the time, it's all about the price point. These bad boys would sometimes retail for considerably less than official controllers. You can use that money for new games and your mortgage. However, let's not throw all third-party controllers under the bus here, because I consider them to fall under two types: big deals or big gimmicks. Either the controller is cheaper and that's why you'd want it, or it features something the official controllers don't. Like the QuickShot controller for the NES. This isn't supposed to be a replacement controller, it's supposed to be an alternative. If you want to use a joystick with your games, whip out the coffee table, jam the stick with the suction cups, this thing ain't going anywhere. This works well for arcade style games, or stuff like Top Gun if you're one of those people. But in terms of a controller with no real advantages compared to the official controllers outside of price point, the Hanyu Explorer 1 for the NES, literally just another company's version of the NES Advantage. There isn't much reason for you to pick this up other than the fact that it's cheaper than the official Advantage controller. However, this thing has some interesting features. These top two buttons do absolutely nothing, and there's a useless battery compartment. I really have to start using this term better. In the grand scheme of third-party controllers, these ain't too bad. Third-party controllers were more so gimmicky back in the NES days, mainly because you needed like 2 standard NES controllers at the very most, so for people to want other controllers, they needed to stand out. They needed to have features the regular controllers didn't have. That called for pretty much any unofficial controller to have turbo buttons, like the Turbo Touch 360 for the Sega Genesis. This gives me chills. We have switches to give any of the buttons turbo fire, but the star of the show here is the lack of a D-pad. I'm sure tons of people who saw this in the store went, yes! You ever just use the Genesis controller and... there's too much D-pad here. Now this, I mean, no D-pad is exactly what I wanted out of a Sega Genesis controller. This is a touchpad and it senses where your thumb is. Where your thumb is. Yeah, this doesn't work very well. You don't get the precision of an actual D-pad at all. I don't know if this is whacking out because of old age, but I couldn't imagine this ever working that well when it was new. But hey, if you want a more standard experience, here's the Sega Genesis Owl Pad. I'm sure somebody stood by this controller like you're waiting in the living room for your date to come downstairs and you're talking to her dad about how much you like the Sega Genesis controller. We're an Owlpad family. The back is a soap dish. Now, if you're looking to buy retro gaming garb these days, you're likely to come across these off-brand controllers. They look pretty similar to the originals, but with a few things altered so Nintendo doesn't have a aneurysm. If there's just a blank space where the Nintendo logo should be, run. These things prey on people looking to buy old systems who need an extra controller. They're usually for sale at retro game shops and look almost identical to the original controllers, but are almost always inferior in every way. Like, come on, $15? That's around the same price for an official N64 controller, but people keep buying these because they look so similar and they're brand new. At least back in the day, third-party companies respected the consumer. To differentiate themselves from the first-party companies, they made sure to add their own stupid twist to their product. Introducing the Boomerang 64. The analog stick fell off of mine and all that's left is a stick, so I had to improvise. Now this isn't nearly as bad as it may seem. It is a chunk fest in my hands, but it gives you an N64 controller with a slightly more conventional layout. It has built-in rumble if you slide some AAAs in, and there are 2 whole Z buttons for maximum. But the D-pad is stiff, the L and R buttons are in totally out there locations, and overall, it's just an awkward controller. Also, the name is a lie. The SuperPad 64, now this screams, oh I need a Nintendo 64 controller and only have $10. I'm gonna be saying that on my wedding night. It's a substitute, but that's all it really is. It doesn't excel at anything in comparison to the original. I mean, yeah, this isn't great, but I'm used to how not great it is. The SuperPad 64 just feels weird without those grips on the sides. It feels incomplete. Z feels like a gas station fuel button. The SuperPad 64 is the type of thing I think of first when I hear the term third-party controller. Cheaper in every sense of the word. But this was made by Performance. The company I immediately think of when I hear the term third-party controller is Mad Catz. If you walk into a building constructed by Mad Catz, get the out of there. Get all the kids out of the room. 3, 2, Jesus Christ, censor that. The only Mad Catz product I own legitimately without thinking twice about it being made by Mad Catz was my GameCube memory card, and I'm still happy to have it on me. Look at all these memories, an entire page of Nickelodeon game save files. I love gaming, but look at this, 16X, whatever the hell that means, keep it coming. I had so much storage space on this card. Mad Catz was never the worst supplier of controllers, but they were definitely known for their mediocrity. But I mean, come on, has a company who made a Dallas Cowboys PS2 controller ever steer you wrong? A lot of their controllers aren't terrible, but they're on their way up there. The Mad Catz GameCube controller, talk about undercompensation. You take a regular GameCube controller and then just warp every element of the controller until it's a shrunken, grotesque GameCube pad. Oh, and bold up the fonts on the buttons. Just by looking at this thing, there's something undeniably cheap about it. Like many of these controllers, it works, but so does filing for bankruptcy, so whatever, different people like different things. Well, what about the Mad Catz arcade stick for the Xbox 360? With all the arcade titles available on the 360, you needed a good arcade stick to play them with. I still need a good arcade stick to play them with. This controller is all show, no go. You look at it and go, wow, this is everything a regular Xbox 360 controller is, but with controllers tailored for arcade games. A joystick with a fire button on top, a spinner for games like Arkanoid, this is gonna end in heartbreak. This is just a regular thumbstick on stilts. It has such a wide range of movement. Most arcade joysticks are locked in a set number of directions. Here you have full 360-degree movement, which let me tell you now, this does not work well for Ms. Pac-Man. The entire controller itself is too tiny, like you want to be able to slam an arcade controller on a coffee table and not have to worry about it moving all over the place. No, this one's too small and light to set down and play with, but it's too big and cumbersome to hold in your hands. This has a lot of the same problems as the Atari 2600 joystick in terms of size. I can't say Mad Catz didn't try with this controller, but they didn't. But want to know who did try with their controller? Nickelodeon. Put SpongeBob in your hands. SpongeBob controllers for the PlayStation 2 and GameCube. I remember advertisements for these, and yep, it is SpongeBob in your hands. It's a good Wednesday night controller. I'm not gonna use it all the time, but one day a week I'm good with. You get a lot of these novelty controllers made by third parties, like a Dallas Cowboys controller, damn it. Now, you can't go talking novelty controllers without bringing up Afterglow. Yeah, I was 16 at some point, this interests me. An Afterglow Wii remote, transparent in all the right ways. Lock some batteries in, sync it up, and that is fairly disappointing. They move some button placements around, like the 1 and 2 buttons are at an angle, that's sort of annoying. Plus and minus are right next to the A button, honestly a pretty okay change, but then the home button was moved all the way to the top and you need a damn toothpick to hit it. Well, why sit here and whine when we can whine with even more style? A rock candy nunchuck, finally a controller that answers my lucid dreams. The nunchuck finally has an ass. It's transparent plastic as well, but because of that we get to see some of the iffy looking wire in here. That doesn't look too good. If this doesn't scream playing Goosebumps Horrorland, I don't know what does. Now, what if you're playing Xbox 360 and your hands start to bleed? Well, damn, you don't want to stop playing to dry the blood off, so introducing Airflow, the controller with a fan. You hit this button and the fan turns on.
Well, that checks out.
This is a very standard wired Xbox 360 controller, but with LEDs and a fan with 2 different speeds. Honestly, it's good at what it does. If you're really hankering for a controller with a fan, you can do a whole lot worse than Airflow. Speaking of good third-party controllers, the Logitech wireless PS2 controller. Oh my god, this thing is really comfortable. Dare I say, more comfortable and sturdier than the official controller. The traditional PlayStation 1, 2, and 3 controllers just aren't really my thing, but this bulks it up a bit and just melts in my hands. Also, I like the blue underneath the analog sticks. Those are fun. Here we have a few controllers for the Nintendo Switch. First up is the 8BitDo SN30 Pro. I've always heard a lot about 8BitDo, damn whatever. They specialize in retro-esque Bluetooth controllers. This one obviously taking heavy inspiration from the SNES. And yeah, it's pretty good at what it sets out to do. I don't see this as a full-on Switch Pro controller replacement, but as a supplemental controller for 2D platformers or retro stuff, then oh yeah, it's good. It also works on PC, Android, and irrelevant, so there are a ton of uses for this thing. But what about a controller made specifically for the Nintendo Switch? Well, just your luck, here's the PowerA wireless controller. Themed after The Legend of Zelda, specifically with some Twilight Princess art. It's okay, I mean, it's perfectly fine. It has motion controls, you also get these buttons on the back you can map any of the other buttons to. However, you don't get HD Rumble or NFC here. For that, you need to chalk up an extra 20 bucks for the official Pro Controller. That's not worth it. The extra money may not be worth what the Pro Controller adds in terms of features, but I will say the extra 20 bucks is worth the more premium feeling of the Pro Controller. This is perfectly fine, it does the job, but at 50 bucks for a third-party controller, I'd just spring for a Pro Controller at that point. Here I have a bunch of PS3 controllers. All right, first up, this is the GameStop branded one. That feels all right. Let me test out the trigger. Oh my God. The Tier 1 wired PS3 controller, pretty much just like an Xbox One controller. The X got rubbed off here. That means somebody must have used this thing. Rock Candy strikes again, this time with this tiny PS3 controller. This feels like something I get out of a capsule machine. Let me rewind a bit to the PS2, the TTX Tech wireless controller. I see they had to make sure the button symbols were different enough to avoid copyright problems with Sony. What are you talking about? That's not a PlayStation X, that's a Norse symbol. It's feeling like one of those B-Bon cool kind of days, you know? Here's the B-Bon cool for the Nintendo Switch. This hurts. Everything just doesn't feel right. These triggers, the sticks, the D-pad. No. Okay, I've never bought into third-party controllers before because you are almost never going to get the same experience or quality than from the first-party offerings. Sure, some stand out, but 90% of the time you're asking for trouble buying these things. Oh wow, a Nyko controller. Might as well be saying, oh wow, I can't just buy a pre-owned first-party controller or save up just a little more for the official one? Sure, some of them have their place in the market, but time and time again I just ask myself, why do most of these exist? And on top of that, Mad Catz pulled a fast one on me. This isn't a life support machine. This was just a bread box! Hey y'all, Scott here. Online personality test. I have no idea who I am.
Just think about how different my life would be if I had this as a kid.
Well, I'm done. I'm not going to game stores anymore. I'm gonna stick to doing what I do best. No manners, no subtlety. Hey y'all, Scott here, and I've just been promoted at my job to the title of stay-at-home son. Suffice to say, I've had a lot of extra time on my hands, and I've been discovering the legends of lost video games. Someone please hire me. Games are a medium in which preservation can be tricky, thus some games can't be played in their original state. These are games that have basically been lost, not games that were canceled, but games that existed and were playable, but are inaccessible nowadays. These are the games that time forgot. NBA Elite 11, a crowning achievement in the canceled but not canceled industry. EA initially developed Elite 11 as a reboot of the NBA Live series. After a lame demo was put out for the game showcasing various problems and glitches, EA realized the product just wasn't up to snuff and thus canceled the release of the game. Or did they? Copies of the game were shipped to retailers, but EA requested them to be sent back. Most obliged, but some copies were sold to consumers. Due to never officially releasing, but technically officially releasing, NBA Elite 11 is incredibly hard to play. If you want to grab the game, well, the demo that initially released was completely ripped from online stores, making this one of the hardest EA Sports games to experience. Thank God you made the cut. Hey, remember Download Play on the Nintendo DS? It was a way for you to temporarily download content from another DS without an internet connection, mainly for things like playing a multiplayer game without your own copy of the game. It's pretty slick. But you could also get exclusive demos by using download play in specific areas like retail stores. However, we have an exclusive game that was only available via DS download play. Visiting the Poke Park, a Pokemon theme park in Japan, you could download an exclusive DS game to your system, Poke Park Asari Takai DS. It's a Pokemon fishing game, that's it. The way DS download play works is that after your system is shut down or after 12 hours, the game is inaccessible, and the fact that this game was only available in a theme park that's totally dead now, Pokemon's triumphant leap into the fishing genre just refuses to be played nowadays. Here's a plethora of games that were delivered via online services in the early 90s, back when the internet was delivered via railroads or whatever. Yes, various game systems in this era kinda sorta supported online, but in different ways compared to how online support is handled nowadays. The Satellaview and Sega Channel were online services for the Super Famicom and Sega Genesis respectively. The Satellaview was more of a satellite broadcast modem offering games to be played at specific times, almost like the games were a radio broadcast you had to tune into. In fact, the way the games were delivered was basically like a radio broadcast. The games offered on the service varied from add-ons to remakes to remixes of previous games to just full-on new games. But this method of games delivery came with a caveat. Most, if not all of these games would not officially be re-released in any physical way, and thus fans had to step up to ensure these games could be played for generations to come by backing up the files online. The only way to get these games legitimately nowadays is to grab a Satellaview with the cartridge and memory pack, hopefully with previously broadcasted game data on it. A good majority of the Satellaview broadcasted games can be played now via emulators, and unofficial reproduction cartridges exist of various games, but many are not in their original state. For example, an expansion to The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past was released entitled Ancient Stone Tablets and featured a narrator speaking to the player alongside orchestrated music being streamed. While Ancient Stone Tablets can be played on an emulator nowadays, it's never been officially re-released by Nintendo, and the narrator and orchestrated music is completely lost. Another one is Kirby's Toy Box, a collection of games broadcasted via this service. They were minigames, basically an expansion of Kirby Superstar. Most of the minigames have been found, backed up, and can be played online right now, except for one. The game entitled Ball Rally is still lost and can't be played unless you just so happen to have a Satellaview with the game on it, which is something that has yet to surface. Just a few years ago, a good chunk of the Kirby's Toy Box games that were believed to be lost did end up surfacing, so don't completely count this one out just yet. But get ready for the most heart-wrenching lost game broadcast of them all. Garfield Caught in the Act's Lost Levels. The Sega Channel for Sega Genesis was kind of Sega's version of the Satellaview, and similar to it, Sega offered some exclusive games on the service like Mega Man: The Wily Wars and Alien Soldier. Garfield Caught in the Act was offered to play, but also saw release as a physical cartridge. However, a handful of levels didn't make the cut in the final release and were finished for the Sega Channel version of the game. Many have nicknamed this as Garfield the Lost Levels, as they are completely lost. However, these levels are available on the Game Gear and PC versions of the game. It's not confirmed, but it's safe to assume that while these versions may be similar, they probably aren't one-to-one the same level designs as the levels on the Sega Channel version, which are gone and will most likely never resurface. No. The dependency many games have on online stores scares the piss out of me. So many games are digital only and can be taken off of the stores at any moment, making it almost impossible to play them. A good amount of the time, these games are taken off for licensing reasons. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World the game is a huge one that was taken off Xbox Live Arcade and the PlayStation Network. Being a retro-style beat-em-up based on the movie based on the graphic novels, this one has gained quite a following, so it's sad to see you can't play it anymore if you want to. Turtles in Time Reshelled was a reimagining of the arcade and SNES classic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4 Turtles in Time, and yikes, I don't think a ton of people dug this one, so who cares that it's gone? The Simpsons arcade game was removed from XBLA and PSN, and that was already a game people were having a hard time getting a hold of to play. It was a bit of a miracle to see the game re-released on these platforms at all, so at least it did happen even though it was short-lived. Nintendo specifically did this with the enhanced re-release of The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords on DSiWare to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Zelda series. It was always positioned as a free limited release, and it's been unavailable for years at this point. One of the most infamous delistings in recent memory, PT, a free playable teaser for the cancelled horror game Silent Hills. After the game's director Hideo Kojima and publisher Konami had a falling out, not only was Silent Hills cancelled, but PT was just absolutely eviscerated off the PlayStation Store. The only way you can play it today is if you still have it downloaded on your PlayStation 4, and even then, if you delete it, you can't even re-download it. Mario Roulette is an incredibly rare and obscure Japanese arcade game released by Konami. It's basically what it sounds like, a Mario Roulette featuring similar graphics to those found in the bonus stages from Super Mario World, but the only way you can play it today is if you find one. And spoilers, Jesus Christ, that's never going to happen. This is such an obscure rare release that not only is it nearly impossible to find, but even more difficult to back up online because, you know, it's never happened. The online multiplayer component of many games have been shut down. Looking at the games using the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection on the Wii and DS, multiplayer's donezo on a lot of those titles, but massive multiplayer online games are completely toast. When those things are shut down, it's completely game over. Many games are kept alive via fan servers, but more times than not, MMOs that die forever. It isn't always apparent just how fragile media can be. The Film Foundation estimated that over 90% of films before 1929 have been lost forever, which is way past unfortunate. That's history right there that never got justifiably preserved. Of course, with film, books, music, and the sort, these forms of media can be displayed and preserved in a multitude of ways now. Video games are a different story. Games are dependent on the hardware in which they were designed for. Movies, music, and books don't have that problem. They're all generally in formats that can be displayed on any computer, or any DVD or CD, or just pieces of paper. Games are trickier. The fact that they're designed for specific hardware in mind makes it more difficult to preserve. Many point to emulation, which of course emulates a specific video game console on different hardware, and yes, that's an excellent way to preserve games, especially and in my opinion, preferably when it's officially endorsed by the companies who originally made the game. Recent releases like the Mega Man Legacy collections are emulations of some classics, which many purists may scoff at, but in my opinion, if they play and look as they should, I commend re-releases like this, as it ensures that these games are readily available to play and won't be lost to history. But of course, not everything can be preserved, and we just have to live with that. I would love to get my hands on a lot of these games someday, but I'm not giving my hopes up. Honestly, the fact that some of these games are lost to history makes them more interesting in some cases, and potentially gives them more notoriety than if they were readily available. But it still would be nice to have hard copies of all these games. Of course, when talking about games that are lost and can't be played anymore, everybody has to mention Club Penguin, an online game where you just bro out with other people all displayed as penguins. You see, I never played Club Penguin. I was always more of a Nicktropolis guy, which suffered the same fate. Well, with these online chat room kids games gone forever, I guess I'm gonna have to relive what it's like to be a kid in one of these things by just going to a chat room and posing as a 12-year-old. Gotta ask this person how old they are these days first off, and with the age-old age question being thrown out there, I think I'm gonna leave it at young. 18? Get out of here. Think young, go younger. Don't worry guys, we're in an online chat room. These people are wholesome with a capital H. Scratch that.
For the love of God, I was supposed to get robbed tomorrow! Damn it!
Well, my evening opened up. What am I gonna do now? I can't go, hey all, Scott here. I don't own Lasagna World Tour. False alarm. I lost everything. Well, except what the robber decided to leave. I wonder why. This is too convenient. You know what I really need to do is buy a $500 console alongside a $2,000 TV set, buy a $60 controller to play this free game for $60. Oh, brilliant!
Error. Take it, you son of a bitch.
I'm not one to make bad decisions, I'm one to buy a 9th Wii U. So the idea of a person paying full price for a game you can get for $1 or free, I don't even think God planned that one out. Listen, gaming is bigger than it's ever been before, and I think a key part of that massive growth is mobile gaming. Playing games on your smartphone. It counts. I mean, based on how much playtime occurs, I think my mom is a bigger gamer than I am based on Scrabble alone, yet I'm the loser. I feel like core home console gaming and mobile gaming, however, are a bit too different. There's different design philosophies at play, and mobile games are all created to be played via just a touchscreen. So while I appreciate that mobile gaming has broadened the video game landscape and do enjoy a few smartphone titles here and there, I think home consoles and mobile work best when separated. trailblazer. Every so often, game companies figure that because mobile games do so well, that must mean they should only make mobile games from there on out, or incorporate elements of them into their console games, or say AAA gaming is dying. All because Grandpa bought the Bird app for $1. Oh my god, the console game industry keeps flip-flopping between accepting what it is and trying to embrace mobile. And don't get me wrong, sometimes it works out, but most of the time it's like, hey, we're gonna put this game on mobile just because mobile is huge, even though it would do 10 times better on console because that's where the target demographic is. I'm not mad about it, I'm just really angry. But what about the inverse of that? What about taking a popular mobile game and putting it on a console? Whoever thought of that should get a Nobel Prize. In hell. Listen, I have a soft spot in my heart for, I don't know what else to call it, the golden age of mobile games. That period of time when the iPhone first opened its app store, come on, everybody remembers those commercials saying how there's an app for everything. When you get an Apple device with the app store available on it, man, I'd just scroll through that thing for hours, finding all kinds of fun free apps, or I'd scrounge up enough money to spend $1 on one. Oh, the quality was horrendous for many of these apps, but it was a fun era. There was this feeling that smartphone apps could do anything. I downloaded apps that said they were universal TV remotes without any knowledge on how they'd work. They never did. Then there were the one-time gimmick apps like, ooh, a lighter. Nowadays, apps all kind of feel the same, and games are mostly free, which is cool, but they're all littered with ads. You can't do anything without a 30-second unskippable commercial blocking your way. And many of the most popular games, they all blend in. Back in 2009 or so, the most popular iPhone games were more unique. They were experiences designed specifically for the phone, and I feel like that contributed heavily to their popularity. Angry Birds was the biggest phenomenon, though it was never a favorite of mine. It was fun, addictive, and worked perfectly with a touchscreen-only device. Stretch a bird, political violence. The game originally cost 99 cents on the iPhone, $1.99 on the iPad, and there were a few releases in the series. You had the original vanilla Angry Birds Seasons, which gave you constant updates and new levels based on holidays and the time of year, and Angry Birds Rio. You know, they made a movie based on this game. I never considered this to be a trilogy, more so just variations of the original Angry Birds, but it doesn't matter because Activision did. Angry Birds Trilogy. For only $40, you can waste 37. Yeah, physical releases of the first 3 games for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and Nintendo 3DS. Strangely, Wii U, and PlayStation Vita versions came a year later, considering these were platforms that honestly worked better for Angry Birds with touchscreens and pointer controls. The main selling point of Angry Birds Trilogy is to play it on a TV. Was it worth it? No. Don't get me wrong, I see value in playing this game on the TV. You know, pass the controller around, try to beat each other's high scores, but it's just so clunky here. What used to be a game with the simplest control method imaginable now uses literally every face button on the controller. That is impressive. I'd say the Wii and Wii U versions make the most sense. This release is nice as it does preserve 3 of the biggest mobile games ever, some of which have been delisted and discontinued from the app stores. Yeah, I'll give this release that. It keeps the Angry Birds Rio dream alive. But no matter what, I can't look past the fact that while this is a collection of games, it's a collection of games that retail for $3 total, $6 max buying the iPad versions. In fact, Trilogy was missing some levels from the original game. Some exclusive bonus levels are included, but does that really matter with Angry Birds? It's not like these levels are vastly different enough to make you think, wow, new level designs? You don't really care about the design itself. The fun of new levels in Angry Birds is the idea you have a new box to check off. Ooh, a new stage to beat and get 3 stars in? The bonus stages in Angry Birds Trilogy. It's a fine release. I mean, the Angry Birds series are solid games. It would have been cool to get games made specifically for consoles rather than just the mobile games all over again, and the initial price point of $40, no matter who you were, was hard to swallow. So Activision listened, and they knew a trilogy of games wasn't enough for that price point. They charged more for one. Angry Birds Star Wars for $50, released 1 year later for pretty much every console at the time. I feel like they wanted to push to be there for the PS4 and Xbox One's launch, and they knew they could go consumers into buying into it. But the birds will be pissed. The fact they pretty much sold a single $1 mobile game for $50 when at the very least they could have included Angry Birds Star Wars 2 in the package, considering that came out a few months prior to this console release. I'll throw Angry Birds Space in there. It's pretty dumb. Like, who the hell would buy this? Ignore that question, but disregarding all of that, Angry Birds Star Wars does offer family fun for less than most AAA games. Multiplayer is now included, which adds so much value to the game, even though it's literally just passing the controller to the other player for their turn, which you never needed a multiplayer mode to do that before, but it's a fantastic addition to a solid game. That's how some reviews of this read, and I don't get it. To be fair, I think most saw this as ridiculous, and if it actually sold well, I think we would have seen far more physical Angry Birds releases by now. They were always banking on these games luring in parents that know nothing but their kid likes Angry Birds and maybe their kid's name, all without realizing you'd spend $90 on both releases when these would all cost you $4 on the App Store. But then again, it's good to know these games will forever be preserved via these physical methods.
I'm sleeping well tonight!
Alright, enough about the pissy chicken saga. Let's talk about the best mobile game. Cut the Rope hit the scene around the same time as Angry Birds, and I always preferred it. A very simple yet engaging puzzle game. Nab all 3 collectible stars by cutting the ropes, holding the candy to get it to the monster Om Nom's mouth. You know, a bunch of 9-year-olds see this game and go, oh, my childhood! But no, guys, let's give Cut the Rope more credit. I mean, I think this is so much better than Angry Birds. It's so smartly designed, and unlike that game, I remember so many of these levels. The gimmicks they employ, the sound effects, music, the visuals, and animation are phenomenal for a mobile game released in 2010. Hell, even in general, they're fantastic. And the fact this game could not work as well without a touchscreen, it just makes this one of my top mobile games of all time. If this was never a mobile game, it was just a DS game published by Nintendo, you would all eat it up. Every one of ya. But you know the old saying, if it's good, make it bad. Cut the Rope launched on the Nintendo DSi Shop channel in September of 2011. I should know, I bought it back then. I think you could all tell. I don't know, I knew I liked Cut the Rope on my iPod Touch and I wanted it on my DSi at the time, or Nintendo 3DS to be more exact. It is a pixelated, choppy as hell, dumbed down version of Cut the Rope. But it still Cut the Rope. They translated it over to the DS as well as they could, honestly. Going for the horizontal book style, it works well enough, albeit there's no reason to play this if you already had an iPhone or iPod Touch at the time. I think one of the reasons I picked this up was due to the lack of software on 3DS at the time, so I went, yeah, sure, this'll aid in my buyer's remorse. But of course, I could tell this was a heavily watered down port. I kinda wondered, why didn't they just make Cut the Rope for the 3DS entirely? Well, it's my lucky day 8 years ago. In 2013, we got Cut the Rope Triple Treat, a physical 3DS game. I thought this was an entirely new Cut the Rope game made specifically for the 3DS. Triple Treat is like Angry Birds Trilogy, 3 Cut the Rope mobile games converted to a video game system, in this case, the 3DS. The back screenshots have these 3D models of Om Nom, and I thought like, okay, that must be a new bonus side game or something. Each game is played on the bottom touchscreen, with the top being a completely superfluous 3D model of Om Nom. When it gets the candy on the bottom screen, it gets it on the top, so it's sort of like the top screen is an extreme close-up, though it's delayed enough to not make for a cool effect. This isn't a bad game by a long shot. It runs much better than the DSi version, plus you get 2 other games, a collection of promotional animations, leaderboards. I really do think Cut the Rope is a good puzzle game, but playing on the 3DS doesn't benefit the experience at all. If anything, it's worse due to the lesser touchscreen. For $30 at launch, again, it's a bit much. It's not like you wouldn't get $30 of use out of this thing. I mean, the back of the box boasts over 50 hours of gameplay. Yeah, I got 4 years out of my $10 box cutter. Does that make it worth $900? Sticking to the 3DS, let's try out Doodle Jump Adventures, also released in 2013 alongside a DS version, Doodle Jump Journey plus Doodle Jump for Connect for Xbox 360. Jesus, that was a big year for this stuff. Did everybody collectively go, let's make worse versions of our mobile games and charge 30 times more? Minds think alike. Doodle Jump is an endurance test. Tilt your device and see how high you can go. There's not much to it. This is one of those games you see all these adaptations and merch of because companies see it as a big phenomenon, when I think it did well because it was a simple game on the App Store during a time when people would download damn near anything if it was free. So of course it got a 3DS game and a Hot Topic t-shirt. Yeah, it's Doodle Jump, now taking place across 2 screens, which honest to God is kind of disorienting. Adventures refers to the campaign, which are literally just Doodle Jump stages with definitive ends, and that's it. Move on to the next one, basically the same thing. Is Doodle Jump Adventures worth it?
Let's go! Are you ready?
It's not hard to be smarter than myth.
Excuse me?
Let's be fair though, sometimes the transition to consoles can go quite smoothly. Here we have Fruit Ninja Connect. Oh, he's not a ninja, he's a fruit ninja.
Oh, badass.
This is one of the best conversion ideas. Fruit Ninja was all about swiping combos of fruit while avoiding missing any and bombs, but Connect for Xbox 360 gives you the exact game, but you use your body now, karate chopping the fruit away. It's honestly one of the best uses for Connect, and is truly distinctive enough from the mobile release to be completely warranted here. Fruit Ninja for PlayStation Vita is literally the exact same thing as the iPhone release at the time, so bravo, it was a flawless conversion. But why do this in the first place? Oh. So, it's the exact same game, downloadable only, no new control options, featured anything, for $8. At least with Angry Birds Trilogy and Star Wars, you had the excuse of them being on home consoles for the first time. Wait, actually Angry Birds was made available on the PS3 and PSP stores separately as early as 2011. Almost seems like there was a push by Sony to have some popular mobile games on the PS3 because around this time, Jetpack Joyride hit the system. While overpriced and offering nothing new, these versions I think feel pretty genuine as downloadable games from this era. The same goes for Flight Control, which released on DSiWare, WiiWare, and PlayStation 3, only in Europe and Japan for some reason. No market for it in the US. In Europe, they won't shut up about it. Games like Pac-Man 256 released on PS4 and Xbox One after the mobile version without any microtransactions or advertisements, with controller support for just one low price, which this game works great in both contexts. As a quick pick up and play mobile game and as a fun content complete downloadable console release. It proves there's genuinely really quality stuff on mobile, stuff that can work just as great on consoles as well. Gameloft is the leading supplier of mobile games. They've always been that, just a B-grade Ubisoft clone who pumps out unoriginal, uninspired mobile ripoffs of more popular console games. Their games aren't horrible or anything, but they're just nothing sacks of not. And their premier series has always been Asphalt, basically your mobile phone alternative to Need for Speed. This is a long-running series, but who gives a The original Asphalt, Urban GT, and Urban GT2 released on Nintendo DS actually before cell phones, so starting with Asphalt 3, it became a completely mobile-focused series. The games like Asphalt 4 hit the Nintendo DSi shop, and Asphalt 6 the Nintendo 3DS as a launch title. Asphalt 3D. This was one of the first 3DS games I bought, mainly because it was the only game I could afford after already picking up Pilotwings Resort. After reading Oedipus Rex, I said I too should have a tragic ending. I remember not having any opinions on this game, and frankly, that's how I feel about this entire series. It's such a soulless car game. There's nothing unique about it. It gets the job done. Like if you have a pheromone release when you see a car move, sure. But Ridge Racer 3D launched right alongside the 3DS too, so it's like, why not go for that one? I'll tell you why, because Asphalt is always cheap or free. That's how they get you. Asphalt 9 was a mobile game converted to the Nintendo Switch, and it's more of the same, but this time it's free to play. Again, it's playable, it works, it does the job, but there's something about these games that always makes me feel like I'm wasting my time playing them. And I just beat Ride to Hell Retribution. Now why does Gameloft bring these games to consoles? Well, it's usually if they think they can fill a certain void. Case in point, Modern Combat Blackout on Nintendo Switch. This series is to Call of Duty what Asphalt is to Need for Speed. Who the hell likes this series? Put your damn hands down! If you want a Call of Duty-like experience on your smartphone, here you go! Call of Duty! Even the title is just a ripoff of Modern Warfare, and again, the games, they're fine, but they review surprisingly well, and I think that is entirely due to the fact that they're good for mobile games. But then when they brought it to Nintendo Switch, the cracks start to show with games like this in Asphalt when you put them on an actual console, and the only reason they put Modern Combat on the Nintendo Switch was due to the lack of Call of Duty. There was no legitimate game from the series on the platform at the time, and people wanted a first-person shooter experience like that to play. GameLoft saw the opportunity and quickly put a mobile game from 2014 on the system for $20. Take notes, Sophocles. It's not great, in fact, it feels pretty pathetic. I wish they'd put more effort into redesigning the menus of these mobile games when converting them to console. It's just so painfully obvious when something was designed for a touchscreen. And even the controls, while functional, I feel like they were designed to mimic regular FPS controls, but compensating for the clunkiness of the touchscreen, but then letting you use a controller for it. It's so hard to explain, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, many developers just port over mobile games to the Nintendo Switch, and it's always this really underwhelming feeling when it happens. The system was marketed as a home console, and I'll always see it as that. But when a great handful of games are just mobile ports, there's nothing special feeling about that. Being able to play a mobile game on Switch gives me no joy. There's no feeling of, look at what I'm doing, ma. To which he says, Scott, I don't care you're playing Shinsekai Into the Depths on Switch that's been on iPhone for a year. Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition was a mobile conversion of Final Fantasy 15, and instead of the actual Final Fantasy 15 on Nintendo Switch, we got this version, and I'm sad. There's nothing special about any of this, especially if these versions are replacing getting the traditional edition of the game. Then it's more of a slap in the face compared to not getting any version at all. And then the Pokemon spin-offs. There's a ton that release simultaneously on mobile and Switch, and they either feel out of place on mobile or out of place on Switch. And now, to be fair, they normally launch on Switch first, but you can't fool me. Games like Pokemon Quest and Pokemon Cafe Mix were designed for mobile first. Just look at them. It's unfortunate because we used to get so many Pokemon spin-offs of all kinds for the Game Boy Advance, DS, Nintendo 64, GameCube, Wii, and now, while we still get some big boy spin-offs, a lot of Pokemon spin-offs are relegated to being free-to-play mobile games that get a half-ass Switch version to throw us a bone. But in reality, I think this just opens these games up to more criticism. Again, look at the differences between the review scores of Modern Combat on mobile and Modern Combat on Switch. You become a lot more critical when you play a mobile game on a console like this. But that's just a testament to how big mobile has become. It's impossible to ignore, and a franchise like Pokemon makes perfect sense for the platform. Mobile franchises have become so big that we end up getting things like Puzzle & Dragons Super Mario Bros. Edition. Yeah, a mobile game turned 3DS game with an official Nintendo license on it all. I have no idea if I like how this game looks or not. Well, something like this is far more understandable becoming a retail game, especially considering it was made from the ground up for the console. Like VR spin-offs or stuff like the Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare series. Plants vs. Zombies wasn't a mobile game first, but it hit the platform way before consoles, and Plants vs. Zombies 2 is only a mobile game. I'll count it. To be honest, most versions of this game work fairly well. The touchscreen of the Nintendo DS, the version for Xbox 360 was very fine-tuned. It feels great here, but the third-person shooter spin-off, well, that does make a bit more sense for the system. But hey, what if mobile games had their own dedicated system? No. Nuh-uh. Christ, yes. Take me back to 2013, when every company was making micro consoles literally only capable of streaming Netflix, and even then some of them couldn't do that. These $100 systems were based on mobile operating systems, so they'd have some mobile games retooled to work on a TV, and in their marketing, they basically said, who needs a PS4 when you can play Crossy Road on this $99 back scratcher?
Again, it can't even do that.
Here's the thing, I think many companies don't understand what makes mobile games successful and just think, oh, that means everybody loves this, put it everywhere. Listen man, I play Flappy Dunk on my iPhone all the time, but it's more of a nervous tick than a, oh, I love this game. I just want something to do with my fingers, stimulate my eyes for a brief moment. Does that mean I'm a big fan? No, it just means I have more to work on mentally than I thought. When Flappy Bird was the biggest sensation for no other reason than it was a bitch hard, and all the high school students and coworkers were saying, hey, I got 4 points in Flappy Bird. No, I got 10. The developer removed it from the App Store afterwards, and when Amazon got the exclusive sequel, Flappy Bird's Family, for the Amazon Fire TV, who really gave a Mobile games are so much less engrossing than normal console releases. I play mobile games very infrequently, but when I do, I'm not super into them. I know they're just for quick distractions, even if they're legitimately well-designed experiences. So banking on popular mobile games to sell well in any context doesn't really work. Just because these games did well on mobile, it doesn't mean they'll elicit the same reactions on consoles. But that also holds true for console games making the jump to mobile as well. So how about if they jump back? Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. All the PlayStation 2 Grand Theft Autos were remade for mobile devices. Let me tell you, I bought Grand Theft Auto 3 immediately when that released on iPhone in 2011. I mean, that was a dream come true to be able to play a PlayStation 2 game on the go. And it 100% was that, but it just didn't feel right played on a touchscreen. Like an idiot, I proceeded to buy every Grand Theft Auto that released on mobile afterwards and always had the same reaction. But San Andreas has always been my favorite of the series, and shortly after the mobile release, a new version for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 launched, which was the mobile version. What the hell was this? I guess they wanted to do a remaster of San Andreas and just figured the mobile version was good enough, but like I said, when you do a mobile to console conversion, at least change the menus. It's so obvious when menus were designed for mobile. This just doesn't feel right. You converted a game that used the controller to work with the touchscreen, but then converted that version back to work with just the controller. I don't know why, it just feels weird. And on top of that, it's just not a good version. There's so many bugs and glitches, and the game crashes constantly. It just doesn't work well. I have no idea why they even made this. It came out after the Xbox One and PS4 for the PS3 and Xbox 360. They only remastered San Andreas and not the other games from that generation, which also got mobile ports, so this gets the same reaction nearly all these other games got from me. Why the Most mobile to console conversions inherently feel lazy, and that's just the stigma with most mobile releases. They're always seen as lesser than console ones, and sometimes they are, but sometimes they aren't. And hey, what else was I gonna do at the apartment today? Take a bath? The rumors are true. I was robbed, but if today taught me anything, it's that no matter how bad your day gets, you're doing better than the guy that bought this. Hail Scott here. I am not doing well. It's been a week since Daylight Savings Day. Worst holiday. I've changed my clocks. I'm still not used to it. I hate change. I've had the same feet for years, thank you. I don't want to change, and I'm gonna stick to doing what I do best. Playing games that released in 2018 on the PS3. The next generation of gaming is upon us. It's time to upgrade. No! No! Yeah, upgrading can be scary. I just consider myself a big fetus with hair. See, some people are perfectly content with what they already have. They don't need to constantly buy new toys to feel excitement. They can just keep playing with their mud and grass while I buy my 4th new iPhone this month. They may be fiscally responsible, but who's having the real fun here? But when a new video game console launches, there's always those few games that make anybody go, I want it. I want the brand new console with the new controller in this game and a compliment. maybe not the compliment. Buying new game consoles the second they come out is always expensive. You don't really get the early adopter discount most of the time. You pay more to experience something first, but we live in an age where the second after a fancy new product is released, it's immediately outdated. If you wait around for it to get cheaper, the next new thing will come out to replace it. Then you'll wait for that to get cheaper and it happens all over again. We're in an endless loop of spending too much money. So yeah, I don't care about that fancy new console. I'll stick to my old one. It doesn't matter anyways because all those new games coming out, yeah, they may be releasing for the new generation, but they're also releasing on the last one. Poverty wins again. These are cross-generation games that release not only for the current generation consoles, but the last generation consoles as well. Xbox One games also releasing on Xbox 360, PlayStation 4 games also releasing on PlayStation 3. And 2. But see, these downgraded versions can either be undeniably impressive or flat out terrifying. Sometimes they take a lot away from the big boy current gen versions since they have to create those games with the previous generation in mind. They can't go hog wild with the PS4 game because, remember, they're making a PS3 game too. Though sometimes the last gen version is made first and then a current gen version is created based off of that build. I think this is the most resourceful way to go about it. But of course, most of the time they just take the current generation version and cheese grate the out of it to fit on older consoles. Come on, video game industry, listen to me, white kid chair sits. So what defines a cross-generation game? Well, to me, I'm considering to be games that release on 2 or more generations of game consoles around the same time. It could be on the same day or within the first few months. This has been a standard for a while now. Back in the NES days, some games released between that and the SNES and Sega Genesis. But the NES version of a game was almost always completely different from the SNES version. Spot the difference. However, Nintendo themselves did a few cross-gen games, releasing on both systems. All puzzle games. Tetris 2, Yoshi's Cookie, Wario's Woods, these made their way to multiple consoles because NES users were worried they would have to buy a Super Nintendo just for Wario's Woods. Puzzle games aren't too graphically intensive and pretty simple overall, so putting them on the NES just made sense. Might as well support the system a couple seconds longer. It was usually the simplest games that made their way over to past consoles back then, like Frogger. The PS1 game came out, and right alongside it were versions for the Genesis and SNES. These were 100% not the same games. But see, the cross-generation games I like are the ones where the platform list is a nutritional facts label. It just keeps going and I just accept it. Games that appear on this many platforms are usually of the licensed kid game variety. One of the most notorious examples, Donald Duck Goin' Quackers. God, 8 platforms. Now, to be fair, some versions came out 2 years after the others, and 2 of these are handheld variants for the Game Boy Color and Game Boy Advance. But just the fact this game swaps spit with nearly every console from one generation, and then the next one as well, is just straight up impressive. This has always been my standard. Normally for the first few years of a console, some games will come out for the previous generation as well, that's to be expected, but when the shift from the 6th generation to the 7th generation was happening, the game companies didn't know when to pump the brakes. The Rat-Tat-Tooie video game. 11 different versions. Thank God, 2 people were scared they couldn't play. Licensed kids games in the mid to late 2000s were on as many platforms as it could possibly be on, and that's something we just don't see nearly as much nowadays. It's probably because back then the PlayStation 2 was still going strong. It was the most popular console of all time, and with the Nintendo Wii releasing to enormous success and having a similar power level, it just made sense to still produce versions of Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 games for this lower level of hardware. And at that point, you might as well puke out something for the GameCube. So many game consoles were a thing at the time, and nearly all of them had good reasons for developers to want to release on them. The Xbox 360, the most popular HD system at the time. The PlayStation 3, not as popular and harder to develop for, but there was still an install base, and it had comparable specs to the 360, so might as well put your game out on that. The Wii, now far less powerful than the 360 and PS3, but it had the biggest install base out of all of them. The PS2 was still selling and still had active users, and could run games made for the Wii pretty well, but why not make a last-gen version of the title? There's still an active audience for that. And hey, the PlayStation Portable is sort of a portable PlayStation 2. It shouldn't be too hard to squirt that version on there. And at that point, I mean, might as well do a GameCube and Xbox version. A lot of users on these older consoles were kids. They can't immediately upgrade to the new systems whenever they want, so if you're making a kids game, making versions for these consoles, it just made sense. PC and Mac versions too, why not? Oh, and Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS games. They'll be completely different, but it makes the list funnier. It's all about making your game as accessible as possible. No matter what console somebody has, they should have the audacity to play your game. And one of the oddest examples of this initiative were the Burger King games on Xbox and Xbox 360. There was a promotion for a while where you could get these exclusive games at Burger King. They play on both Xbox and Xbox 360. You'd think that means, oh, these were just made for the original Xbox, and then the Xbox 360 could play the original Xbox games. The 360 can in fact play a good chunk of original Xbox games. No, there is a separate original Xbox version of these games and an Xbox 360 version on the same disc. It changes based on what you use it on, just like Bengay. Cross-generation games were just different back then. There were so many different active consoles running all at the same time that it just made sense to put cars on everything. Except the PS3. The PS3 owners, just admit it, you f***ed up, but there was a game that changed cross-generation games forever. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, released as a launch title for the Wii and 1 month later on the GameCube. See, Twilight Princess was initially revealed as just a GameCube game, but as time went on, its completion date lined up perfectly with the launch of Nintendo's next home console. Uh-oh! So why not prioritize a version for that console and have this big sweaty launch title alongside it? It was the same game across both consoles. I mean, the Wii was pretty much a GameCube on Adderall. It was more powerful, but is a rock really better than a big stone? Twilight Princess on Wii is in widescreen, which is nice, though so much of the screen real estate is blocked by a giant Wii Remote diagram, so it's sort of a half upgrade. You have forced motion controls in this version. Of course, it was the Wii and a launch title at that. They wanted to show off how the Wii Remote could be a sword. They could have let you plug in a GameCube controller to control it just like the GameCube version, but of course, they wanted Wii users to be Wii users. Now, you'd think with the GameCube and Wii being so similar power-wise that these would be pretty identical versions outside of controls and the aspect ratio. Well, consider that most of the population is right-handed. Link has prominently been left-handed in Zelda games up to this point. Swinging the Wii Remote with your right hand when Link attacks with his left would feel funny. So they decided to make Link right-handed in the Wii version. That was obviously done by just changing Link's model, right? Ah. It says no. The Wii version of Twilight Princess is mirrored. The entire game is flipped compared to the GameCube version. I mean, when the Wii version of this game was announced, did anybody say, yeah, I hope it's flipped? In all honesty, it's kind of cool they did that. It gives each version distinction while not necessarily taking away from either one. Cross-gen releases were always frequent, but Twilight Princess was one of the first big AAA titles to do so. A game you'd legitimately buy a new console for, releasing on an old one around the same time. This became a huge trend starting with the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. So many games released on those consoles in addition to the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. The difference was, there was quite a big leap in terms of power. Can PS4 games run on the PS3? Sure. Destiny, Far Cry 4, Dragon Age Inquisition, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, Assassin's Creed 4, Thief, Call of Duty Ghosts, Metal Gear Solid 5, Ground Zero, Battlefield 4, Need for Speed Rivals, Murdered Soul Suspect, Alien Isolation, Evil Within, Dragon Ball Xenoverse, Resident Evil Revelations 2, Battlefield Hardline, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, all released on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. To be honest, many of these games worked on these platforms. Here I have Wolfenstein: The New Order for Xbox 360, coming on a whopping 4 discs. One of them we pop in just to install the game onto the hard drive. That's how you can tell if the game really wasn't made for the 360, when you have to install it. This is normal, this is normal, this is normal. Playing the game, I mean, it works, everything's all here, though when it switches from the super high quality cutscenes to the actual gameplay, it's so much more noticeable than on PS4. It doesn't look too bad, but it obviously doesn't look the greatest either. But if you only had an Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3 and wanted to play this game, it's not a bad option. I did get stuck on nothing here though, and then my bullets were suspended in the air. I could shoot them though, so false alarm. Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain was such an odd game to be cross-gen. It released in late 2015, and being such a huge graphical showcase, you'd think they'd want to keep it on PS4 and Xbox One, but nope, 360 and PS3 versions with a mandatory install, thank you very much. Jesus, you can tell this was not made for these consoles. Just how pixelated everything can be. It still looks alright. So you can tell this game is not the most comfortable in this environment. And there's Watch Dogs. Oh, Watch Dogs. A game initially revealed as the showcase title for the next generation. A game that couldn't be done on the current platforms. An experience you'd have to buy a PlayStation 4 or Xbox One for. But it also runs on soap. 2 discs and 1 installation later, bam, it's Watch Dogs as God intended. Mediocre.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody watching at home from around the world.
Yes, I'm here in Cologne for the finals of Intel Extreme.
Hello and welcome to another episode of G-Force Crash Course.
He's the first cleanly has. Nexus is next. G2, they can't let it slip. Oh no, they're letting it slip. Okay, Hunter and Nico will collect.
Most of these 360 versions run fine enough. I mean, they're not as good as the next-gen alternatives, but if you really wanted to play these games and this was your only option, definitely serviceable. It's just odd seeing some games go the cross-gen route, like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5. Could a game like this run on the 360? Oh, no problem. Look at these clouds. Titanfall was a game that actually got people interested in the Xbox One initially. And it also came to Xbox 360 a month later. Well, that deflates a lot of excitement. Even when the game is coming to Xbox One, just knowing a 360 version existed, well, nice for 360 users, it kind of made you think, like, is this game gonna be a compromised experience on Xbox One because they had to consider the fact it was coming to 360 as well? The crew came to PS4, Xbox One, and Xbox 360. Not the PS3, I just thought that was kind of funny. Call of Duty Black Ops 3 made its way to the last generation consoles. Multiplayer only. These things are a stand-up routine. Laugh. Persona 5 released on the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4 in 2017, which is insane. I mean, many times games release on older platforms like that due to kept promises. This was an era of long development and crowdfunding, so when game projects were proposed and took years to actually come out, and a 360 version was promised when the 360 was actually alive, so developers promised a 360 version of Mighty Number 9, you bet your ass they kept that promise. They made Mighty Number 9. Though as time went on, many games that were planned to appear on previous generations just end up not working out. Either they figured the amount of effort it would take to port their game over wouldn't be worth it based on the current install bases, the game was just too intense to run well, or they just didn't feel like it anymore. Mortal Kombat X, Mad Max, Dying Light, Shantae, Half Genie Hero, last gen versions were planned but ended up being cancelled. But Little Big Planet 3 released on PS3. Why? It's not like Sony was doing a ton of PS3 games releasing right alongside PS4 versions. Like, there were so many PS3 games released the year of the PS4. They could have put Gran Turismo 6 on the PS4, Ratchet & Clank Into the Nexus, Puppeteer, Sly Thieves in Time, God of War Ascension. No! Little Big Planet 3! That's the only one that needs to be on both. Hey, they did us a favor. The PS3 wouldn't be the PS3 without Little Big Planet 3 in 2014. So these are all sort of neat. They exist. It's kind of fun. They all run and look worse than their next-gen counterparts. No way. But it's sort of cool to see these games I know of as PS4 titles running on hardware released in 2005. But sometimes, developers go a different route and decide to make exclusive versions of games to run on old systems. I believe this is referred to as stupid. These are sort of cross-gen. I mean, they are and they aren't. Exclusive versions of games for the previous generation. Interesting tactic. And I think Ubisoft takes the cake here for most effort put into a dog idea. It's 2014 and Assassin's Creed Unity is releasing for PS4, Xbox One, and PC, and PS4, Xbox One, and PC only. I gotta say, I'm pretty surprised Ubisoft was that quick to make Assassin's Creed a current-gen only game. The last entry, Black Flag, was on everything because it was a launch title for the new consoles, and the next year, bam! Only for the new consoles. But that was because they created an exclusive Assassin's Creed game for the previous gen, Assassin's Creed Rogue, released on the same day as Unity. These are two separate games you need two separate generations of hardware to experience. They did this as an experiment. It was hard for publishers to give up support on this generation because it lasted a lifetime and these systems had huge install bases. They were worried that loads of players were still on 360 and PS3 and would either miss out on the latest Assassin's Creed or wouldn't buy a watered down port. How about an exclusive one just for them? See if there's a reason to keep keep both of these platforms around? I don't know. This was well into the Assassin's Creed fatigue. People were already getting tired of a new game every year, so what does Ubisoft do? Release 2 Assassin's Creeds on the same day. God, I'm so sick of peanut butter. I wish I had 2 jars instead of 1. I just view this as a waste of development. The team that made this could have made anything but Assassin's Creed for either current or previous gen systems, but no. They had to make another game and a series milked dry on consoles nobody cared about anymore. A similar situation happened with Call of Duty when World at War released for Xbox 360, PS3, and Wii. A separate version released on the PlayStation 2, World at War Final Fronts. A completely separate game. I still don't understand the point of this. Obviously, World at War would have worked on the PS2. It worked on the Wii, so what was the big deal? This was probably them testing the waters, just like with Assassin's Creed Rogue, see if the PS2 audience still cared about new exclusive games in 2008. Sonic Unleashed on the Wii and PS2 released alongside the 360 and PS3 versions. They are completely different games. They follow roughly the same plot and structure, but the levels are all different, so it's like, is this a cross-gen game or just straight up different entities? Sonic the Hedgehog released on the Sega Master System and Sega Genesis. What is this? Again, 2 completely different games. Is this cross-gen? One of my favorite weird examples is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Much like the mainline Pokemon games, the first game was released as 2 separate versions, Blue Rescue Team and Red Rescue Team. Both on different consoles on the same day. Blue was on the Nintendo DS, Red was on the Game Boy Advance. How many people went, I can and I can also with that? I think that's confusing if anything. Cross-gen games became more and more common as the years went on. They were mostly reserved for the kids' games, but lately, look at this. So many games releasing on the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, Xbox One, and the 4th generation of Xbox consoles. It's becoming commonplace for big AAA games to release across generations like this. One of the greatest games of the generation is debatable whether it's a part of this generation or not, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. This was almost an exact repeat of the Twilight Princess situation. The game was announced for Wii U, got delayed so many times, its completion date lined up with the Nintendo Switch's release. Oh god, they didn't mean to! It made for one hell of a launch title and swan song for the Wii U. I mean, the reason for this game being cross-gen wasn't necessarily to give it the biggest install base possible, rather, it was out of obligation. They announced they were working on Zelda for Wii U all the way back in 2013. People bought Wii U's just for this game. They had to release it for the system. And it works. There's really not any cool differences between versions like there was with Twilight Princess on the GameCube and Wii. You can play the game directly on the gamepad, though the original plan was to have the map always down there. That would have been a cool feature exclusive to the Wii U version, but that was scrapped. Both releases look nearly identical. From my experience, the Switch version seems to look and run a bit better, but they're pretty much the same. It's probably a lot of shiny new device bias. Of course the Switch version looks better. Don't tell me I wasted $300. Hell, technically, in some ways, the Wii U version actually loads faster. Again, not by much though. But when we hit the home button and then go back to the game, it needs to reload on Wii U. We also have to install a ton of data, so while the Wii U may have been the original platform for the game, it was definitely pretty optimized for the Switch. Yeah, it's a lot of work to put your game on multiple platforms. I should know. I've played Bubble Bobble. I know everything about video games, but that doesn't stop some franchises from going on every platform conceivable. For example, the LEGO games. You can always count on these being something you call an exterminator for. Just Dance. Yep, multiple entries released on the Nintendo Switch, the Wii U, and the Wii all at the same time, in addition to Xbox 360 and PS3 releases. And then Just Dance 2020 released on just the current platforms and the Wii. To be fair, it made sense not to make a Wii U version. I mean, you can play the Wii game through the Wii U. It's not like you'd be missing out that year. And of course, we can't forget, where's the Wii U version? The sports games. FIFA 2005 ended up being released on the PlayStation 1 in 2004. FIFA 19 released for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 in 2018. But this one was the Legacy Edition, which meant EA didn't care, and this is just FIFA 17 or something with an updated player roster. But then FIFA 14 in 2013 released for the PS2. Same Legacy Edition tactic of an older FIFA game re-released, but this game came out for the PS3 and PS4, as well as the PSP and PS Vita. The Wii? Not the Wii U though, this is ridiculous. But look at how many versions existed. That's almost as crazy as... No, this is pretty sane. Sports games have sort of settled down in terms of platform supported. Madden barely goes outside of the PlayStation and Xbox consoles anymore and jumped out of the previous generation decently quickly. Persona 5 came out for the PS3 more recently than Madden did. The Madden of the new generation. Cross-generation games are undoubtedly good for the consumer, not forcing everybody to spend hundreds of dollars on a new system to play a game that can technically work perfectly fine on the console they already have. But I'd be lying if I said their existence didn't make things less exciting when a new generation comes along. Why should I care? I can play this game on a Tree trunk, what's there to be excited about? I think it just goes to show that the games are truly what matters here. You shouldn't buy a new console just because it's the new console. You should buy it because there are meaningful experiences to have on there. If the games on that platform are already available on the platform you already have, you don't need the new console. But Sackboy has a 5 on the box now. I said don't buy the console, you can buy the games. Hey y'all, Scott here. Online personality test. I have no idea who I am.
Just think about how different my life would be if I had this as a kid.
Well, I'm done. I'm not going to game stores anymore. I'm gonna stick to doing what I do best. No manners, no subtlety. Hey y'all, Scott here. I bought new clothes. That's why they always call me New Clothes Scott. I love designs like this so much. I should go as far as possible with that love.
What kind of tattoo you want? Plaid.
Could've just gotten the Xbox controller. It's a brand new day. I wake up and what do? I buy more useless trash. If I run out of money, I'll just sell another kidney. I don't care. Look, I bought another rice cooker for the collection. That's a core problem when it comes to your everyday video game player. We end up buying a lot of stuff we don't really need? I mean, sure, I don't need Rhythm Heaven Fever, damn it, I need two. They're obviously products we all want, but don't really need. However, buying new video games brings us entertaining experiences we wouldn't have had otherwise. But we all have those things we really don't need, but sort of kind of want anyways, and game companies know this. That's why they all say, grab the paint, Scott's a moron. I'm not as ashamed as I wanted to be. These special editions, products that have a special little paint job that makes you squirm at the thought of not owning it. Even if you have the standard edition of a game console already and it works perfectly fine, you even think it already looks nice and sleek and all that, just when a glacier white PlayStation 4 gets announced, yeah, alright, where do I sign? Special edition game systems have somewhat puzzled me because in many cases, these special editions appeal to hardcore fans who already own the console, so to have them buy a completely new one just for a different paint job, it's a lot to go through. Which is why I think special edition controllers are where it's at. The controllers are the kind of things you usually buy multiples of for your system, so hey, why not pick up the special ones? You can never have enough of this. But here's the thing, controllers are absolutely abused. These things are put through so much, and if you play games, you know you're prone to some thumb grease. To buy a controller based on its looks alone, and with it only being available for a limited time, I almost don't want to use it. I know if I do, it's more susceptible to wear and tear, and if it breaks down, I don't want to buy another one. By the time I have to do that, it's going to be 10 times more expensive online. Have you seen the Cheeto market? People pay top dollar for special trash. Imagine how much I have to pay for a new Halo Reach controller. Who chews on thumbsticks? Special edition controllers. They're always a joy to see, plus you can usually warn picking these up because you can never have too many controllers. However, I never want anything to ever happen to these. They're too precious. That's why I don't have anybody over anymore.
Yeah, so I kind of have this weird thing where I have to lick every controller that I see.
Donkey Kong?
Listen, I'll usually buy something like this when it's either A, related to a game I like, or B, the design makes me swoon. I own a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 controller and have no interest in the game. I feel like I'm on a list somewhere. But sometimes special edition controllers are more trouble than they're worth. Again, that's why nobody's invited over here anymore. You have the one guy that notoriously doesn't bathe his fingers go, yeah, I'll take the gold one. Like, what the f? Don't do that to my controller.
But to truly appreciate special edition controllers now, we have to go back to when companies said, do it yourself.
People have been customizing their controllers ever since the dawn of time, and if you want to reach a bit, we could consider decals to be the first instance of the special edition. I think a lot of people have seen these Nintendo Power decals for NES controllers. You'd get them with the magazine and just stick them onto your gamepad. These things have always been a thing, still prevalent nowadays. These are the cheapest possible solution to give your controller some flair. The only one I technically have is the controller skin that came with the Sonic Forces bonus edition. Joking hazard?
Thank God I read that.
But nobody likes talking sticky paper. Everybody wants to talk about controllers that come with paper pre-sticked. Special edition controllers really hit it big during the Nintendo 64 days, and not only were there multiple colors to choose from, but some fancy designs that were definitely harder to come by. Some of these were given away via promotions or sweepstakes or specific catalogs within magazines like the Millennium 2000 controller or the Nintendo Power 100th issue gold one. However, one I own happens to be the Donkey Kong 64 controller. It was a special order item through Nintendo Power, not all too different compared to the standard yellow, but it's hauling the tips with this one. They're bananas. This design makes me way more okay with the standard controller layout. So that's what these things were supposed to be. Many look towards the golden controllers for their daily dose of dopamine, and scream special edition more than crippling debt. So of course there was a gold Nintendo 64 controller, but there was an even golder asterisk controller that is way past rarer. These ones were given away at a Star Fox 64 tournament at Nintendo's E3 1997 booth, and are pretty similar to the standard gold you could get in stores. However, this one had a fancy Nintendo 64 logo on the front. I'd consider the Nintendo 64 to be where special controller variants were truly born. Sure, there were constant revisions of the Sega Genesis controller, for example, but those primarily boiled down to red buttons, black buttons. With the N64 offering 4 controller ports, that obviously meant more controllers were to be sold, so why not sweeten the deal a bit with some designs only a mother could love? These weren't revisions, rather they were for fans of the console and games. But at this time in gaming, special edition consoles were way more prevalent than just controllers. You were lucky if the controller included in the box got any love at all. The PS1 and Sega Saturn dabbled in this here and there, but we really had to take one giant leap of faith into the following generation where we can truly start to see some more special controllers make their debut. The Sega Dreamcast took some notes from the Nintendo 64. See, we have 4 controller ports, you know what that means. It's blue! But the GameCube was where it's at for special variants. I'd say it definitely wasn't on par with the N64, but we have some interesting ones here. One I happen to have is a controller you can only purchase via Club Nintendo Japan, the Luigi controller. Oh god, I can't wait to see what it's like. Who could have thought? Club Nintendo was home to some of the more sought-after special editions for the console. We have a Mario Wario in standard Club Nintendo design, with the Mario design also being offered by Club Nintendo Europe. I honestly think the most interesting thing about these are the boxes. Not only do I like the official name being Luigi Controller, but they made sure to include denim. I know what you're thinking. I love the GameCube. There were a ton of other designs bundled with limited edition consoles, but what about controllers with special functions? Like, see, I enjoy this, but I just want more. I think I found another choking hazard. The keyboard controller is the white whale of my video game collecting career. I want it, but right around the time I discovered it, it was pricey, no doubt, but definitely obtainable. Now we've officially entered the year 2020, and damn it, there goes my 5th kidney. This was only available in Japan and only for Phantasy Star Online, so you could communicate with other players quickly. Yes, this may have no use to me, but come on, who wouldn't want this? Scribes? Maybe Scribes. Of course, if we're talking limited special controllers during this era, there was of course the Resident Evil 4 controller. Oh, that's nice. What the f? This is no doubt one of the most notoriously bizarre controllers ever created, a chainsaw. Now, of course, one of the iconic enemies in RE4 was the Chainsaw Man. Considering that he uses a chainsaw and you don't, I don't see how immersive this controller really is, but bonus points where bonus points are due, it truly feels like I'm playing a game with a chainsaw. This was also released for the PlayStation 2 and is definitely more of a product of Capcom's than Nintendo's or Sony's. Which that does bring up how third-party companies can definitely put out their own wacky additions, usually in cooperation with companies that specialize in this kind of trash. The Shadow the Hedgehog PS2 controller, yeah, lines at the store for that one. Sony was never the biggest into custom designs, and normally they'll just do new colors, and maybe some special ones here and there, but this is one area where the Redmonders reign supreme. Of all these options, did you really think the publisher of Fusion Frenzy would put out the most controller variants? Now, the original Xbox, they were pretty humble. Here and there we got a few, especially with special edition systems, no biggie. But then, the Xbox 360 came around. Is this a joke? A lot of these are relatively inexpensive, considering I feel that collectors of Xbox stuff are way more endangered comparative to Nintendo and PlayStation collectors. Darwinism is hilarious. But that never stopped Microsoft from putting out just a ton of special edition controllers, many of which were just that, controllers. You could buy them separately from a console bundle or something. Here I have a Halo Reach controller and a Gears of War 3 controller. I do like the overall look of both of them. I think the Gears one has a better overall design, but I love the minimalistic take on Reach's variant. But I bought these for like 10 bucks a pop online. I got this one back in the 360's heyday with my own 14-year-old money. I like this one. It's been my go-to 360 controller ever since. The material used feels really premium, and the overall design being completely grayscale is sleek as all hell. The only problem is some games may tell you hit the yellow button, and now you know my colorblind hell. Weirdly enough, Sony and Nintendo barely dived into the special controller market this generation. The Wii was basically just white for most of its life, and then by the time people stopped caring, that's when they added new colors, but none of these were particularly limited or special. I think the core special Wii remote most jumped to is the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword Edition. Gold with Zelda insignia. It's a fine looking controller, no doubt, but as one of the only special Wii remotes, But speaking of gold controllers, only available via special editions of GoldenEye 007 was a Golden Classic Controller Pro. I love this thing. It's just gold, and I found it used at a GameStop back in the day. Again, I will reiterate, I love this thing. Now Sony, they had more specific game-based designs than Nintendo, but at least the Wii Remote was a completely new design. You didn't necessarily have to spice it up with fun colors and shapes. The PlayStation 3 controller was derivative of this, which was derivative of this. I can keep going. They just didn't do a ton with this thing outside of mostly colors, but that changed with the PlayStation 4. Look at all these. They really upped their game. We have Uncharted 4, the 20th anniversary of PlayStation. Piss. There are so many options now. Well, looks like Microsoft finally has some competition on their hands. This is fun hell. They even fixed my biggest problem with that silver controller and have the colors displayed here. It's perfect. They even let you create your own custom controller colors online now. They are loony. But hey, this one's grease-proof, a controller that addresses the biggest gaming hurdle. See, I want to play Halo, but I just love no fork spaghetti. Now what did Nintendo do with the Wii U, the console with the most integral controller experience? Nothing. I mean, there was this Wind Waker one, which was only included in the console bundle. They never sold Wii U gamepad separately. But not even the Wii U Pro controllers got any special releases. All we got was white and black colors, but special Wii remotes and Wii U branded boxes were released, all featuring designs based on the Mario cast. And yep, I have twins. I do feel like these character-specific Wii remotes are a bit more cool than the GameCube ones. Certain colors are used on certain parts to represent the character, like the bottom 1 and 2 buttons are brown for his shoes, the plus and minus buttons are yellow for his overall buttons, the back is colored to his overalls in general. Other controller companies had similar ideas when making their own officially licensed Nintendo controllers. I have this Metal Mario Classic controller by PDP. These were primarily made for Smash Brothers for Wii U. It may not be a great controller, but it's not a good controller either. Design though is really cool, just with how shiny and metallic it looks. It almost but doesn't make up for the lackluster feeling buttons. Hori made their own licensed GameCube-like controllers for Wii remotes during Smash Wii U's Shine Time, which are far better, albeit not as good as the real deal. Which was alright, because Nintendo themselves reissued GameCube controllers for Smash Wii U's release, now with a Smash Ball on front. These are GameCube controllers alright, and Nintendo re-released them again for Smash Ultimate. I don't want to hear anybody argue this design is better than the old one. And that brings us to the Nintendo Switch, where special edition controllers are way more prevalent. Special colored Joy-Cons and Pro controllers are finally getting some love. As previously stated, I have the Xenoblade Edition, I am terrible, but I also have the Smash Brothers one, which looks great. You have the silver Smash Ball and white grips, and I can already see paint chipping off. Do you see my problem with special edition controllers? See, I really do like these controllers. They look great, they look cool, but controllers are meant to be used, and I can't use these controllers without ever feeling guilty. They're too rare and valuable. On the other hand, special edition consoles look cool, but they also make much less sense to buy if you already have the console, though the design will hold up for much longer. So, I've come to the conclusion that I won't buy anything ever. I'm not doing it! Hey y'all, Scott here. You know, people don't get that anymore. Combining the words Scott, all, hey, and here just doesn't connect with modern word hearers. That's why I'm going to change up the first 4 words I say to everybody to be understandable to more people. Here, I have a lot of options to shift through.
Hi gang, it's Scott. Welcome to Scottsburg. Everybody? No, just Scott. Guys, look, a me! I played Fling Smash. People of you. Hey, anybody up for tennis? I bought a hat. I'm talking about reboots. I like that one.
Remember this? No, you don't. He had black hair instead. Take it. You got a beloved franchise on your hands. Scrap it. Start over again. That's the key to success, at least with most media now. Reboots are a hot ticket item these days. They're constantly getting pumped out within the television and film industries, but video game reboots are what we're talking today. I think reboots are totally understandable from a business perspective. After a series has been around for a while and there's a big fat number at the end of the title, apparently, massive turnoff. Mario Party 10, well, I have to play 1 through 9 before that. I mean, I'm completely guilty of this mindset. If there's a game I'm interested in, but it's a sequel, most of the time I'll want to make sure I either play the previous games or at the very least have a good understanding of them. That's why we see so many new games from old franchises with no number, no new subtitle, just the series name. Easily the biggest trope of the video game reboot, getting rid of all that garbage. Modern Warfare 4, nobody knows what the hell that is. Here's how it should be. I cannot wait to see the next couple Modern Warfares. Whether it's to give a series a fresh start or because the publisher's worried people won't buy into a game called Doom 4, taking a pre-existing franchise and making a new entry that is newcomer friendly, ignores previous continuity, starts anew and has a boring stupid title to appeal to both potential new fans and longtime fans alike, that's like a game developer's favorite pastime. Reboots just make sense. They can appeal to newcomer and veteran fans. However, they're susceptible to numerous problems, not retaining what made the franchise special in the first place, changing too much, ruining gameplay or characters. You have to find the right balance between keeping what made the series beloved to begin with and appealing to more people. And now reboots have been around for a while, especially with film, so it really isn't a new concept. However, I'd argue reboots in video games started to become more common in the Xbox, PS2, and GameCube era, but really started to become a thing the generation after that with the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and Wii. A lot of people were either just getting into gaming or getting back into gaming around that, so to rely heavily on previous titles wasn't gonna cut it. The Sonic continuity was too much to handle. Now this is a good starting point. Games would make a clean break with the title and just label something as the title of the series, so then more people would feel like they could pick it up. They didn't need prior knowledge, they could just start the series here, which is everything a reboot strives to be. Sometimes we got reinventions of a game in a more modern style, a return to form, or the best thing a reboot can ever strive to be, gritty. As gamers got older, so did a lot of their tastes, so it was a hip thing to take an E-rated franchise and M it all up. I always looked at Bomberman and said, well, that's not right, where's the angst? I just got back from Spencer's Gifts, I'm ready for this. Bomberman Act Zero is possibly the most definitive way to not reboot a series. I guess Hudson Soft wanted to take Bomberman and turn it into something that could rival Gears of War with its persistent use of brown and gray. This game knows how to use no colors, and they redesigned one of the most iconic characters in all of gaming and turned him into something your mom wouldn't approve of. Bionic Commando, so this technically is a sequel to the original Bionic Commando on NES. You might have played this and asked, what happens next? Well, obviously this. But its name is just Bionic Commando. It came out 20 years after the original. The tone is way more angsty. I think it's fair to call this a reboot. No, I think it's just okay. The only thing I ever remember about this game is that it gave Nathan Spencer wife arm. What a twist. Your dead wife has been a part of your robotic arm throughout the entire adventure. That's something worthy of being on the back of the box. This was when Capcom was desperately trying to inject as much North America into their games as possible to appeal to audiences outside of Japan, which meant reboots. And with that, here comes DMC Devil May Cry, one of the most controversial reboots in all of video games. Not because it was necessarily bad or anything, it's alright, but it treated Devil May Cry's legacy just so poorly. Capcom enlisted Ninja Theory to develop the game rather than developing it themselves and pushed them to make the game the way it is to help DMC reach bigger audiences. That meant turning the main character Dante into the most generic looking video game protagonist out there. A lot of these reboots like to take all the character out of character designs and replace them with these college dropouts. I guess with a more generic looking character, I can relate to him more. See, that was why I could never get into Devil May Cry. I just couldn't relate to Dante. He had white hair. DMC was okay, it just felt like it was rebooting the series for reasons that made no sense, taking things that actually made the series unique and changing them because they thought those were the problems with the series. Turned out they weren't. And then Capcom released Devil May Cry 5, which ignored everything DMC did and was just a direct follow-up to Devil May Cry 4. Now, instead of being considered a reboot, DMC is more so considered an alternate timeline version of Devil May Cry now, mainly because it's hard to be a reboot to a series when the series just deboots back. Capcom was all about these reboots for a while. There was a Mega Man X reboot in the works that ended up being cancelled. Maverick Hunter, think of something along the lines of Metroid Prime, how that took a 2D game and went first person with it. Maverick Hunter was pretty much going to be a first person Mega Man X game, but much darker and grim. So imagine if the Bomberman X-Zero guys made a Mega Man X game. Honestly, I think this could have been okay, but I kinda doubted it was probably gonna be bad. I'm also thinking of this in terms of how well Metroid Prime turned out. Now that's a reboot done right. After a long hiatus, they took the Metroid series and threw it in a new dimension and perspective, while retaining what made Metroid Metroid. The development team of Maverick Hunter was made up of some people who worked on Prime, so I think this project had a bit more potential than some may say, but it was probably a good thing it was cancelled. This was trying to take X and turning him into something like Master Chief. I get why they redesign characters like this, to get rid of that cartoony, kinda cutesy vibe and truly make a Mega Man game that you'd be proud to say you played last night at school. But a lot of the people who are only interested in the dark, gritty, mature games aren't really open to trying new things, and thus they aren't guaranteed to give a piss about a gritty Mega Man X reboot. And just saying that out loud, what guy who only plays dark and gritty mature games would actively care about a Mega Man X reboot? On top of that, something like this is less likely to appeal to actual Mega Man X fans because it's so radically different from the original games. I think it's fair to say, while I think this game may have had some potential, it would have flopped hard commercially, I guarantee. How about a gritty reboot of a World War II shooter? If you want grit, you can always take a look at EA's Medal of Honor reboot in 2010. The original Medal of Honor games were pioneers of the modern first-person war shooters. Then EA asked, you know Call of Duty? Medal of Honor 2010 has absolutely none of its own spunk. It really gives you no reason to play it in comparison to something like Call of Duty. It did get a sequel, Medal of Honor Warfighter. That subtitle can be used with almost any FPS. Of course, there are reboots that have no business existing. You know who needed a completely new origin story? Spyro the Dragon. The kids wouldn't understand any of this. He needs a head. However, reboots can be good, I swear. God of War PS4 is one of the most radical reboots out there. It took a hack and slash franchise with a fixed camera and made a game that defied all the odds and was not that. This is a weird reboot the more I think about it. So Kratos is still the main character, but God of War PS4 switches from the Greek mythology of the original series to Norse mythology, but apparently this is still the same Kratos. He just decided to change mythologies on us. No, I mean, sure. The reboot, however, is much more of a cinematic story-focused adventure game compared to the original titles. It's like most of the other first-party PlayStation games. While God of War PS4 still retains hack-and-slash elements, they're definitely toned down to make way for a much more character-driven story. I can appreciate that, and I think the characters pop much more with its changing gameplay. It's just this feels so similar to a lot of the other games Sony Studios are making that I can't help but think the original style was more unique in comparison. This felt much more like a game called God of War. So whatever, I still like playing this more than God of War 3. Wolfenstein has been through so many reboots now, I don't know which of these is real. One of the most influential series ever when it comes to first-person shooters. Well, the first major reboot was Return to Castle Wolfenstein in 2001, followed up by Wolfenstein from 2009, and then rounding things out with Wolfenstein The New Order in 2015. Return to Castle Wolfenstein was pretty great at the time, and Wolfenstein The New Order and the games that followed it are definitive modern Wolfenstein games in my opinion. I think these are fantastic modern representations of the series. And something happened in 2009. Remember my opinion of Medal of Honor 2010? That kinda stays true with Wolfenstein 2009. This is such a nothing game, there's nothing that fun or remarkable about it. The Nazis did do some crazy stuff with gravity though.
Carried some unusual munitions that canceled gravity when it detonated.
No, Hitler.
Guys, I finally started up Kid Icarus Uprising, and that means, yep, I finally lost use of my right hand. Kid Icarus was an NES title, which later got a sequel on the Game Boy, but that was it. And with Pit's inclusion in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, people started to question why this series never made it past the Game Boy. It seemed to have just as much potential as all the other series that started up around then. But then finally, Smash Bros. Director Masahiro Sakurai put his foot down and made a new Kid Icarus game himself that played nothing like a Kid Icarus game. It's fair to call Uprising a reboot because it basically treats itself as a brand new franchise rather than the third game in the series. Sure, there are characters and enemies and some plot lines from the first two games, but by and large, this was a completely new take on Kid Icarus, and it was one of the most thrilling arthritic experiences of my life. It's a good game I hate. It's held back by its annoying control scheme, but other than that, it's a great time. But that reminds me of a type of reboot that has a special place in my heart. The full-blown retro revivals, bringing back a retro game series in all of its old school glory. This was a huge trend that started in the 360 days. With the aid of digital distribution with Xbox Live Arcade, PlayStation Network, and WiiWare, it became totally viable to produce new games and old school franchises. You could whip them together on the cheap, charge them bucks for them, and throw them online. These were reboots in the sense that they went back to what people loved about these games originally and got rid of the extra junk added to later games. I'm just really fond of these types of games because they bring me back to the glory of Xbox Live Arcade. I miss this so much. Back when companies could just squeak out a remake of the original Bionic Commando, no wife arm included, Mega Man 9 and 10, Double Dragon Neon, Hydro Thunder Hurricane, Rocket Knight for like 10 to 15 bucks. There were so many revivals of classic games, and it just brings me back to a much simpler time, when stuff like this was just far more common to get thrown online for a couple of bucks. Now, I mean, something like Bomberman R, yeah, if that released in 2008, it would be like 15 bucks max on Xbox Live Arcade. And now, you see, that's a little thing us people who are talking about reboots right now call bull. My favorites were always the Pac-Man Championship Edition games. These were definitely the reboot back to basics Pac-Man games after they experimented with 3D platformers for a while. God, dude, I wish these games counted towards caloric intake. I want to stuff my face with these things. They bring back the standard maze format for Pac-Man, but they bring all this modern spectacle to it all, alongside gameplay mechanics that wouldn't be possible in the 80s. However, these retro revivals didn't just start happening during this era. They've been the norm since, I'd say, the mid-90s, when they tried to take old school gaming icons and rebrand them for a new age. Space Raiders, a reboot of Space Invaders. Yeah, this is one of the most forgotten games in the GameCube and PS2 libraries. Finally, a Space Invaders the kids can get behind. They didn't think a Space Invaders game could have partial nudity. Thankfully, since then, they found much more appropriate ways to leverage the Space Invaders brand, but Space Raiders will always live on in my heart until I forget about it for a few years, i.e., in about 3 minutes.
A new era for the LCS.
And it never felt this good to be bad. Evil Geniuses are your LCS champions.
Ninja Gaiden is a solid example of a well-executed reboot of an old-school franchise. You go from tough-as-nails NES platformers to tough-as-nails hack-and-slashes. Yeah, it did get a genre change, but the spirit of Ninja Gaiden was still there. Now, one of my biggest pet peeves with reboots are the titles. I mean, if naming the 9th game in the Mortal Kombat series Mortal Kombat really got more people to buy it, okay. It's just when a new game is revealed and the title is revealed to be just the name of the series, I roll my eyes a bit. Now we have to start referring to these games by unofficial titles or following the title with a year or the system it's on. Mortal Kombat 9, Doom 2016, God of War PS4, Tomb Raider 2013, Punch-Out Wii. Those aren't the official titles, but that's just what we have to call them, and that's sort of annoying, especially when two games are completely different, yet have the same title. Saying, oh, I love Prey. That could mean anything. The title DMC Devil May Cry never made much sense to me marketing-wise. Like, DMC is kind of more of an abbreviation fans use to talk about the Devil May Cry games, so just calling the game DMC doesn't make much sense if they were looking to have this appeal to more people. I feel like it would have done better if they just straight up called it Devil May Cry. I adore Tomb Raider 2013, but the title being full-out Tomb Raider doesn't feel the most fitting to me. You do raid tombs in the game, but it's not the main focus. I think it would have made more sense to just call it Lara Croft or something, because it's focusing on her origin story, and one of the last things I think of with this game is honestly the tomb raiding. Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. One thing I will never understand about this game is its name. They wanted this to be a fresh start for Sonic, so this is what Sonic was always meant to be. I don't get that because Sonic 06's gameplay is pretty similar to the Sonic Adventure titles. Why were they acting like this was Sonic's rebirth and deserved to be called simply Sonic the Hedgehog, when it was pretty much just a third Sonic Adventure? Plus, they re-released the first game on Game Boy Advance the same day, and that was just called Sonic the Hedgehog, and that was bad too! Sega had a lot of nerve to release two completely different bad games with the same name on the same day. The Punch-Out games. Alright, how many times can you reuse the same title? Can you just call the Wii one Punch-Out in the Face? However, sometimes I do think it's fair to use the generic series as a title, and when a series is gone for a long time, the lack of a subtitle or number kind of makes sense. I mean, why would you call Killer Instinct 2013 Killer Instinct 3? Most of the general population doesn't even know games called Killer Instinct 1 or 2 ever existed. Reboots can be seen as cash grabs or annoying to longtime fans. And they most certainly can be that, but I think we still gotta look at some of these from more creative perspectives. It can be incredibly frustrating and complicated to be tied to continuity from years worth of content, especially if current developers didn't work on previous titles in a franchise. A series can become worn out and beaten to death, but they still may have potential. The characters, the gameplay, the setting are all beloved and you want to create more things around them, but you don't want to be tied down to the limitations of what came before. Sometimes it's okay to let go of the past and to tweak characters or settings or even completely change them while still retaining the heart of the original source material. That's how some of the greatest stories and characters of all time evolve. A story told hundreds of years ago changes over time depending on who's telling it. While reboots are kind of given a bad rep most of the time, I think a lot of it has to do with the terms reboot and revival being used to death these days. They're annoying to hear. I'd recommend using the terms reimagining or a new take when describing these types of installments. I think those terms have a lot less of a corporate, we're bringing back old you love because we don't have any original new ideas ourselves feel to them. Reboots can be groan-worthy sometimes, but I think they can be totally understandable and necessary. You can't make 20 installments of a game series called Need for Speed without like 5 reboots. You just can't.
Hey y'all, Scott here, quick. What's the first thing you think of when you think mysterious? Mysteries, right. There are so many questions in life that are left unanswered, like what's the point, why bother, and who cares? That's why I'm scouring the closet for answers to gaming's greatest mysteries, like, didn't Luigi say in Mario Golf? Alright, we have the answer to why the Xbox One cases are the way they are, and oh hey, check this out, it's my first fan art of Madden. Okay, and oh. Yeah, I got invited to a dinner party by Chet Shaft. He used to be my manager when I worked at Games on a Shelf, and then I quit / ran the store out of business. I think I put this with all the other letters I don't want to deal with. You have been cordially invited to a dinner party celebrating us all making it this far in life. I knew living would get me somewhere someday. I mean, me and Chet aren't friends, we're more so he hates me friends, but this dinner party seems to be an apology for lashing out at me.
You think you know how to run a business? I know a guy with a NASA shirt, okay? I earned this job!
I miss the lack of drama. I should probably stop by for just a bit. Now, under normal circumstances, that means no stupid Nintendo game talk. I'm gonna be a little too busy at the dinner party. But I thought ahead. I pre-recorded myself talking about gaming mysteries.
Hey all, Scott here.
Oh god, I sound like that? As a player of all things video games, I think it's fair to say I deserve answers. Mysteries are what keeps humanity at the edge of their seats. It's absolutely terrifying knowing you don't know something. Is the Loch Ness Monster real or was it just a fist? But with video games, these things can be so complex and have such lengthy histories to them that either some things are just left unexplained or theories and urban legends arise. These mysteries can range from, can you jump the flagpole in Super Mario Bros. To, is Luigi dead? One of the most notorious urban legends in video games was with Super Mario 64 and Luigi in that game, and it wasn't whether he said or not because this isn't Mario Golf. He wasn't even there. See, up until Mario 64, we've had a pretty good ratio of games with Luigi to games without Luigi. He was playable in all the mainline Marios prior to 64. And then priorities shifted and Luigi wasn't playable. He didn't appear in the game whatsoever, not even mentioned. So of course speculation started to get a little wild, and I still have my picket sign from the protests. Why wasn't Luigi in Mario 64? Was he just that well hidden in the game? Well, ever since the game launched, many fans noticed this sign in the courtyard of Peach's castle. Now, under normal circumstances, it's gibberish, but when we slide the Virgin Gogs on, we can make out that it potentially says L is real 2401. Now, what does that mean?
No sex for me, thanks.
Many took this as a hint, proof that Luigi was real alright and he was in Mario 64 after all. So let's dissect this phrase. L is real 2401. Well, Luigi is real, and the only thing in Mario 64 with a number that high would be the number of coins in the entire game. After all, you get a star for collecting 100 coins in each level. That lends credibility to the fact there could be a reward for collecting every single coin in the whole game, and that reward would be related to the letter L. Problem is, there isn't 2,401 coins in Mario 64, so that's a problem. And as a bonus, collecting them all doesn't do anything. However, we can look into this even harder. L is real 2401 may just correlate to Paper Mario's release on the Nintendo 64. Luigi was real in that game, I saw him. And 2401 was the release date in North America. Kinda. So he didn't release on February 4th, 2001, it released on February 5th, 2001. Well, if this theory holds any truth, then Nintendo knew what the general release date of Paper Mario was gonna be back when Super Mario 64 released. That terrifies me. Why were they planning that far ahead? What were their goals? So why is L real 2401? I have no idea, and frankly, this black is so blurry that you can come up with various other phrases it may look like. It's one of those things where since a lot of people were told it reads L is real 2401, that's what a lot of people see. I don't know what the Aka Room people's deal is. Luigi was planned for Mario 64 in a potential multiplayer mode, but was pushed off to the side. He was playable in the remake Super Mario 64 DS though. All of life's problems are solved when a character's playable in Mario 64 DS. Now, a lot of mysteries within gaming can be classified under conspiracy theories. Like, was Link dead throughout the entirety of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask?
No.
It was between this and the moon landing. I chose believing the less supported one. Majora's Mask is one dark Zelda title, and most dads would not let their daughters date this game. It's creepy, it's depressing, and many have discovered how the story of the game correlates with death, what happens before and after death, dealing with death, and many have theorized that Link himself was dead and the entire game is basically his afterlife. There are lots of theories like this in games, some of which have turned out to be true, like how Super Mario Bros. 3 was supposed to be a play. You see how it opens up with a curtain rising, various platforms cast a shadow and have bolts on them like they were constructed as part of a set. Whenever a level ends, it's almost as if Mario was running off stage. This was a fan theory for the longest time until it was actually confirmed by Shigeru Miyamoto. Now, if this was an actual play, I could sit down and watch. Who wrote this?
Our story began in Waterdeep, the city of splendors, with a group of scoundrels.
You'll be completely safe with me.
I really do love you, but that was absolutely disgusting.
A spider the size of a horse.
I shouldn't have picked these bowls.
In battle with a black dragon wormlet.
You guys are happy.
Hey y'all, Scott Wozniak, dinner partier here.
Jeb, vegan.
Terry Lessler, veganer.
Officer Steelwool, justice supporter.
Rex Mose, school dance chaperone and historian.
Wendy's employee.
Oh, so how do you all know Chet?
He was a former vegan, and he bought milk.
That son of a bitch!
I pulled him over for money laundering.
I'm chaperoning his dinner party.
He stole a Baconator.
That son of a bitch!
I tanked the story managed and he convinced me to quit one of the only jobs I ever had. Now I'm living off of unemployment checks in fear.
Hi, Chet Shaft, former Games on a Shelf manager, current doer of all things nothing. Welcome to the Shaft Family Estate's first annual dinner party, my largest priority at the moment. Due to some prior obligations, I can't be there with you tonight, but please feel free to help yourself to an old Shaft family recipe.
This is Jimmy John's.
But then we go from theories to just the unexplained. Parts of games that were just never understood and remained elusive for so long. In GoldenEye 007, on the very first level, players noticed a building in the distance. You can just barely see it, and rumors floated around about being able to grab a boat and make your way over there, potentially getting some rewards. But no, this area is more or less placed there for show. While the developer's original intent was exactly what fans speculated, it was scrapped and just kept there as a scene setter. If that island didn't exist, the immersion would crumble. Everybody has their happy place. They wouldn't make the t-shirts if that wasn't the case, and mine is Shiverburn Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2. Such a fun level. There's fire and ice. Can't ask for much more than this. Sometimes I like to hit up to go into first-person view and look up at the mountains. Everybody has their happy place, and mine is Fleet Glide Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2. These ominous figures appear in Shiverburn Galaxy if you look up in first person. 3 beings just looking at you throughout the entire level. It doesn't matter where you are, as long as you can look up at the mountains, they'll be there watching you. Now in Super Mario 3D Land, at the end of World 4-4, if you wait around, someone or something will fade in and fade out. Shiverburn Galaxy, I can sort of see these guys as a weird little thing accidentally getting thrown into the game. You know, they're inkblot tests. In 3D Land, this was a completely deliberate addition where one of the developers said, I want to make some kids themselves.
The Shaft family would like to express their gratitude to all attendees of the dinner party tonight. Terry Lessler and Jet, thank you for your strong acts of veganism. Carrots wouldn't be the same without you. Rick Mose, without you, I wouldn't be an alcoholic.
It's Rex!
Officer Steel Wool, thank you for your years of service. Wendy's employee, thank you for your years of service. And Scott, without you, I wouldn't have lost my job at Games on a Shelf. Thank you, everybody. Please help yourself to a complimentary table knife and dig in.
He's dead!
Alright, listen guys, I'm not one to leave the party early, but when people start getting murdered, that's where I draw the line.
Yeah, somebody's been murdered. Yeah, can you pick that up on the way home?
No, okay, we can leave. Okay, Chet said the party's over at 9. He's dead. We at least owe him this.
I'll stay. I'm free.
Listen, we can get the murder stench out of here by listening to some good old-fashioned video game mysteries.
Yeah, of course. Let's talk a series with just as many mysteries as it has dead civilians.
Somebody died!
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas has a little bit of something for everybody. Gunplay, driving, not Bigfoot. The existence of Bigfoot in San Andreas has always been a huge rumor. Apparently within the forest, you could find Bigfoot lurking around.
This is also a game where ghost cars can chase after you.
A developer on the game stated that Bigfoot was in there at one point, but he was told to take it out for the final release. However, there's supposedly a 10% chance of seeing Bigfoot. There's also no Bigfoot model in the game's code, so I don't know about this one.
Alright, so we all hated Chet, right?
Yeah.
He's a born-again carnivore, he's led many to unemployment, he's money laundered, he's wronged all of us. Who's to say one of us isn't the killer?
That's right. If we can't leave, we might as well find out who viciously murdered Chet.
Oh, I love puzzles.
Guys, listen, one of us may be a murderer, but we're all human at the end of the day. Let's just listen to some gaming mysteries about Luigi and call it a night.
Wasn't that the guy who said Mario Golf?
Luigi's Mansion. Scary, right? It's my go-to box art to piss myself to. Well, there are a few parts of the game that have some sinister and chilling implications. Like, that is what you call a dead baby. But there was one part in the third area of the game. After a bolt of lightning strikes, we can see Luigi's shadow is hanging in the air, implying that Luigi is hanging himself. Now, was this an intentionally chilling addition to the game, or was it a glitch due to the game's camera being at an angle it's not usually used to, which accidentally pushed Luigi's shadow up higher than usual? Huh.
This is great. It's like a murder mystery with the murder and the mystery.
You're taking this pretty well, man.
Who's to say you're not the killer? You're acting pretty carefree right now for someone whose life's at stake.
It's a murder, not a tax audit. We'll be fine.
Well, what about the Wendy's employee? Nobody ever suspects the Wendy's employee.
Well, what about Steel Wool? He has a gun.
Jim has a knife.
Yeah, for fun, not for murder.
Guys, deep down, we can all be a murderer if we want. So let's just get down to the bottom of this. By a show of hands, who here murdered Chet? Damn it.
Some mysteries aren't too sinister and were just unknown aspects of games, like jumping the flagpole in Super Mario Bros. I mean, when I played this game, I would sometimes think, I'm gonna do it. And guess what? I've never been able to live that down. This game is engineered to make it hard to jump over the flagpole. I mean, it makes sense. What does anybody gain from that? Now, a famous level where you can do that is 3-3. With these platforms, it's more than possible to waste an afternoon. But the one people were always wondering about was World 1-1, the very first level. Is it possible? Yes, it is. You, Nintendo. It's all due to a glitch here. We gotta stand on this block here and wait for the Koopa Troopa to fall down the hole. Jumping up here at the right moment will hit him. Then he'll come back and we have to follow him to the end of the level while grabbing a mushroom. Then we jump at the right moment to jump off of him to get over the flagpole. There are lots of glitches that have their own mystery behind them, like with Pokemon Red and Blue with the Pokemon Missing No, which stands for missing number. It's a glitch where the game basically has no idea what Pokemon should appear, but it's kind of taken on a life of its own. People refer to Missing No as if it's an actual Pokemon when it's just a jumble of code. Super Smash Bros. Melee's Daisy trophy has a third eye on the back of her head. I mean, I wasn't expecting that, but I'm not surprised.
Listen, maybe the murderer isn't one of us. Maybe the murderer's hiding somewhere in the building. We should split up into groups. That way, we can't all get murdered.
I like it. Feeling lucky tonight.
Okay, so if any of you die, you have to tell me, okay?
Wait, look!
It looks like whoever the killer is had dark hair.
Well, good, that narrowed it down a bit.
Final Fantasy VII features the death of Aerith. However, many rumors floated around about being able to stop that from happening and keep her in your party. You cannot. A lot of these mysteries are formed by what fans want to see, or what the game says and just never elaborates on. Street Fighter 2, Ryu says the infamous phrase, "You must defeat Shenlong to stand a chance." Now, I'm sure the localization team at the time said, "Oh yeah, people will like this. It really makes Ryu seem determined to win." When in reality, everybody said, "Who the f*** is Shenlong?" It was a mistranslation of Ryu stating, "If you cannot overcome the Shoryuken, you cannot win." There was a lot of mystery surrounding who Shenlong was for the longest time, with the magazine EGM just refusing to put out the flames. They were well known for their April Fool's hoaxes, and one of them happened to be details on how to find Shenlong and some background to the character. Capcom themselves have joked about the character, fake announcing him for Street Fighter 4, and similarly, the original Mortal Kombat featured some extra code, Ermax, and many thought Ermac was a secret character. They added him eventually.
Alrighty, so now that we're all alone, we're all friends here.
Who the are you?
We're just gonna cut to the chase. Were you the murderer?
The only thing I kill is not abstinence.
So it's possible you killed him.
That's impossible. I hate murder.
So do I, but you don't see me bragging about it.
You know, that's it. I've had it. Good luck not murdering people. Murderers.
Tomb Raider was infamous for the rumor of the nude code, a secret cheat code that would make the character Lara Croft completely nude for players 13 and up. Yeah, that just doesn't work. Lara Croft was a sex symbol in gaming, and the idea of a PlayStation 1 character naked, well, who doesn't like that? The developers always teased fans about the code, making it obvious that it was very unlikely it actually existed, but never fully denying its existence either, obviously to keep people desperately wondering. It was later confirmed that a nude code never existed.
Yeah, I know I might get murdered tonight, but I don't care. Who the f ever thought this was real?
I died!
Lung cancer. The murderer not only killed Shed, but peer pressured Jevin to death.
He was like that when I got here.
Sonic CD features
There's a sound test option after inputting a code. When we're at the sound test, we can listen to all the sounds and music in the game, and if we select these specific options and hit start, I just wanted to listen to music. This screen is infamous and incredibly bizarre. We have 24 Sonics with a human face. Somebody wanted this. Now, of course, with the mustache, it's obvious this is supposed to be Sonic fused with Mario. The Japanese text translates to "Fun is Infinite, Sega Enterprises, image by Majin." Now, Majin apparently means the devil. I knew something was up with this game. In actuality, Majin refers to Masato Nishimura, as Majin was his childhood nickname, so it's fine. The screen is fine. I mean, it's not like the screen is gonna kill me at a dinner party or anything, so it's fine.
It's a common saying!
The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past's biggest mystery for many people was the existence of the Chris Houlihan room, a room named after the winner of a Nintendo Power contest. You can get to it in a few different ways, and it's just filled with rupees. Yeah, that's cool or whatever. I want to see him in Smash Brothers as much as the next guy, but what about a secret that's not only in a Zelda game, but numerous other Nintendo games as well? Totaka's Song is a little ditty normally hidden in games composed by Kazumi Totaka. Luigi's Mansion, Mario Paint, Link's Awakening, Yoshi's Story, Mario Land 2, it's hidden in so many games. But there are a few games Totaka has worked on where it still hasn't been found. Many have thought the sound of the tennis ball hitting the racket in Wii Sports was Totaka's Song. If you play each hit together, it may sound like it, but that may be due to your brain telling you to think it's playing Totaka's Song. Weirdly enough, a game he straight up directed Wii Music apparently doesn't have Totaka's Song in there at all. I mean, it may be hiding in there, but I think we know everything Wii Music ever had to say. It has nothing to hide.
Pretty cool, right?
Terry's dead.
Great. Now there's only 4 people listening.
Now there's only one thing more addictive than reading actual mysteries about video games.
Nicotine?
Reading fake mysteries about video games. The creepypasta is big here on the internet. It's all about using one of these to scare the out of some kids. These are internet scary stories, and lots of them have to do with video games. They almost always have to do with some kid buying a used copy of a game and it's haunted. There's disturbing imagery and weird things happening while playing the game. What the hell are these ghost priorities?
Alright, we should just call the police already. We should just draw from the hat, figure out who's the murderer.
Yeah, I'm getting real tired of trying to figure out who the murderer is. If somebody just wants to step up and be the murderer so we can all go home, I'm all for it.
Alright, Scott, Steel Wool. Rex, you're dead.
But while creepypastas are fake mysteries about video games, how about real-life mysteries about video games? In 2007, Madden 08 released to the masses, but weirdly enough, it got prequels each year prior. Madden 1999 released and was the first one to do so without Uncle Madden on the cover. No. This one featured an athlete, and it's been a tradition for almost every athlete who made the Madden cover to soon after get injured. This is the Madden curse, and if we're not careful enough, it'll get us too.
Who would have thought Madden on your chest could lead to injuries?
Maybe there's a gas leak or something. Maybe that's why everybody's dying. Thanks, I was talking. Don't it was you! Take off your mask, who are you? I never would have guessed!
It's time you meet your end.
Getting murdered is the least of my concerns right now. Why did you do it?
Shet deserved it. He wandered. I was too shy to mention that I was the one that killed him, so I thought it'd be easier to kill everyone.
Really? 5 homicides and that's your reason?
Make that 6.
You ever hear of the Madden curse?
Oh, my foot!
I did it. I solved the mystery.
I have seen a lot of murders in my day, and all 6 of them were today. The guys are all getting treated for murder at the hospital. They should all be fine. I'm pretty happy nothing happened to me, though. I have jury duty tomorrow, which means I can't die. If I don't show up, I'll go to prison.
Hey all, Scott here. Oh, don't worry. This one's my primary Wii U, and these are my Wii U's in case I get lasagna on this one.
Who doesn't love having like all the consoles in the world? You can play any game you like, they all have different sized power adapters and video cables, and they're all huge and take up so much room, and what is this, an electric bill? There's a virgin tax?
Should probably unplug one of these.
I hate how video games or products were just expected to either throw away or keep everything we'd ever need to use them. Like, the only way you can play Deadman's Quest is to buy the PlayStation 3 hardware plus a PlayStation Move controller. That's up. Why can't I play these old games on the box I already have? Instead, I have to keep a GameCube on standby. But the thing is, some game consoles have us covered, and it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, and I've seen 4 Wii U's plugged in at once. Backwards compatibility is something everybody wants, but nobody will use. Having your new game console be able to play your old collection of games is wildly convenient. I mean, that means out of the box, it has a vast library of existing titles. And not only that, but it's easier to warrant buying a new console and selling your old one. You can still play your old games, plus new ones as well. Yup, backwards compatibility sure is great, which is why God doesn't want us to have it. Backwards compatibility is something the video game industry thinks they want to do, and then they take it away and bring it back, give up, try again. It's not a standard. Some console generations have nothing but backwards compatible consoles, and then the next era comes along and they wipe our memories. Playing PlayStation 1 games on a PlayStation 4? Bull. That can't happen. I'm a man of science, not of God. Nobody wants to be told all these things they bought over the years are obsolete and can't be used anymore. One of the biggest movements I was a part of was when Apple changed iPhone plugs. So to get a new console where none of my old stuff works on it, that stings. I can't be alone with wanting just one box to play all games underneath my TV. I love the different consoles, the different designs, the characteristics of each device, but having all of my games playable through one HDMI cord is all I ever want. Some people might say, Scott, just buy a PC and get into PC gaming. Yeah, sure, when I learn the error of my ways. It's just so annoying that you have this one console that tries to be the all-in-one experience of bringing together the entire lineage of a company's library of games for previous consoles, to just have their next console throw it all away. In some cases, it makes total sense. The Nintendo Switch doesn't play Wii U discs. If it did, that would be horrifying. But many times, it just kind of feels like either a really stupid oversight, a lack of respect for history, or an excuse to resell old games. And the cries for backwards compatibility have been around for a while. Atari released the Atari 2600 and followed it up with the Atari 5200, an upgraded console that was bigger in every way and couldn't play your old 2600 games. Yes, buy this newer console in 1982 that has fewer games than your current one, and the games it does have are just updated versions of the games you already own. It may have better graphics, but why were you buying Atari for graphics? It was 1982, the word graphics wasn't invented yet. It was especially pathetic that Atari's new console couldn't play old Atari games when the competition was releasing adapters that allowed you to play old Atari games on their machines. Legal? Not really, but it wasn't strictly illegal.
That's a bonus.
This was the Peach Fuzz era of game consoles. Nobody knew where things lied legally, so the ColecoVision and Intellivision both had adapters you could buy that played most Atari 2600 games. Well, Atari couldn't just look pathetic. They were Atari! So they released their own adapter for the Atari 5200 that played Atari 2600 games, and it only worked with certain models of the 5200. Imagine if this banana was the Atari 5200. Sure, using cartridge adapters was a way to get backwards compatibility, but it's just clunky. You wish you could just plug every cartridge into the same slot. Having an adapter on standby isn't that much more convenient than just keeping the old console. Well, Atari fixed quite a bit with their next system, the Atari 7800, basically what the 5200 should have been all along. It wasn't backwards compatible with the 5200, but was backwards compatible with the 2600. So now you can play all your Atari 2600 games in 1986. God. The 7800 credit, it was the first console with backwards compatibility built in without needing cartridge adapters, but by the time it came out, who cared? The problem with doing backwards compatibility this way meant the cartridges for your new system had to be shaped exactly like the old ones, or else you'd have to make 2 different cartridge slots. And that would just simply drive up costs, because you see, backwards compatibility may not be included with many consoles due to how much it would take to cram an old console into this new console. So that's why back in the day, many companies opted for the adapter route, like Sega. The Sega Master System happened, we just have to accept it. And when Sega started work on their next console, the Sega Genesis, did they really want to include a Master System cartridge and card slot on this new system? I think that would be nice, but the Master System wasn't the biggest success. Hearing that the Genesis could play the existing Master System library,
I would be thrilled if I knew what that meant.
So Sega decided to release an adapter instead, the Power Base Converter. Plug this into the cartridge slot and we can actually play the majority of the Master System library on the Genesis. So what, like 4 games? Weirdly enough, the Genesis has all the hardware to play Master System games baked inside, it just doesn't have the cartridge and card slots. This only truly works with the Genesis Model 1, though with some finagling you can get it to work on the Model 2, and over in Europe a redesigned converter was released that works with this model, and then the Model 3 is only compatible with, Nothing. The Super Nintendo was supposed to have backwards compatibility with the NES in some form, whether a cartridge adapter or actually being included via the console itself, but Nintendo didn't want people to evolve that quickly. Many were a bit miffed that they couldn't play their old games on the SNES, but that didn't stop them from really digging shit. I think this was a true testament to the power of backwards compatibility. The Sega Genesis had it via an adapter, the Super Nintendo sold more. The Atari 7800 had it built in, nobody cared. It's a great feature, but it obviously doesn't affect sales all too much. Though if you really wanted to play older games through your SNES, you had options. The Super Game Boy allowed you to play Game Boy games on the system. Not sure if this really counts as backwards compatibility since the Game Boy is handheld, more so an outlet for the Super Nintendo to express itself. This is awesome. It's great to be able to play these games via a method that doesn't stink. And of course, it only plays Game Boy games. What about Game Boy Color games? Well, the same year the Game Boy Color released, in Japan only, Nintendo released an updated Super Game Boy, the Super Game Boy 2. It could play Game Boy games and now had the ability to hook up a link cable to play multiplayer Game Boy games. Finally! And if you really wanted to play NES games on your SNES, there was an unlicensed adapter released, the Super 8 in 1995. Not a bad accessory considering it could play Japanese Super Famicom and Famicom games in addition to NES and SNES. Not fully ideal, I mean, it's unlicensed. The games don't run as good as they would be playing through the standard SNES slot or on a regular NES, but back in the day, this made things a bit more convenient. But this was when backwards compatibility came to a crashing halt. The mere fact game consoles moved over to CDs instead of cartridges meant there really weren't any feasible ways to incorporate support for the previous generation of consoles. Like, were you really going to include a cartridge slot on your fancy CD machine? Sega, you son of a bitch. Well, on the Sega Saturn, this is really only for stuff like memory cards, but it looks nearly the right size for something like a Sega Genesis cartridge. At least Nintendo stuck with cartridges, which meant they could totally make the Nintendo 64 compatible with the SNES. Totally. But with handhelds, man, these things were backwards compatible all the time. You couldn't stop these things from being backwards compatible. They were backwards compatible for breakfast. The Game Boy Color could play Game Boy games, the Neo Geo Pocket Color could play Neo Geo Pocket games, all Wonder Swans played Wonder Swan games, and hey, at least with the Nintendo 64, if you plug in the transfer pack, you can play Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow through Pokemon Stadium on the Nintendo 64 and nothing else, because just keep your old Super Nintendo to play the rest of your Game Boy games on the TV. This is the mentality that I hate. Like, is there any reason why I shouldn't be able to play Game Boy games on the Nintendo 64? I have to keep my Super Nintendo if I want to play it on the TV? Well, there was an adapter to play Game Boy Advance, Color, and Game Boy games, never made publicly available, called the Wide Boy 64, developed by Intelligent Systems for the Nintendo 64. This was pretty much used to test Game Boy games, play on a TV in competitions and in demo stations. It's crazy this was never turned into a retail product, but just keep your Super Nintendo, you dumb bitch. Backwards compatibility was almost always a conversation point with consoles that never ended up even going that route. I believe Sega considered giving the Dreamcast the ability to play Sega Saturn games. Why wouldn't they do that? Well, why would you say your console can play a Ghost? But with the Saturn only truly being very popular in Japan, they might have played around with the idea of the Japanese Dreamcast being the only model compatible with Saturn games. Nothing about that sounds even close to a good idea, which means it must have been a Sega idea. And then when the Dreamcast was about to explode, Sega tried to get Microsoft to include Dreamcast compatibility on the Xbox. See, that would have been cool, but it's just sort of weird. Like, oh, the Xbox is compatible with this entirely separate game company's games from a completely different game console. It's just natural. What do you mean the Wii won't play Betamax? The Game Boy Advance, of course, could play Game Boy and Game Boy Color games on it, now with black borders free of charge. You can even change the aspect ratio if you're a creep. Of course, the old cartridges really like to make sure you know you're playing them. These things stick out so hard, everybody on the bus will know what you're doing. Thankfully, the GameCube brought back full-blown Game Boy support with the Game Boy Player. You may not have been able to play Nintendo 64 cartridges on this thing, but you could play nearly all Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games. Except the Game Boy Advance video cartridges. We were so close to a new tomorrow. They just wouldn't work. Of course, this was to stop you from recording these videos onto a VHS tape and distributing them. The market for VHSs of all grown up volume 1, huge. Now with the PlayStation consoles, these were notoriously backwards compatible. The PlayStation 2 could play nearly all PlayStation 1 games. You could even use the same controllers and memory cards. And with the PlayStation 3, that was designed to be the ultimate thing. PS1 and PS2 games were set to be playable on specific models. All PS3s could play PS1 games, not all PS3s could play PS2. And then they stopped producing PS2 compatible PS3 systems entirely. At least PS1 was supported all the way through, but God, what a mess. The Nintendo DS could play Game Boy Advance games, only Game Boy Advance games. You know, to think of it, the Game Boy Micro had that limitation as well. No Game Boy or Game Boy Color support. And though to be fair, those cartridges were like 5 times the size of that thing, so made sense. The DS had 2 cartridge slots, one for DS games and one for GBA games. The inclusion of a GBA slot felt more like an escape plan though. Like, hey, if the DS doesn't do well, we can still sell it as a Game Boy Advance. When they revised the DS with the Nintendo DS Lite, the GBA slot remained, but now the games stuck out like how games stick out on a DS Lite. It was pretty bad. And then with the Nintendo DSi going forward, they removed the GBA slot. Why? Because they ran out of holes to put here. The Xbox 360 was set to be as backwards compatible with the original Xbox as possible. How did they do? 461 out of 1001 ain't bad. So, what's the deal with this? Well, the Xbox 360 doesn't have that original Xbox spunk baked into it. Instead, Microsoft decided to update the 360 gradually throughout its life to enable support for specific older titles to run via emulation. At the end of the day, roughly half the library is supported. Not terrible, not amazing, definitely Microsoft. Playing these games on 360 works, and many of them look much better being played here, though there are various technical problems with quite a handful of them. I've never come across anything unplayable. The game supported work well enough, but Microsoft ended adding original Xbox games to the 360 about halfway through the system's life. That's something you notice with the backwards compatibility. The companies just give up. The Wii, GameCube support, the whole 9 yards, 4 controller ports, and 2 memory card slots. To the 80-year-olds who bought a Wii for Wii Sports, I'm sure these ports horrified them. Of course, it doesn't work with the Game Boy Player. As a kid, I was adamant these two could connect in some way, and because of that, my picture's still up at Nintendo customer support. But then with future revisions of the Wii, they stripped them of all things GameCube. Obviously to cut costs, but everybody freaked out when they did this. Even though the people freaking out already owned a Wii with GameCube support at this point. At least the Wii U always had support for Wii games, though its method of doing so was pretty clunky. You'd have to enter Wii mode to play Wii games. The system basically turned off and back on again, and bam, it's a Wii now. I mean, it works, and Wii games look really good running on a Wii U, but it is just unbelievably clunky to have to go into a completely separate mode of the system to play Wii games. Like, sure, that means most games will have full compatibility if you have the whole Wii menu set up and whatnot, but it's just weird. Like, oh man, can I access the Wii U system settings through here? No, you're in Wii mode now. The Nintendo 3DS always had support for DS games, which is a godsend. They look kinda foggy on the original model, but look pretty slick on later ones. I was surprised it didn't pull a GBA on the Nintendo DSi and remove compatibility for the DS later on. Like, why? The DS cards fit in the 3DS card slot. They would have had no reason to do it, but that's the Nintendo way.
Hey y'all! Hey y'all! Hey y'all! Hey y'all, Scott here, quick. What's the first thing you think of when you think mysterious?
I was supposed to get robbed tomorrow!
No manners, no subtlety.
Alright, I'll go inside just this once to try this thing out. After that, never again.
I hate change. I've had the same feet for years, thank you.
I interrupt your regularly scheduled me with an emergency report by me.
Take it, you son of a bitch.
But see, with the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, backwards compatibility was no more. It was announced pretty early on they wanted to shift over to a completely new architecture, and thus it would be incredibly costly to build in compatibility like that into these consoles. So like, I get it. It takes a lot of research and development to ensure all these old games work perfectly on the new system. Plus with the PS3, that was Funk City. It's incredibly hard to play PS3 games on anything but a PS3. So it made sense Sony didn't make that a priority. Because when backwards compatibility is offered, barely anybody takes advantage of it. People go, sweet, and then proceed to just play new games from there on out. It's a great selling point on the back of the box. Like I said, it's nice knowing all your old works on all your new, but it doesn't mean that much more than that to most people. But since the PS4 couldn't play any older games, the lack of backwards compatibility meant re-releases. They could repackage PS3 games on PS4 and make so much more money. I don't think that was the core reason why they didn't try to do backwards compatibility, but it probably persuaded them to not do it that much more. Oh, the PS4 can't play PS3 games? Oops. I like re-releases because they give companies an excuse to put together the definitive release of a title with all the DLC and the best graphics and the stupidest box art. It was just funny to me how some of these were called remastered editions when the original release came out, like yesterday. The Last of Us remastered a year after it came out, but somehow the Xbox actually did something right. In 2015, it was announced the Xbox One was actually becoming backwards compatible with Xbox 360 after all, and in 2017, the original Xbox was added to the fray. The way they did it was somewhat similar to the Xbox 360's backwards compatibility. Over time, certain older games were added to the support list, but this time, they were ensuring each and every one was as optimized for the Xbox One as possible. Many backwards compatible games look and run so much better on Xbox One than they ever did on 360 or the original Xbox. The main issue here is, again, not all titles are supported, especially with the original Xbox. You can use the original discs, but that just unlocks a downloadable version of the game. Nothing's playing off the disc here. So that means you have to download this game to your hard drive, more space is being used up on your console. However, it's great to have backwards compatibility at all, even if it's just a bit limited. Over on the PlayStation 4, you can stream PlayStation 3 games through PlayStation Now, but nobody gives a and at least with the PlayStation 5 and 4th generation of Xbox, they are nearly fully backwards compatible with PS4 and Xbox One, which is exactly what I like to see. But going over the history of this stuff really hits home how much most companies and customers for that matter just don't care. It's really unfortunate, but the PS4 didn't have backwards compatibility, and it made the Xbox One say uncle. The Wii U had backwards compatibility, the Nintendo Switch didn't. What happened? The world's worst riddle. But hey, there is a little thing called forwards backwards compatibility. I have this adapter to play Game Boy Advance on the Super Nintendo. This is amazing and stupid. And hey, a Genesis adapter for the Super Nintendo. Crossbreeding is finally in. Backwards compatibility is something that just doesn't get enough attention in the gaming industry. Most people don't care about it, it's obvious. Most of the best-selling consoles each generation don't include backwards compatibility. It's not a selling point to most people, and thus, most companies decide against including it. It's always appreciated, seldom utilized, and I think I just have to accept the fact that I'm never gonna get that all-in-one box I always wanted. There's always gonna be something holding backwards compatibility backwards. And you know what? I've moved on. I don't need that box, and I've also let go of the past. I sold 3 of my Wii U's. If only something was backwards compatible with it.
And we're back with Say That Answer. For $5,000, what city
Pass
is best known for entertainment?
South Carolina.
Besides Hollywood.
Oh, is that a city? South America.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I'm an idiot. So you watch all these game shows and you think you have what it takes to make it big, then they happen to ask the one question you didn't write on your skin. This isn't over. I'm going back on Say That Answer, but this time, I'll be prepared. Write that down. I want to feel smart, but I don't want to do anything about it. I'm a
genius.
Game shows are the cornerstone of lazy consumable entertainment. Watching contestants from an audience come up on stage and make themselves look like an idiot. I can do better than them. Obviously, most game shows have to do with contestants answering trivia questions. That makes them enjoyable to watch at home because then you can play along. But have you ever wanted to be on the actual game show? I have. That's why most major game shows get video game adaptations. Of course, there were board games, books, there were ways you could kind of feel like you were on the actual shows, but video games offered the most realistic experience. You got the visuals, the sounds, the hosts, all of this adding up to giving you the illusion Pat Sajak exists. Of course, if I want to actually win at an actual game show, I can't think of a better way to prep than to play game show games. I'll finally find out what trivia was in 1989. This is Jeopardy on the NES. See, I always use outdated sources of trivia while studying. They were right at some point. It's the only way I know everything about the 33 states. Jeopardy on the NES was developed by Rare. They've, of course, made Donkey Kong Country, Banjo-Kazooie, GoldenEye, but before all of that, they said, dear God, let's work on something else. Number of players? 1. Skill level? If there was a 4, I'd hit it. Versus computer? Yes, please. And now for my name. You know, Jeopardy was created by Merv Griffin. It was produced by Merv Griffin Enterprises. I'll be Merv Griffin, home field advantage. Of course, only Merv Gur fits, but at least we have a healthy selection of characters to shuffle through. So this is how God made humanity. We're up against Larry, we're up against Sandy, they're up against death. Okay, so categories. I get to pick the first one. Oh, fishy names. Fishy names! I'm an expert on this stuff. Former FCC chairman called TV of Vast Wasteland. Alright, so I'll buzz in and figure out the answer as I type. You have to type your entire answer in, and there's a time limit, so if you just realize the answer is Lemony Snicket, you better be a quick typer. Oh my god, how could Jeopardy be wrong? Well, now Larry's deciding to chime in.
Oh, thank God.
If Larry got that one right, I would not know what to do with this degree. Alright, this tiny, short-haired dog is originally from Mexico. Easy, Chihuahua. I forget how to spell it, so hopefully they'll get the gist.
I really only know fishy names.
Larry, what do you got? Alright, this is ridiculous. I'm getting shafted. Larry's just lost it. Sandy's not doing a damn thing. Half of this is better than none glass of water. But I'm right! You know, if I want to get as good at this whole knowledge thing as possible, I need to play multiple games at once, so while we have Jeopardy for the NES going, let's play Family Feud on the Super Nintendo. Family Feud is the best game show. You have to try and guess what a group of people answered in a survey. Now, why does it have to involve 2 families as the contestants?
Oh, why is Larry out of his mind?
With Family Feud SNES, I'm not looking to be seen next to another Larry. I'd rather challenge myself. We'll plug in 2 controllers. I'm playing as the Kevin family, who's up against the Dan family. All right, name something you take from room to room.
A cat! Back to Jeopardy.
Oh, look at Larry using an ampersand in his Jeopardy answer. Now I have some standards to live up to. One who has full membership in a state or nation.
Me?
A carnival performer who bites the heads off of live chickens. Oh, it's really quite obvious.
Oh, that's right. Larry knows all about this.
What is a geek? I really need to reevaluate what I am. Back to Family Feud. If you had 4 extra hours a day, what would you do? Elope. Not elope. Go. Family Feud SNES. Well, that's a good sign to expand to Wheel of Fortune. You can't have Jeopardy without Wheel of Fortune, both products of Merv Griffin, Merv Gur around these parts. It's all about spinning a wheel for dollar amounts and trying to figure out what saying or word is on the board. Pretty much, if a Jeopardy video game was available on a console, a Wheel of Fortune one would be there too. So just for a bit more variety, let's try Wheel of Fortune on PlayStation 2. This menu's background's making me sick. All right, let's spin the wheel.
Too bad, but I guess it could have been worse.
Yeah, if I died.
All right, what is this? Mineral water.
No.
We're going back to Jeopardy.
She is Mel Lazarus's cartoon strip character. Oh, I know this. Damn it, Sandy! She stole my answer! On to Double Jeopardy, where we have brand new categories with even scarier prices. Feathered Friends going for 1,000. I know everything about this. I should have remembered Larry does too. Crime and Punishment for 1,000. Though defended by this famous lawyer, Leopold and Lode were convicted of kidnapping and murder.
Of course he would know.
This band leader married his vocalist Harriet Hilliard. Pass.
All right, so we're in Final Jeopardy on Jeopardy for NES, and my earnings so far? I can make up for in the final round.
On to Final Jeopardy, in which Merv Gur has no winnings and cannot take part in.
Well, I'll live to see this screen. Wasn't fun.
Name something... Milk. That comes in a spray can. Milk again.
I may need a walkthrough.
Might as well check out the other Jeopardies. See, after Jeopardy, Brad made a few others, including Jeopardy Junior Edition. I'll stick with Merv Griffin, but downgrade him to Merv Jr. Yeah, this is the same thing as last time, but now with more kid-oriented questions. These are the exact same games with different questions. Moving on to Jeopardy 25th Anniversary Edition. Oh my god, 25, that's so old. We're old, Merv. It's the same game. Yes, the abbreviation for neighborhoods, neighborhoods. You know, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire second edition for the PlayStation 1 wouldn't abbreviate like that. You know, this game was published by Sony themselves. That must mean they really believed in this title. I mean, why wouldn't you? Huh? 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 On closer inspection, I swear I owned this game for PC way back in the day. I played a ton of this. May not be the best material to practice with for future game shows. Most of these questions are probably lodged in the back of my skull somewhere, but no harm in trying. Again, home field advantage. They ask for a name, what else would I choose?
Go on, just type in your name.
I should probably check to see if I spelled millionaire right.
Oh, come on, you do know your name, don't you? Fine, how about this name?
Well, I'm not gonna do that on Say That Answer.
Super Jeopardy was also released on the NES. This one wasn't along the same lines as the previous three. These were developed by Rare. This was a nightmare. It talks. So here are our contestants. Is this a newspaper political cartoon? Yeah, it's still Jeopardy, but the older versions, in my opinion, are better. You see, for some reason, the color palettes and format they chose for Super Jeopardy just aren't as appealing to the eyes, and it's honestly a bit harder to read. I was Super Merv here. All right, a thing. Apparently an R is the third letter in the word. It's not Fort Wario, I checked. Dork Boney. Card Banco. Park bench. Okay, come on. First question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Okay, well, I'll phone a friend.
She thinks it's B.
Should probably ask the audience to be sure. Narrow it down 50-50. Well, the audience says it's A, but you know, I never trusted this audience.
It's because I wasn't a millionaire.
I didn't want to see the second question anyways. Who needs it? Besides Hollywood, what city is known for entertainment?
Oh my god. This was the question that messed me up on the game show! Damn it! Besides Hollywood, okay. Not Hollywood and not South Carolina. That was pure instincts typing that in. Okay, not South America. I'm really disappointed in myself. Okay, a city known for entertainment. Circuit City. Am I wrong?
Jeopardy made the jump to the PlayStation 2, right alongside Wheel of Fortune, and these games share roughly the same format of menus and cutscenes. Just a heads up, do not write years out in letters and then finish them off with numbers. They don't accept that. This type of abandoned town features 170 buildings. Oh, Fort Wario! Wasn't in Wheel of Fortune, has to be here.
Regrettably, no.
I wish.
The year the man seen here won the presidential election.
Take a look at your monitor.
Alex Trebek.
Name something that's... Snake. Snake! What's the first thing you open when you...
The womb.
What's the first thing you open when you come home at night?
Jars. Car door. My mouth.
What are the answers?
I said door!
You know, I played a lot of Jeopardy on the Wii. This was released in tandem with Wheel of Fortune. Surprised. But these games do a phenomenal job replicating the source material. Sure, the hosts look like they drank expired water, but the looks and sounds are perfect. Compare that to Jeopardy on the Nintendo Switch. Like, yeah, it's a fine trivia game, but this doesn't look like Jeopardy. They have so many different original animations and the narrator isn't the same as the show. It doesn't feel like Jeopardy. You can say, oh, but the Switch version is more original, it has its own identity. But when I'm buying a game called Jeopardy, I expect it to look and sound like Jeopardy. There's something to be said about being original, but this just doesn't feel right. I mean, even the PS2 games did a good job replicating the shows. Though, why does Wheel of Fortune on PS2 use the Price is Right font in-game? Well, that's a good sign to try out the Price is Right on Wii. This game's all about guessing the right price on the product shown. See, if the price is right, you know what else is? Me. All right, a billiards table. I'll go $12. All right, so now it's time to play Plinko. I just have to drop this puck and see if it, oh,
I did it! I'm a genius! I'm ready to go back on Say That Answer!
For $10,000, what was the second question in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire second edition for PlayStation 1?
Attack is back, and the critics are raving. Good enough.
I've seen worse. Reverse hair loss now with one simple trick. Click here. Catch the show the critics literally won't start talking about. Attack of the Show on G4 Select.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I could certainly go for a definition right about now. Well, times 3. Localize, to make or become local. Well, at least one of us found our calling today, and if you excuse me, I'm going to be ordering a shipment of notebooks to localize for the Tucson, Arizona area so they can more clearly understand them. They just don't get it over there. I know, finally, someone's standing up for the people of Tucson, right? Translation and localization, a Venn diagram's two best friends. There's so many similarities, but overall, they're definitely different. Translation is taking words and converting them from a different language, while localization is taking the general concept of something and adjusting it or even completely changing it for a different audience in a different part of the world. Translation and localization are not one, however, localization involves translation. Of course, in the video game industry, localization is a huge aspect of development and is many times overlooked. Sometimes localization is as simple as hitting the Go Translate button. This was definitely the case with games back in the 80s and early 90s. Old school RPGs and games with heavy amounts of text generally had very little effort put into the localization. Instead of rewriting a game's script to feel more at home for the new audience's area, it would basically be just a straight translation with multiple grammatical and spelling errors. But other times, especially nowadays, localization can be as daunting of a task as developing a whole new game. The script for the 3DS remake of Dragon Quest VII filled an entire bookshelf. Now that's a localization. The process generally starts during the development of the game nowadays. Originally, it would start after the game originally released. A team of translators and writers will receive updates and explanations from the developers of how certain scenes and characters are meant to be portrayed. Then the localization team will start to rewrite them to feel natural in the new language, while also keeping the spirit and main idea from the original. However, sometimes some things are just too darn exotic. Many elements from many games are different across the world based on cultural norms. What may be okay in one country is totally way not okay in another. Recently, with the aid of everybody's favorite, the internet, it's been blatantly obvious when something has changed from the original release. Nintendo of America has always been notorious for changing up elements of games for a Western release. Back in the 80s and 90s, they had a strict policy on the lack of violence, sexuality, and religion, but as Japan has different cultural norms, these policies led to editing and censoring localized versions of Japanese games.
To this day, they are still very keen on stripping anything too sexy from their games. Of course, Japan is much more down for sexuality in media, so it makes sense sometimes to tone things down in westernized releases. The US version of Bravely Default made some outfits much less revealing and upped the age of minors in the game. Xenoblade Chronicles X totally let you customize boob size, but that was completely stripped out of the Western release. Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE had ages increased, more clothes added to some mega skin shots, and just some racy shots altered to be anti-racy shots. Fatal Frame Made in a Blackwater featured unlockable costumes which allowed you to play in barely a costume, and this was just straight up removed and replaced with some Nintendo crossover outfits, as the game was published by Nintendo. These aren't anything that affect gameplay in any way, however, many players weren't too happy with the changes, bellowing censorship. I don't know, you see, a lot of these things don't make sense for the Western world, and just don't make sense in context of the game. Like, Fatal Frame is a horror game. Does it really make sense to play the game in anti-clothes? But to be fair, it was always supposed to be M-rated, leaving the costumes in a game intended not only for adults, but a rather niche audience wouldn't start riots in the street in my opinion. It's all about how these changes affect gameplay in my opinion, and in those examples, they don't. Those are all cosmetic and make more sense in terms of the Japanese market. However, sometimes pockets of gameplay are removed in localizations, in which Fire Emblem Fates had a few instances of this. Fates allowed you to pet the characters with the stylus coinciding with the relationship building mechanic in the game. Basically, pet the character, they'll like you better. This was completely gutted from the Western release due to the suggestive connotations. Also, the Japanese version of the game included a scene where a homosexual character is drugged and cured of said homosexuality, which may be considered as, say it with me now,
gay conversion therapy!
Yep, that's gone from our stomping grounds. Yeah, it's unfortunate when entire pockets of gameplay are removed for international releases, but I mean,
gay conversion therapy!
Localized changes to games have been happening for years. In Earthbound, Ness is naked here in Japan, but has the audacity to wear pajamas in North America. The arcade beat-em-up Final Fight featured the female character Poison as an enemy, but when making the transition to North America, Capcom didn't want people to get all up in arms about the player being up a woman, so instead of changing her sprite to some dude, they just said she was a dude. Huh. When Contra was being localized to Europe, they changed the title to Probotector and made human characters robotic due to potential conflict with the gunplay in the game. Many a times, blood in games is straight up removed or turned into some funk-riddled color. Zombies Ain't My Neighbors had the blood removed here in North America, yet Uncharted Drake's Fortune had the blood removed in Japan, and in PAL territories, Castlevania Bloodlines had the blood removed and the title changed to Castlevania The New Generation. The character Soda Pompinski in Punch-Out was originally named Vodka Drunkinsky in Japan, oh boy. It's not just suggestive elements that are changed throughout regions. A lot of the time, translation just F's with the script and changes the meaning of certain aspects of the game. The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes was a light-hearted, don't-take-me-seriously multiplayer Zelda title for the 3DS. So the American localization team took that as an opportunity to cram internet memes into a Zelda game, while the European version feels much more Zelda-like in terms of the script. Final Fantasy X featured the characters Yuna tell Titus, "I love you," while the Japanese version translated to a simple "thanks." Yeah, those two sayings don't necessarily mean the same thing. I've never played Final Fantasy X or X-2, and from what people say, it's not super weird, but when you take into consideration what the original intended that line to mean, it definitely leads to some solid discussion and analysis I have no right to get into. The Kirby games have a long history of changes while being localized. Not so much with the actual games themselves, but with the box art. Apparently Americans hate the concept of Kirby being a happy-go-lucky tuft of God knows what, so loads of Kirby box arts in North America give him some solid, angry eyebrows to imply that he's not just having fun, but having fun with some attitude. Sometimes localization is just too much for some games, and they're simply left to rot in Japan. The most famous example has been Mother 3, a part of the series we know as Earthbound. It was the final entry in the series and was originally in development for the Nintendo 64 DD, was cancelled, then resurrected as a Game Boy Advance game. Of course, it never made its way over here, which is unfortunate and also incredibly infuriating based on how much Mother 3 is referenced in games like Super Smash Bros. This has led to a dedicated group of fans to translate the game themselves, which is how most people outside of Japan have played it. Captain Rainbow was a Wii game developed by Skip, creators of Chibi Robo, and focused on a has-been superhero trying to regain his popularity and meeting up with a few Nintendo characters that time forgot. Now with Mother 3 and Captain Rainbow, these are two titles with a fair amount of text, and being such obscure and niche games in the time of their release, localization just never happened. With Dead or Alive Extreme 3, that wasn't localized due to being too honkin' sexy. I can picture the American reviews as I speak. A spin-off of the fighting game franchise, Dead or Alive Extreme is a beach volleyball game, And when the third one released for PS4 and PS Vita, Koei Tecmo announced it would never make its way over stateside. But this is why censorship generally happens: cultural differences. It's not all about censorship and differences between cultural norms, however. Sometimes the localization will change or remove something for different reasons or for no reason at all. One of the earliest examples of a game being changed drastically in the conversion from Japan to North America was Super Mario Bros. 2 on the NES, as it wasn't the Japanese version at all. The original Super Mario Bros. 2 was meant to be a game for those who mastered the original. It was incredibly similar to the first game, but with some jacked up difficulty. When Nintendo of America received the game, they noted it was too difficult and similar to the original. Thus, they took another game with some Mario-like elements, Doki Doki Panic, plopped some Mario sprites in, made a few extra changes, bada bing bada boom, the sequel to end all sequels. Of course, both the American version of Super Mario Bros. 2 made its way to Japan as Super Mario USA, and the Japanese version made its way over here as Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. Of course, there's good localization, where the new interpretation houses the spirit of the original, but is now understandable to those in a different part of the world. And there's bad localization that could either be a sloppy quick translation or remove/change elements for no good reason. But it's incredibly interesting to see just what was lost in the process of localization. But it's odd to look at how some things are censored in one territory, but similar things aren't. Like, why is blood in games not okay in Japan, but okay sometimes? I mean, this is the same country that was home to the classic Famicom game Hitler's Resurrection, Top Secret, a game about guess who's coming back, also known as Bionic Commando here. I got in the notebooks I have to localize for Tucson, Arizona. Hopefully there's not much I have to change. Jesus!
Let's go! Are you ready?
It's not hard to be smarter than this.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I just got bread for $1. It's one of my biggest fears, was talking to somebody, really liked them. Turned out they weren't a person, they were just an affordable price. I despise deals. Somebody offered me a TV for $20, I tucked them up to $40. So it's a good thing deals can't find me here. That's why I boarded the doors, it's their Achilles heel. I've known this for a while, that's why I keep nailed wood around my neck. With all those deals out there, I guess I just have to wait out the storm with games like Sportsman's Pack, 2 great games. There's been a breach! Video games are a business. The sooner I realized that, the smaller my family tree got. So you rope in the suckers who are willing to spend money, and 60 of it on brand new releases. Then rope in the more reasonable suckers when the price gets dropped over time. But let me ask you, what's better than one game? You got me there.
Well, you have multiple games that may have outlasted their shelf life. Maybe put them together in one package for an affordable price, and you never know, it may just appeal to a brand new audience. I don't speak for everyone here, but getting multiple items bundled into one product makes things a whole lot easier. You killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I could get toilet paper by itself, or I could save a trip and buy it with ranch. And hey, video games take up a lot of space. Here's my Glover room. You get multiple video games in one affordable package. Now, when I say that, I'm not talking game compilations, stuff like Namco Museum, Sonic Mega Collection. Those are taking old games you couldn't already play on that console and doing the unthinkable. Value pack games take games you could already play on said system and bundling them together to make things more wacky and pathetic. These products just exist for people to go, wow, 2 in 1. They aren't for fans, they aren't for diehards, they're merely in existence to make for better presents to give to kids half the time. It makes things more enticing. I can just buy this and get 2 presents out of the way. It's just odd because I don't ever think of these things. Nobody does. I didn't think too many of these multi-packs existed until I realized one of the most famous products of all time is a multi-pack.
Bic?
2 in 1 Super Mario Bros. / Duck Hunt. Much like opium, you couldn't buy this at the store. This was bundled in with most Nintendo Entertainment System consoles and is easily one of the most common video games in existence. But I don't need to tell you that, you're probably already sitting on 5 of them. Obviously, this saves space in the console box while maintaining the value of 2 games included. And one of my favorite things about these multi-packs is seeing what kind of menu system they put in place to select the games. Me. I have never found a mate that can do this. Mario and Duck Hunt is such a wonderful combination. They're so different yet fit so well together. When you're bored with one, the other should do the trick, and it's a good mix of traditional platforming gameplay and bloodshed. Most of the time, you'll see manufacturers put similar games together in one cartridge, but honestly, I really like what Nintendo did here. 2 completely different games, but 2 games where most people interested in one would like the other. So it, add a third. 3 in 1 Super Mario Bros. / Duck Hunt / World Class Track Meet. The exact same song and dance as the last cartridge, but we finally have some value. World Class Track Meet used the power pad, all great world powers do. So adding a game where you have to run to a game where you e-run and a game where you get put on a list, you have a nice sampler of what the NES had to offer at the time. And while this cartridge does bring a lot of variety with it, it is a bit clunky that all games included require different controllers. So yeah, watch me, cool party trick. I can play Track Meet after Duck Hunt in record time. Does anyone have a power pad in their trunk?
I'll be right back.
So then maybe this cartridge is a bit more worthwhile. 3 in 1 Super Mario Bros. / Tetris / Nintendo World Cup. There were 3 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. This multi-pack was only released in Europe and is somewhat hard to come by, and unlike the others, this got a full retail release. The games included are all your traditional NES games that use just the standard controller, so it's a more comfortable experience. I think Mario and Tetris go together quite well, and Nintendo World Cup does satiate the jock of the family. No, I want to play soccer, thank you. I'm no I don't like shapes. The multi-game cartridges weren't just a Nintendo thing though. Sega did them on the Master System, and even before that, they existed on the Atari 2600. Here's the Double Ender cartridge, where each end gives you a different game. I'm appalled and enthralled.
But these value pack games truly became a hot commodity with Super Mario Bros. And Duck Hunt, especially if they were console bundles. I'm sure many looked at that and went, wow, I cannot give a too. Combining pre-existing games into one product is an easy and effective way to get people to care if there was no way anybody would care otherwise. So Sega kept doing it.
Sonic Classics. Remember the classic Sonic games? It's 1997 and they sure don't make them like they used to in 1994. It's like when they re-released the first Call of Duty as Call of Duty Classic. This game's 6 years old. Sonic 1, 2, and Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine all in one cartridge. This should be a staple in every multi-pack. But this cartridge pales in comparison to one Sega released earlier. 6-pack. This one is a doozy. Sonic the Hedgehog, Golden Axe, Columns, Revenge of Shinobi, Super Hang-On, Streets of Rage. Now this is a solid collection. I like these multi-packs with value and variety. When you have Sonic 1 and 2 included on the same cartridge, like, yeah, I'll accept it, but I'm probably just gonna play Sonic 2. And when you have Mean Bean Machine next to it on top of that, it's no contest. Well, did Nintendo have any value packs that could compete with something like this? Here's Super Mario All-Stars plus Super Mario World. Nintendo was trying to claim more independence than they had that year. So basically, for some Super Nintendo console bundles, they included this exclusive version of Mario All-Stars with Mario World added in, and it's all pretty seamless. You'd think they just have a game select screen that says, listen, what do you want? But no, Mario World is incorporated into Mario All-Stars. They changed the title screen up, added the box art alongside all the other Mario games. They even updated Mario World itself a bit, changing how Luigi looks to make him look more Luigi. It's a strange amount of effort put into a simple multi-cart that was only available in specific SNES console bundles that were also only available for a limited amount of time. It's a shame this wasn't given a more wide release. Whenever Nintendo decides to re-release Mario All-Stars, it's always the original version, not the one with Mario World included. Maybe because it doesn't have Mean Bean Machine.
Well, I'm
disgusted, which is why, thankfully, as game consoles evolved, it became harder and harder to cram multiple games onto one cartridge. So, with the invention of discs, it became more and more feasible to put multiple games into one package, one of the greatest evolutions in gaming. Have you ever noticed ever since this release, life has been Now this is the definition of a multi-pack. 2 discs in one! I'm sure manufacturers were thrilled about this. I mean, you don't even have to program any menu setup. You can just take the exact same discs you printed for the standard copies and combine them with some others, print some new box art, and bam, you just gave up. The case itself often isn't even much bigger. You can fit quite a few discs in a standard sized case. There was no downside to this. But Tetris with Star Wars, I don't give a fuck. I saw Sega do this a lot. Here we have a Sonic Mega Collection Plus and Super Monkey Ball Deluxe combo pack for the original Xbox. It was released as a budget platinum hits title, and I gotta admit, these 7 adjectives sold me. Obviously, this was a good deal. There's no lying to yourself about that. But there's something about these types of value packs that just feel cheaper to me. I wonder why. You don't get the original artwork, you get it all cropped and smaller. The spine looks dumb. This box looks like it's constantly trying to sell me on something I already own. It's like how movies are sold these days. So many flicks are forever destined to be exclusively sold in 4 movie packs, and you get this generic template logo on the front and on the spine. It's like, where do I put this in my collection? There's 4 completely different movies on it. Alphabetically, do I put this where the first movie they happen to list here goes? Like, why does this movie have more worth than this one? Same with Mega Collection and Monkey Ball. But at least with Sonic and Monkey Ball, these are both 2 similarly styled series. Sega also released a combo pack of Sega GT 2002 and Jet Set Radio Future because, you know what, it roughly meets the requirements of a deal. Actually, this one was released only in certain console bundles and everything comes packed on one disc. That's pretty impressive. Xbox had some interesting dual pack console bundle sort of deals. They usually like to do this combo style on the spine. One side of the box had box art for one game. Oh god, what about the other? Oh, thank Christ. I wouldn't take a for anything less than Tetris Worlds. They continue this general style throughout the Xbox 360's lifespan and even into the Xbox One's a bit. Except this one, you just get a very basic front and back. Back covers just aren't the same anymore. Over on the GameCube, they had a few shining examples like the Wind Waker and Metroid Prime console bundle combo pack. What a deal! It does save shelf space. Some companies started to do these box sets. They were cardboard sleeves housing full copies of the games. Again, a few of these have skyrocketed in value. Some Sega box sets on the GameCube specifically. The Devil May Cry 5th Anniversary Collection, because let's celebrate it being 30 years off from running for office. And the Grand Theft Auto Trilogy, containing all the home console GTAs of that generation. This one I've seen wrapped for $20 at Walmarts everywhere, usually next to Nicorette. Of course, these don't take up any less space if you don't start to comprehend the power of 1mm of cardboard. These are the full-size game boxes in here. The outer sleeve is just kind of neat, fresh bonus, use it for food. Sony did this a ton with greatest hits re-releases. You can get some double packs of games this way, and a handful of GameCube and Xbox releases were like this as well. But I want a deal and more space for my feet. Well, the Game Boy Advance was truly a safe haven for value pack games. See, this system was so laser focused on kids and people who would buy Drill Dozer. Just so many releases. Games were flying everywhere. It was wildly popular. People were buying damn near anything on it. Game development on the platform was cheap as dirt. Of course the market was flooded. And when a game's popularity started to dwindle, publishers took it as an opportunity to repackage it alongside another or two on one Game Boy Advance cartridge for the ultimate Easter gift. This just screams Easter to me. These things were everywhere on the Game Boy Advance. I mean, it makes sense. The file sizes of these games were ass small. You could pop multiple on a cartridge and sell them for a deal, and it's even more attractive based on the portability factor. This way, you could bring 2 games on the road instead of just 1. But I never realized just how many were released. For the kids, obviously, there's a lot of licensed games combined onto one cartridge. The Shark Tale and Shrek 2 combo cartridge, for when you just can't pick who to shoot. SpongeBob SquarePants Super Sponge and SpongeBob SquarePants Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. You know, I own Super Sponge on the PlayStation 1. I always wanted it for the Game Boy Advance. Couple that with a Game Boy Advance game I did own being included on the cartridge, and I'm pretty miffed I never owned this until now. Just think about how different my life would be if I had this as a kid. However, I mean, these are both SpongeBob games, both 2D platformers. At least with the Shrek and Shark Tale combo, we had some variety in brand. Well, don't you worry, because THQ did release a multi-cart with Super Sponge on it, and 3 other games. The fabled 4-in-1. I've seen staplers with better labels. It's pretty cool considering this one has all different Nickelodeon shows represented within each game, just like Sportsman's Pack. Fishing or hunting? I don't care, just give me a gun. Cartoon Network had this double pack here. Listen, I'm just saying, you could always tell a Cartoon Network kid from a Nickelodeon one. We were a respectable breed. But hey, licensed games weren't the only culprits. Sonic Advance and Pinball Party, Pac-Man World and Maze Madness, double, triple, or even quadruple packs on Game Boy Advance were a way of life, even when it came to movies. The Game Boy Advance Video double pack featuring Shark Tale and Shrek. Not Shark Tale and Shrek 2, Shark Tale and Shrek, the movies, not the games. Most of the content released via Game Boy Advance Video were television shows, but a few movies were released, and 2 of those movies were squeezed onto a single cartridge for some reason. I think Majesco just wanted their dad's approval. This is a fairly impressive accomplishment for the time. Most games on these combo cartridges weren't compromised, but with these movies, they definitely look worse than they did on their own single carts. It's a sacrifice, but you were already sacrificing a bit to watch movies on the Game Boy Advance anyway, so at the time, this did the job.
I'm Austin Show, and this is Name Your Prize! Oh my gosh, I've had it with that! You're gonna want this gong, I'm telling you! I don't want the... How else are we gonna brand the show?
The Game Boy Advance was a wild time to multi-pack. Oh, that generation specifically. There was a ton, but they never went away. I just don't think anybody really notices them. They just exist for people who could use them, but don't leave much of an impression other than that. There's been some interesting cases, like Lego Harry Potter on Wii, plus the first Harry Potter movie on DVD, or when DiGiorno packed pizza and breadsticks together. This is an interesting one that I didn't know existed until recently. A few Wii systems came bundled in with both Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort, but I never knew they came on the same disc, and had a unique startup and menu select screen. I want to wear this disc as a ring. I love it. The BioShock and Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion double pack.
Because that's why.
NES Remix pack on Wii U, taking 2 digital-only Wii U titles and not only releasing them physically, but packing them on the same disc. NES Remix 1 and 2 are pretty much the exact same game, but with different NES titles represented. Pokemon's been doing these box set releases if you want both of the Pokemon games that come out at the same time. And Nintendo's done this thing where Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Super Mario Party are bundled together. There's basically a million ways to purchase all the Kingdom Hearts games on PlayStation 4. This one has the HD remasters of 1, 2, and Dream Drop Distance, and this one has all of that, and the third game at a painfully low price. It's really unfortunate if somebody just wants to play the first game and nothing more. You're getting all of them. It's like how junk food's cheaper than fruit. Throughout all of this though, it's clear to me Sega is the most consistent at releasing multi-packs. They've done it ever since the Sega Master System, and they did it with the Nintendo Switch. The Sonic Mania plus Team Sonic Racing double pack, and the Banana Blitz HD plus Sonic Forces double pack. Which one's the better value? The Nintendo Switch has had a few multi-pack game card releases where when you pop the game card in, both games just appear on the menu, which is pretty slick. So even when these Sega releases are just on one card, they don't have a unique menu setup or whatever. The system just acts like you put in 2 game cards at once. But nothing Sega does will ever live up to their Sonic PC Collection release. If you include all the games included in Sonic Mega Collection Plus and the unlockable bonus games in Sonic Adventure DX, there are nearly 30 games in this set. At that point, did they really have to include Sonic Riders? Oh man, we can't just not include one more game. The people won't fall for that. They aren't stupid. They like Sonic! And there's a lot more of these things than I initially thought, and it's getting to the point where I feel like I just have to embrace the fact they exist. Some people still like to have physical games, but they like the slimmer packaging with 2 discs in one. It's cool to see the unique menus, and while the box art is compromised and kinda cheesy, I can't help but admire the fact that these bundles help bring in new customers that may not have experienced these games otherwise. Wait. I mean, ha ha ha, these things. Hey y'all, Scott here. Imagine today's events occurring in the past. What would it be like to live in an era prior to this very moment? I wonder what I'm gonna say in 5 minutes. What the hell is this? Why is it good? We need to go a hint closer to utter dog. I said a hint. The year is 1987. This is what we call a video game. That was a short game of 20 questions. At the time, things could only go up graphically. They were trying all kinds of 3D styles. Some games you could hear crystal clear sound in with voice acting, and other games were movies you could slightly interact with. The future was looking bright. Imagine what video games will look like 30 years from now. Holy it's wider? What's the main driving force behind new video game consoles? Better graphics. I'll let you shoot me in the foot if you look nice. We all want our video games to look better each and every generation. But sometimes it's fun not to care. The graphical style of older games were simpler, no doubt, but there was a certain magic to it. That old school Atari 2600 look. It's crude, it's not great, but there's something to be said about making the simplest of art understandable to the player, making it obvious to them that these are aliens in 4 pixels or less. It's oddly beautiful. Let the record show, I'm also legally blind. But when we move into the 8-bit and 16-bit eras, these are much easier to find worth in. A similar style of making the most out of limitations, but this feels more like actual art somebody drew that was then squished into a cartridge. 16-bit art is so much better too. This was taking pixel art and adding so many more colors and details, and the music of this era, oh my god, it may be a bunch of bleeps and bloops, but it's all organized in such catchy and mesmerizing ways. Again, it's so cool how they would make something so beautiful out of something so limiting. And due to how simple things were, it was easier to immediately understand what make these games tick. Modern games are so full of cutscenes and 3D eye candy that it can sometimes distract you from the core of the game, which might not be that great. Because of this, the style of older games has never really died out, not only because less powerful handheld systems kept 2D pixelated jargon alive while the home consoles tried shoving polygons down our throat, but because people legitimately like these art styles, this music, these simpler, more get-to-the-chase type games. It doesn't just remind people who peaked in high school of better times, some just like this kind of stuff. The problem is, most think older games look outdated. And 99% of the time, they would be correct. So to get modern gamers to play the classics, you might just have to remake them, giving them new visuals with all kinds of crazy effects, a fully orchestrated soundtrack, even more content. But like I said, many still value this older style of game, while some want these older games to be recreated for the modern age. What if we took this modern thing and tried to recreate it using this rock? This is a demake, remaking a game on worse and or older hardware, possibly generations older, or it's just made in the style of older titles. It's interesting to see how a modern game works when it's met with the limitations of living in 1994. It doesn't. Most remakes are fan-made. Makes sense. If Nintendo isn't gonna put Smash Bros. On a Game Boy, damn it, I'm gonna. One of the most famous examples of this is Halo 2600, a remake of Halo for the Atari 2600. Now, to be fair, this is a more completely different game in comparison to straight up playing Halo on Atari. Like, how would you even begin to port these graphics over? Well, we can do the color green. No, this is turning the concept of Halo's story, characters, and some of the gameplay and trying to make it work as an old school Atari game. It's pretty neat to think about how you recontextualize things that have only ever been seen in first-person 3D into a 2D sprite, and not just any 2D sprite, a bad one. However, I think what made this game truly famous in the remake realm was the fact it was made by one Ed Fries. He was actually the vice president of Microsoft's game publishing division up until 2004, so can you really consider this a fan-made remake when it was made by a Microsoft employee who worked with the Halo series? Well, this is far from official. Fries released this in 2010, 6 years after he left Microsoft, and even if he was still working at Microsoft when he made this, it was just a hobby project to attempt to make a Halo game for the Atari 2600.
But it's more official than pretty much any other unofficial demakes, so you gotta give it credit. I think the Atari demakes are pretty interesting because I feel like you can make most games conceptually work on an NES or SNES with little issue. I mean, they would look and play wildly different, but I could fully imagine demakes of The Last of Us and Dark Souls on those platforms. These consoles can produce high quality gameplay and stories. Atari is a different beast. You pretty much have to rethink a game and turn it into a high score kind of deal. But fans have shown loads of talent by producing demakes of Super Mario Bros. And The Legend of Zelda. Mario is pretty impressively close. Zelda has more in common with a loading screen, but these are fan creations, the video game false prophet. What about official demakes? Well, they aren't the most common, but when they happen, they really double dragon on Atari 2600. Gesundheit. You truly see the power of the demake with Atari. I mean, this thing runs on pencil lead. How are you gonna make Donkey Kong Jr. work on Atari? You don't. Now, Atari seems to be the furthest we can go back in terms of demaking, but how much simpler can we get? It's dangerous to ask me words. So we have Double Dragon on Atari or Double Dragon the LCD handheld game. Pick your poison. I feel that many would disagree with the notion that these are demakes, but if you consider Halo 2600 to be a demake, I think these fit the bill. This was the cheap alternative to buying a real man's handheld. The Tiger Electronics LCD games took the full name and branding of arcade and console games and made calculators out of them. These often are nowhere near replacements for the actual things, rather reinterpretations of the classics that can be displayed in a sticky notes worth of screen real estate. And damn it if that isn't a demake. The Tiger games are pretty gross. They take the bare minimum concept of these games and make this a high score based, overly simplistic romp that's just an endurance test. Hey, see how long you can use your thumbs.
I have a question. Am I considered a classic? 5 out of 5. Graphics and what have you.
That's all you do in this game!
Oh.
Nintendo had their own LCD games with the Game & Watch brand in which they themselves converted their games over to. These, however, are much more well designed. They're still simplistic, but there's more of an addictive challenge to these compared to what I found in a morgue. And when the game they were demaking for Game & Watch was too complicated for the LCD screens, they would make something entirely new for them, like with Super Mario Bros. And Zelda. The LCD demake is probably as low as we can go, unless you count charades. So, instead of pathetic, let's try for Bizarre, my new store. Sega hit it big with the Sega Genesis here in North America. With their previous console, the Sega Master System. Look at it. Does it look like it would do well here? Maybe Brazil. The Master System was a long-lasting success in Europe and Brazil. They just loved grid paper and failure. While the console ended in 1992 here in the States, it lived on for years longer in other regions, especially in Brazil. where it has yet to be officially discontinued.
Maybe they just forget.
But because of this success, remakes of popular Sega Genesis games were common for the platform. Sonic came over, though more so in specially designed games for the Master System. Streets of Rage, Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, because good versions of those games weren't good enough. But the remake I want to focus on here is Street Fighter 2. Yeah, Street Fighter 2 on the Sega Master System, because damn, does that sound good right about now?
Round 1. Fight!
That hits the spot. Honestly, for a version of Street Fighter 2 on an 8-bit console, it's pretty good. I mean, character moves are missing, so it's not like a full-fledged port. It's not like this is the full Street Fighter 2 experience, just a little worse. Yes, Banana was run over by my cart, but it's still the full experience. Nah, this simply does the job for Master System owners who wanted Street Fighter 2 and not much else. Graphically, I think this looks pretty damn good. Audioly, I too enjoy making soundtracks with elevators. For what it's worth, Street Fighter 2 on Master System is fascinating. It only released in Brazil in 1997, and Capcom greenlit it because they were duped into thinking this was a Sega Genesis version of the game. The developer then revealed they were playing on the Master System, and they said, wow, this stunk for the Genesis, but for the Master System, this could be worse. It was approved. Well, I'd rather play this than the Game Boy version, which that's its own League remake. The portable variant of a game was almost always lesser in every way. But just like Street Fighter on Master System, it could be worse. I think many Game Boy remakes are fairly impressive. I mean, DuckTales on this thing is damn close to DuckTales how God intended. Developers had to choose whether to make a version of the game designed with the Game Boy in mind, or just try to cram funny in the car. It's a balancing act. Would it really be easier to make a Lion King game for the NES, or just take the SNES game and downgrade the hell out of it? This looks unnatural. Like, I feel like if I would play this as a kid, I would still think to myself, this feels like a downgraded version of something that already exists. I mean, designing a game from scratch for a system is a lot of work, but it's also really hard to get the Lion King on SNES to run on the NES. You know the old saying. The NES got a few remakes. I'd consider Mighty Final Fight to be one of these. This is a Final Fight game made exclusively for the NES. It's a retelling of the first game's story, so I would consider this a remake. Take that, Senate. However, everything else is really this game's own thing. If you consider Final Fantasy VII Remake to be a remake, give Mighty Final Fight a chance. This is definitely more of a spoof on the original. They made all the characters children and built it entirely for the NES. It was definitely meant to give NES owners a Final Fight experience while also making sure it could stand on its own, so they made it a joke. I'm a proud NES owner. Mighty Final Fight is its own thing and isn't bogged down by the limitations of the console it's on. Rather, Capcom used the limitations to their advantage while creating this thing. This is how you do a remake, and it might not even qualify as one. That's why we go back to the Game Boy line with Game Boy Color and Advanced remakes. Finally, I can play Grand Theft Auto portably. I never said I was happy with my life. For some reason, developers constantly tried to take these big console experiences and shove them on the GBC. Resident Evil was being worked on, and while it was canceled, looking at what was accomplished, it's impressive and concerning. Think about how advanced society would be if we didn't spend so much time porting Resident Evil to Game Boy. I mean, this looks like it's straight up Resident Evil, but what ended up releasing was Resident Evil Gaiden, something more original for the system. They still tried to make it as full-fledged of an RE game as it could be, including this rhythm game combat mechanic to incorporate first-person shooting, which is honestly pretty clever. And of course, GTA 2. I'm sure not many people knew this was a thing, on top of the fact the first game is on here as well. In fact, that worked on the original Game Boy. These are really not great versions, but just the fact they even resemble a Grand Theft Auto game, I think is enough. But thankfully, Grand Theft Auto on Game Boy Advance is another story. And most of the joy from this game comes from the fact I'm gutting people on 2 AA's. But this is a legitimate Grand Theft Auto with not a ton of concessions made. This wouldn't be considered a remake, however, considering it's a completely original entry in the franchise. Now, Pac-Man World, that just got diagnosed. The Game Boy Advance was filled with multi-platform games that were completely different from handheld to console. I was definitely expecting this to be a 2D platformer based on the PS1 game. Was I ever gleefully disappointed? Here, they took the PS1 game and transformed it into a 2D sprite paradise. Is it better this way? Well, it depends on if you like dog shit. See, this is the biggest issue with remakes. It feels like you're punching down. Well, the Game Boy Advance version of Super Sponge isn't as good as the PlayStation one. Well, duh. Of course, what makes these games special is seeing how they convert elements that could only be done on the more powerful systems. Sometimes they whittle them down to their core. Konami couldn't really port the first Silent Hill to Game Boy Advance, or they could, they just knew it wouldn't be pretty. So they converted it into a visual novel, released only in Japan. Sometimes developers have to make these calls. Should they demake the game for lesser hardware or create something more suited for it? Because even if they work on lesser hardware, I think I, alongside many others, care more about seeing it just exist, not necessarily if it's just as good or better than the source material. However,
that can happen sometimes. Dark Void was a game, thanks for asking. One of the most forgettable and generic games from the Xbox 360 PS3 era. It was done by Capcom, but it was just so lifeless and lame. Just look at this cover, look at this name. Without the title, would anybody have gone, oh yeah, that's a Dark Void? It's just an underwhelming third-person shooter that completely got overshadowed by its spin-off on Nintendo DSiWare. Everybody has that more successful cousin. Dark Void Zero isn't necessarily a demake, but it has the spirit of one. The concept here is, what if Dark Void wasn't an original game? Turns out it was a reboot or sequel to a lost Capcom NES game. You gotta hand it to them, they truly ran with this idea, even putting a fake history lesson in the electronic manual. Totally giving an excuse as to why it's on a dual-screen handheld, because it was on the PlayChoice 10 dual-screen arcade machine. They even got Jimmy Fallon in on the idea that this was, in fact, originally an NES game. When they break out the talk show host, everybody goes, oh, on that day, all Late Night with Jimmy Fallon viewers bought Dark Void Zero. The game itself actually gives off a lot of 80s Capcom vibes. Comparing it to the real-life Dark Void, it kind of feels like how Bionic Commando on NES compares to Bionic Commando on Xbox 360. What an insult. The NES style is prime for demake territory. It's more impressive to demake for Atari, but demaking a modern game for NES, well, it just might be playable. Namco demade Pac-Man Championship Edition, turning it into something worthy of being on an NES cartridge. It was included in Namco Museum Archives Volume 1, and Jesus Christ, it might just be better than the original. To be fair, the original Pac-Man Championship Edition is good, but its aesthetic reminds me so much of the superior Championship Editions DX and 2 that it's really hard for me to go back to it. Championship Edition on NES oddly feels fresher even though it looks ass old. It's so addictive, and I think having this gameplay more zoomed in makes everything feel faster. It legitimately feels like its own experience, and honestly, if I had to choose between the two versions, I'm going NES. Retro City Rampage originally started development as an NES remake of Grand Theft Auto. It's a good thing they changed course. While it's obviously inspired by GTA and NES games, the final release is more than that. It's not GTA, and it couldn't run on an NES. While you could still look at it as a spiritual remake, the developer made sure you didn't have to look far for the actual one. Included in the Wii release is ROM City Rampage, a version of the game that runs on NES. Plus, they made a version for MS-DOS on a floppy disk. These people scare me. These are the fun remakes. They bring games to garbage hardware because... Now, downgraded ports, you could totally consider remakes. Doom on Nintendo Switch? Well, they technically did remake it, but that's not really too fun to discuss. Like, here's Rayman Origins on Xbox 360, now on Wii, now on 3DS. How did they do it? Oh man, they must have found the Gaussian blur effect. But the demaking spirit of going far back is still alive and well. Fans do it all the time. Final Fantasy VII on NES, Super Smash Land on Game Boy, but even Nintendo does it. Their prototype for Breath of the Wild was an NES game. They made Breath of the Wild for NES, and then made Breath of the Wild. Well, this is just a remake. I mean, they are super guilty of remakes in general. Remember the great Nintendo 3DS Wii U ports of 2016 and 17? Yes, Hyrule Warriors Legends. It runs. This is disgusting. I have no idea how anybody played this game legitimately on 3DS. Of course, it runs better on new 3DS models, but so would Molasses. Doesn't make it fast. I don't care. To me, this game just doesn't belong here. This gives off Lion King NES vibes, just a sense of this not belonging. Everything feels off. Super Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS, I think feels more justified, and it's still pointless. That's an insult to Mario Maker and an even bigger one to Hyrule Warriors. You can never upload stages with this version. You can only play stages that were uploaded from the Wii U version. At the very least, if they let you transfer stages you made to the Wii U to then upload, it would still be stupid, but at least there would be a way. No, there's no point to any of this, though it's still very charming to see this game run on 3DS. I just love how they had to downgrade New Super Mario Bros. U from the Wii U to this platform when New Super Mario Bros. 2 was on it and looked fine. They could have used these assets. No. It doesn't look not fine enough. The new Super Mario Bros. U art style on 3DS is amazingly pixelated, and it's funny because this is the art style they chose to represent on the box. Well, Poochie and Yoshi's Woolly World is a great conversion. It looks and plays great, and I find it very charming how they converted the 3D world map into a 2D one. While the 3D map is cooler on the Wii U version, the 2D one on 3DS just flat out makes more sense. This is a 2D platformer after all. Regardless of if these are good versions of the games, remakes are amazing. They may not be more fun to play, they may just be putrid, but they're just so damn interesting to analyze, every last one of them. To see how a game as massive as Breath of the Wild would work on NES, or just seeing Hyrule Warriors do something it shouldn't, I love seeing games represented in a different way than the norm, and these remakes help you to appreciate the game design. Without all those fancy 3D graphics, most of these games still hold up at their core. In some cases, they can be better not bogged down with cutscenes and loading screens. And it gave us a chance to play Rayman Arena on the PlayStation 1. Yeah, this is weird. So Rayman Rush is a remake of Rayman Arena for PS1. It removes modes and just focuses on this racing game mode. That's it. But even though it released after Arena came out in Europe, it released before Arena did here in North America. So if you live in Ohio, is this a demake or is Rayman Arena a remake? What about Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition? This is a demake of Final Fantasy 15 for mobile phones. It uses a cutesy new art style and is played from a top-down perspective, but follows a shortened take on the same story. But man, they just oversimplified so much here. As a mobile game, it really likes it when you win, and the game just feels kind of mindless to me. At this point, you're better off just watching Final Fantasy 15 cutscenes on your phone. But then the demake got a remake with Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition HD. You can finally play this on Xbox One. Or play Final Fantasy 15, your choice. To be fair, there's merit to both of these games. A lot of people didn't like Final Fantasy 15, so you've got Pocket Edition, but a lot of people don't like Pocket Edition, so it's truly a matter of preference. Except on Nintendo Switch, where this is the only Final Fantasy 15 you've got.
Because who needs bull when you have dog?
Today on X-Play, we reveal a brand new game that looks like a 40-year-old cartoon. And Tiny Tina's Wonderlands reinvents Borderlands into a swords and sorcery fantasy adventure that plays and looks just like Borderlands. Lock and load for initiative. It's ye old game time.
Hello, and welcome to X-Play.
Before progressing to the main campaign of this episode, you must first choose a character class.
Typically speaking, common choices are Vagabond, Astrologer, and Secret Office Pooper.
And believe me, I wish some of those choices were a little less common.
2022 has been a great year so far for fantasy games that go off the beaten path.
And whether it's an oversized troll in a loincloth that is way too short, or a gun-toting half-pint who just snorted a pile of crushed-up Smarties, we've been racking up the hours on our consoles.
Now, show us the meaning of haste, Queen Butt Stallion, as we present our review of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
Way back in 2013, Gearbox released a DLC campaign called Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep, which now seems like was just a test run for a much bigger idea Gearbox had stashed in their bag of holding. In this DLC campaign, you played bunkers and badasses, the Borderlands universe equivalent, of course, of Dungeons & Dragons. But your game master was the adorably unstable pyromaniac Tiny Tina, who reminds me of myself as a child. That's a different therapy session. After the warm reception from fans toward the DLC, Gearbox got to work and in the summer of 2021 announced their next Borderlands title was a spin-off called Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. So in order to tell you about the basics of Tiny Tina's, let's make like Adam at a blue sweater sale and dive headfirst. Tiny Tina's Wonderland is the latest installment of the Borderlands franchise, which takes the looter-shooter genre to the fantastical land of bunkers and badasses, the universe's code for Dungeons & Dragons. Tina is the bunker master, guiding familiar characters Valentine and Fred, voiced by Andy Samberg and Wanda Sykes, and you, the newbie, through her campaign to stop the evil Dragon Lord, voiced by the incredible BoJack Horseman, Will Arnett. Your objective, save a magical unicorn named Queen Butt Stallion, which is a great name for a drag queen, and an even better name for a benevolent, fantastical unicorn with majestic powers and beautiful hair. Like D&D and previous Borderlands titles, Tiny Tina uses a class system for character creation. There are 6 classes in total, and for the first time ever,